Okay. Hello, everybody. Good morning. Good morning. I guess, firstly, thank you so much for making it to Woolwich. Apparently, it's in London. But for those of you that came to DeFi Live, which started 3 years ago, we did it in 6 weeks. Threw it together at the end of COVID. The progress to this sort of venue is just so exciting. And yeah, we're here to celebrate Web3 Week. And why is that? I think in London, all of us, well, I met most of you traveling to Miami, New York, Dubai, and London has a heart of finance and startups, and we're lagging behind. So really our vision for this event is to bring people, and we have the amazing ZK Sync team that have all flown in. So many people have flown in from all over the world. Yeah, big ups to the ZK Sync team. But yeah, so we really want to connect everyone in London because there's so many companies here and there's so much opportunity that we really want to put it on the map. I couldn't have done it without the team and all of the amazing community partners like Crypto Mondays and Tuesday and all of the amazing events across the week. When I first organised my first Bitcoin event in 2013, we were at the back of a pub, few weird guys. Everyone thought we were mad. I never thought we would be here. 10 years on, we're here to show off about how far our industry's come. Now, I obviously work in marketing. I hate buzzwords. Smart people say simple things. When I asked Nick from blockchain.com for a job in 2016, he laughed. He's like, we don't need marketing. We just need to build it. Well, the time to build is happening. Now what we need is adoption. We need real value. I obviously organise a lot of events. And if we look at Glastonbury Festival, it sells out 200,000 tickets in 30 minutes. If blockchain and crypto and Web3 and all the things we were building were good enough, people would jump through those hoops quickly. So we're really excited to build the WhatsApp of Web3. And I think somewhere in this 3,000 people in a bear market community, someone can do that. So this isn't possible without all of our sponsors. This is the only event Coinbase has sponsored this year. Unbelievable. ZK Sync, Solana, Orbs, Chronicle, Blockchain.com, Tezos, Algorand, Kiko, Lightcycle, and over 45 others. They've all helped collaborate to put on what is a really expensive event. Our amazing media partners, and this time last year, we booked Stephen Bartlett, and we were chatting backstage, and I was telling him about how big my visions, my dreams were, and he's like, yo, we're building a really big agency as well. And so this year we did an M&A and we acquired, and we're now part of the Flight Story group, over 100 people, with the goal of being able to be as degen as we are, but also to have the capability to take these global businesses to the next stage. So it's been a mad year, and I think my key message is everyone that is in this room right now on a Thursday in the middle of nowhere, in a bear market, 520 days of a bear market, are the type of people that you want to know in a year's time when it booms. I've been through 3 bear markets. 2014, I gave up hope after Mt. Gox. It was only when 2016 happened that I was like, I have to get in. Obviously been working full-time in the space since 2018, and what I've seen in this bear market is serious capital. Yes, VCs are now asking slightly harder questions like, do you have revenue? But there's still so much opportunity, and I'm really excited to see where we will be this time next year, but in 5 years, as we finally get to products that make people's lives better. So yeah, without further ado, I want to say massive thank you to all of you who have been here, who are making it possible, and a big round of applause. And then I'll hand over to a very good old friend, heads up crypto at Clearbank. I'll let him introduce himself, but a big round of applause to all of you, and thank you so much. Johnny, your MC.
Cheers. Thanks very much. Nice to see some new faces as well as some familiar ones. For those of you who don't know me, my name is Johnny Fry. I'm a bit of an old fart, hence the grey hair. And I've come from the regulated space. I set up a fund management business back in the early 1990s. So most of my experience has been in the regulated space. You're probably thinking, what on earth are they doing then, coming to something like this, which in theory isn't regulated? Unfortunately, it will be, but that's also fortunate. I find myself now, I set up effectively a weekly analysis called Digital Bytes, which looks at how, where, who and why people are using blockchain technology and digital assets. And I suppose if I could share one thing with you, and that would be that the crypto market is 1 trillion. Okay, there's funny things called funds that you all put your pensions into or your regular savings. That's 150 trillion according to PwC. Then if you're fortunate enough to own a property, that's 326 trillion. But the big daddy is something called derivatives, and that's 1.2 quadrillion. And then we have this funny sort of marketing terminology, it's called NFTs. Is anyone here brave enough to give me a very, very quick, precise explanation of what fungible means? Didn't think so. It's a bit of a nightmare. And when you understand what fungible is, then someone turns and says, oh, but it's not that, it's non-fungible. And from a personal point of view, I'd rather we talk about digital certificates, because digital certificates contain information unique to particular events, situations, people, financial opportunities. And as Harry said earlier on, London is super important, not because we're Londoners or because we come from the UK, but it accounts for over 60% of all FX trades in the world. So if we're going to have a different way of paying and exchanging value, it has to be digital. It just has to be. If you look what's happened in America, and sorry, this is a bit macroeconomics, it took 190 years to roll up $1 trillion worth of debt. It took 100 days to go from 32 to 33 trillion. That's why we're seeing companies like MasterCard launching multi-token network, whereby what effectively they're going to be doing is offering a different ecosystem for tokens to be exchanged for value, arguably going back to some form of bartering, a bushel of wheat for a basket of fish or whatever, but all in a digital environment. So perhaps you can keep that macro idea in your mind, because we've got a really interesting program of different speakers and what's going on. And then finally, Harry mentioned I'm heading up digital assets and the strategy for ClearBank. ClearBank was set up in 2015. It was the first bank in 250 years to actually be granted clearing bank status. So here in the UK, we have a clearing bank, someone like HSBC, NatWest, etc. We have a clearing bank that's been set up at the request of the Bank of England to help fintech and payment companies. And a number of these sponsors are actually clients of ClearBank. So this is something which the institutions are getting increasingly involved in and looking at. Citibank, they reckon the Web3 market could be worth between 8 and 13 trillion. Sounds a big number. What does it mean? Well, that could be 2.5 times the size of the third biggest economy in the world, i.e. Japan. So yes, we're in a theory a bear market when it comes to sort of, NFTs per se and crypto, but actually that's only 1 trillion. I've already looked at other much bigger asset classes, and the technology can actually be applied across those other asset classes. So we're going to kick off today with our first speaker, and they're from ZK Sync. ZK Sync. No, you're Zed, you're in London, get out of it. And we have spring onions, we don't have scallions. So if I can ask you to come up on the stage and interested to hear what you're saying. Thank you.
Hello, everybody. Good morning. Thank you for joining us today, coming all this way out. It's great to see all these faces. My name is Braden, or BX Pana, as you'll see me online. And
my name is Esteban. Online, I'm called also Sisyphos.
And we're the community managers for ZK Sync. We're a layer 2 rollup built on Ethereum, and we use zero knowledge. ZK rollup is what we call it. And if you have any questions about it, you can come join us at the booth later today. We're happy to talk more about it. But today we're going to be really focusing on online communities. So much of us come together to focus on the technology. We talk about prices, we talk about NFTs, but we sometimes forget about the social layer behind these things that actually bring everybody together in the first place, like everybody in this room. So we're going to be diving into the motivations and the needs and the journey that we've been on within our own community over the past 2 years to hopefully help share some of the knowledge that we've seen and help communities grow across the ecosystem. So this will give you a good agenda of what we'll be kind of reviewing today, talking about the qualities, the details of what makes up an online community, how they're formed. Take a look at online communities, their motivations, for contributions, and for what drives those needs to contribute. And then wrap up with our own ZK Sync community and the learnings that we've had over the last few years.
Yeah, well, the reason that we're here all today is that we all belong to a certain form of online community, whether it's organized around a protocol, sometimes around a product, sometimes it's just a common interest that bonds us. Nowadays, most of the digital life is organized within online communities. And we are all part of one or many online communities, and it's, I think, better to understand how they are structured, what is particular about online communities, how do they differ from traditional form of organizations that we call communities of practice. Sometimes we have the family, we have friendship. These are all forms of organizations. And nowadays, most of the digital life is organized within online communities. And today, we're going to give a few words about how they are structured, and how to use them as a competitive advantage for you that is building either a protocol or a product. When you think about online community, it's always good to think about an onion. It's onion shaped. There is always a core of the community, and there is a periphery. The core of your community is generally contributing to an overwhelming majority of your content, of your support, of the activities. We say that there is a 99-1 rule, in a sense that 90% of your online communities is made of lurkers, people that would only consume the content, that would mostly read about your topic. Here, for example, ZK Sync. There is 9% of your online communities that is willing to edit, translate your content, and 1% of the community that will contribute to new content or bring new ideas, bring innovation in your online community. So think about your online communities as an onion made of several layers, a social layer. People are more or less connected, and also a knowledge layer. People know more or less about the topic. The closer you go to the core, the more connected the people are, the more they know about the topic of interest. Here, for example, crypto, online crypto, or in our case, ZK Sync. Online communities, would like to argue, are also a source of competitive advantage. If you're building a protocol, if you're building a piece of software or product, having an online community around your product can be the source of your competitive advantage. The reason why is that online communities are unique. They are very hard to imitate, very hard to build, but they are definitely valuable. They are valuable because they help you with innovation and product development. This is the ethos of open source development. Today, open source software is taking the word. They make up of more than 90% of the piece of software that you use is made of open source protocols in some form. So online communities can bring new ideas, and they can help you innovate. They can help you collect feedback on your product. So this is one way that it can be valuable. The second way is that they contribute to guerrilla marketing. They help your branding. They are the best advocates that you can have about your protocol. And the people out there, when you show up at events that wear you swag, these are the best advocates and the best people that can talk about your product. Another form of valuable contribution is hiring and training. You can hire from your online communities. These are the people that are the most knowledgeable often about your product, but also about your audience, because they are part of it and they have been bonding within the community for a while. And finally, they do product support. In our case, we have more than 1 million users, and we can rely on a group of about 100 volunteers that are always here 24/7, able to help any new users that are willing to onboard on ZK Sync. So all that is just to make the case for online community as your source of competitive advantage, but that's only if you are able to activate them, if you understand their motivation, understand the needs of online communities, and how you can organize your protocol and your processes around your online community. So generally, it's very strange for anyone to understand why people contribute to online communities. Here's a quote from Nobel Prize of Economics, Jean Tirole, and he asked, why should thousands of top-notch programmers contribute freely to the provision of public goods? It's a puzzle for economists, because there is usually there is little monetary incentives for open source development. And That is at odds from two traditional kind of innovation. I would say private R&D, where you have a company, they do the R&D internally, they create a patent, and then they have a proprietary technology, and then that they can extract rent, and that's a form of incentive. The second form of incentive for knowledge production, we have academia, and this is where mostly status, prestige, and I would say comfortable position over tenure drives the production of knowledge. But online communities don't fit in either of these two boxes. They are their own beast, and it's paramount to understand the motivations to contribute and the needs of online community members. So let's classify all the motivations of community members to join in the first place an online community between intrinsic motivation and extrinsic motivation. People sometimes join just for ideology. I'd say that is at the center of the CryptoPunk movement, is that people were joining because they share a common ideology. Sometimes they're altruists, they just want to contribute fully to a project. Sometimes they just do that for fun. They truly enjoy the exercise of solving problems and communicating them online. But on the other hand, of the other side of the spectrum, you have also extrinsic motivation. People would do activities and contribute to online communities for the same reason they would contribute to a project via an employment contract. Sometimes it's career incentives, sometimes it's monetary incentives. And you have this broad range of spectrums of motivation, and you as a community manager or someone that is building a protocol around a community, you should be able to cater to all these different kind of motivations. And bear in mind that sometimes providing monetary rewards might be alienating the people that join for altruistic reasons, and vice versa. So it's important to understand the broad range of motivation that bring your online community together and be able to cater to all these different needs. You have several levers. Governance is one of them. You can have a protocol that is open or a protocol that is closed. You can have incentives that are monetary, tangible or intangible incentives. You can have, you can be sponsoring hackathons, events like this one, or giving grants to individuals. Finally, you can have a more or less open to closed software license, so open source software, or like more GPL licenses. And these are all the different kind of levers that you can use to cater to these motivations. I'd say that finally, the reason why people join an online communities are network effect. I think everyone has heard about flywheel effect in some form, or network effect, is essentially the more users you have, the more it attracts users. These are the direct network effect. I'm on WhatsApp or I'm on Twitter because there are a lot of users on WhatsApp or there are a lot of users on Twitter. The indirect network effect are what drives, for example, the Ethereum growth. The more users there are on Ethereum, the more developers are attracted by Ethereum, and vice versa. So it's like, that's the indirect network effect. The same way, the more validators there are on Ethereum, the more decentralized it becomes, the more users are interested in that decentralized infrastructure. So network effects are just the motivation to contribute just because of the volume of the protocol. If you are able to gather on one side of the protocol, whether it's the users, the developers, the maintainers, sometimes just the investors, you can attract the other side of the protocol and kick off this flywheel effect.
Nice. So after covering the motivations, we can also start taking a look at the individual needs and turning that into the community needs. So we take this idea of Maslow's hierarchy of needs. So it's typically for what an individual human needs for moving up this scale of like getting up to self-actualization. So we take this idea of basic needs in the community, and you want to think of it as having the necessities to be able to have a platform for people to get together based on the motivations that they have there. Whether it's the intrinsics to the extrinsic, we want to be able to provide a place for people to gather together. So for ZK Sync, for us, the motivation is to gather around the protocol and the technology behind it, the cheap fees, the scaling of Ethereum, and the platform that we provide is our Discord. We have a few different others, but a lot of the major activity happens on our Discord. But it provides that first basic layer that we need to get the community started. And you can think of this as a village that's starting up. They need that plot of land and a space, an area to call their own. What drives them out to there, whether it's they're trying to escape something, whether they're trying to gather new resources. Again, that's a different motivation, but again, you need that motivation and the platform in the area to start that. After that, we can take a look at the hierarchy of safety. And you're thinking of that as an area to build trust. So you want people to be able to go there and say, hey, if I'm sharing this knowledge, that you're going to be sharing your knowledge as well, and this is going to be happening in a transparent communication way. And here you start adding a few more of the things like on our Discord, making sure that people have an area to be able to start getting to know each other, meet each other, and show their value, that they actually know what they're talking about. And even for us, when we first start joining, we have to make sure that we can gain the trust and build the trust with our community, that we know that what we're talking about, and they can get the correct updates from us. In this village example, this is people building their individual homes to protect their own property, but as well as meeting their neighbors, making sure that they can trust that their neighbor next door is going to watch out for them, and vice versa, that they'll watch out for their neighbor. After you have that safety and the platform for where they can be, you start looking at this belongingness and love. Within a digital community, this is your engagement tools. You're taking these, allowing people to have a voice and to feel heard and know that they'll have be able to participate in the system and actually make a difference. You don't want to have that defeatism of like, okay, I can go there and I can say something, but who knows what will happen. So for us, that's the different channels that we provide and allow people to have a voice, whether it's in our general channel, in a specific individual language that they want to get together and group with in the subcommittee, circling around games, NFTs, DeFi. We want to make sure that you have those avenues and allow people to set these sub-goals, these sub-interests within your community. As you move up that, you start seeing what we can call a division of labor, as people start really honing their skills and saying, yeah, I'm really into NFTs, or I'm really into support, so that they have this opportunity to grow and expand. So that is having these more moderator roles. So we talk about moderators in the safety, but now this is actually giving these specific roles of what their responsibilities are and what they can do. So for example, we have community moderators that watch over everything in our Discord. We have language moderators that are monitoring like the specific languages. But again, it's honing in and it's funneling into these specific categories instead of just the original motivation around just the ZK Sync, the technology. Within the village example, you're starting to see individual jobs, people who are becoming doctors and lawyers that are again digging deeper into their skill set. That's going to help the overall growth of the community. Now, after you start building all these up, you can start getting to this self-actualization, and you can think of this area as kind of entrepreneurship. For our community, this is where we start seeing these sub-communities go from outside of our platform that we provided, and they're starting them in their own way that makes it work for them. So for some of the examples, we're starting to see these, the language sub-communities spin out and starting their own local communities without any interaction from us. We're not saying, hey, go do that. They're not asking permission. They're saying, hey, there's a need in my community. I know all the base knowledge, so I'm gonna go ahead and start working on that. And that provides a healthy, active community so that people feel empowered to do what they think they can. And the same with that in the village scenario, you are now getting people who are either reaching out, going outside of the village to start their own, or expanding the village to make it grow, adding hospitals, bigger buildings to welcome new people. And we start seeing that as you move up this ladder and you make sure that you have each of these steps, you get a much more vibrant community that is easy to help grow your, not only the people who are coming there, but your technology and the protocol around it. There it is on there. So you get this more vibrant. But one thing to note for Maslow's, or this hierarchy, this digital hierarchy, is that it doesn't have to be siloed and be step by step. You'll definitely want to make sure you take care of these bottom two relatively early, but you'll see throughout our experience that we've been able to work on these in parallel and not have to be like it has to only be this way. So again, you can work on these in parallel to have them go at the same time. Your community is going to be flexible in this sense. So with our time, again, you can start to see the basic motivation for people coming together, whether intrinsic or extrinsic, is around the ZK Sync and the technology. I joined around 2021. We had about 3,600 people. We're now at over 700,000. So being able to understand the needs of your community is really important to make sure that it's set up for success, as well as the motivation, so that you can bridge these things together. You can start to see that some of the things up here are the technical milestones that helped drive our growth within the community, but some of those are us working in parallel on some of these higher esteem areas of giving this role of ZK stars, which is mini moderator role where they're onboarding people, making sure that new users know where to go for resources, to the birth of the local communities, which is closer to that self-actualization where, again, these groups just come to us and like, hey, we have a Japanese language community going on. It's like, okay, fantastic. But you can start to see that progression of having to combine everything together to make sure that your community is growing.
I think one point to note on that is that we were able to grow the community from 3,000 members to over 700,000 members without having to scale internally. We could rely, and that's the beauty of open source and open innovation, is that you can rely on the resources that are outside the boundaries of your firm in order to scale your activities. Here, online communities, as we say, whether it's for product feedback, product support, branding, product innovation, these has been possible to carry, because we put in place the tools, internally to welcome these opportunities and this feedback coming from outside. So while we were running the community team at ZK Sync, we didn't need to hire more people internally. We could rely on the online community and scale outside instead of scaling inside the company.
Exactly. And you can also see like as the pyramid goes up, it takes a lot of time for some of those pieces. So if from the starting and building up the relationships, it takes a little bit of time before we kind of really get to that esteem. But as we're working on this, these are things that we're working on in parallel with it as well. We can start looking a little bit deeper into the self-actualization portion that is still continuing to grow, but you can see the broader picture of the ZK Sync community, that onion structure, again, like an onion within an onion within an onion. So you have the different language communities, the ZK stars and the moderators, but all of these subgroups and all these sub-communities make up that larger community that we call the ZK Sync community. All with different motivations, but all around that main motivation of wanting to support the ZK Sync ecosystem.
I'd say that throughout our 2 years journey with this ZK Sync community and seeing it growing up, we have a few learnings that we'd like to share with you. The first of them is that you need to create a sense of belonging within the community. It means that you need to have channels to listen to your community, but you also have to give them recognition by giving them the right roles and being able, and also letting new members identify who are the leaders or the C-words in the community. So you have to create that sense of belonging. The second is a principle that is derived, I would say, from the Ethereum values and Ethereum community is the principle of subtraction. Don't try to capture all the opportunities within the boundaries of your firm. Don't try to carry all the activities in-house. Don't be afraid to subtract and to give these opportunities outside to the community. Let's say that if you have an event, you want to have a meetup, you don't need to necessarily organize that yourself. You can, provide the opportunities for someone within the online communities to do it together and to create their own local communities. So the philosophy of subtraction is something that has informed a lot our activities and it continues to inform it. The third one is to identify and nurture your core. As we said, there is an onion shape to online communities. Your 1% the most active 1% of your contributors are going to contribute disproportionately to the content, to the support of your online communities. You have to be very fast identifying these 1% of your community that provides most of the value. Finally, you need processes within your firm, within your startup, you need processes in places to collect the feedback from your community, and you have someone that is able to advocate for your online community. They will have specific needs, specific expectations, and motivations to join in the first place. You have to be able to advocate for these members internally within your community.
Yeah. We have our a little link tree down here if you want to connect with us, ask any questions. We're we're not experts in this. We're still learning as we go, and we love to share and work with other people as well. So feel free to reach out to us. We also have some of the stuff that we talked about in action that you can kind of look through and see if you ever need some motivation or kind of see what does it look like in the long run of what they're actually talking about. So feel free to join us there. We'll be out at the booth the next 2 days, so you can feel free to come by, ask any questions about community or ZK Sync, and we'll see you out there.
Thank you. Okay. Do you have questions? No.
Okay, we're just going to have a couple of moments for a few people to sit down. There's quite a lot of people who are still arriving. So that was interesting, like going back to school, wasn't it? A bit of gardening with onions, and then hearing about Maslow's hierarchy of needs. The next session that we've got coming up is a panel session, and what we're looking to try and do here is to try and give you some examples, insight in terms of Web3 and itself going into sort of mass market and adoption. And again, it comes back to what we were talking about earlier on, in the sense that to date, people have looked at a lot of what's going on with in the digital asset space is quite niche. But increasingly, we're seeing organizations taking the technology and using it in many, many different ways. And if I can just give you a little example, there's a fairly famous gallery called the Uffizi Gallery in Florence. And Florence is very, very relevant because back in 1250, it was the Florentine, which was the world reserve currency. And there are a bunch of Italian guys and girls who basically, instead of you wandering around Europe with a sack of gold to pay for things, they actually gave you a bit of paper, sort of a promissory note, and said, well, if you get to London, you can go to our bank and we'll convert that bit of paper into gold, because what was happening, they're all getting robbed along the way as they wandered around. And the reason I'm mentioning this is because the Uffizi Gallery, which was the administrative headquarters for the Medici family, they sold an NFT a couple of years ago, and it was a picture of a Michelangelo painting, Doni Tondo, and they sold it for $180,000. That was equivalent to 5,500 admissions to the Uffizi Gallery, which is quite important because they sold it during COVID when no one was allowed in. So we've already seen 2 or 3 years ago examples of how NFTs are being used in the commercial landscape. But the next panel, wherever they are coming up? Go on, Ashton. So what they're going to do is talk through examples of how you can use the technology and use this asset class more in commercial landscapes. So guys, welcome on.
This is comfy chair.
Hey everyone, my mic's working, yes. Hey everyone, super excited to be here at Zebu Live 2023 and to host this panel on how Web3 gaming can go mass market. I'm Mel from Blockchain Game Alliance and really looking forward to this panel discussion. Thanks guys for being here. Maybe you would like to give a quick intro about who you are and what you do.
Sounds good. Thanks so much. So hi everyone, I'm Jeremy. I'm head of gaming at Trilotech and responsible for the success of gaming in the Tezos ecosystem. So before this, I spent around 7 years working in games, including on games like League of Legends and Garena Free Fire.
Hey everyone, I'm John, the co-founder of PlayEmber. It's really great to be here. PlayEmber, we're creating a like Web3 playground for Gen Z, so like gaming, non-gaming, gamification. I started off in ad tech on the dark side, all the stuff that we don't want games developers to really know about what's happening. I built one of the earliest ad networks that me and my friends sold to a US software company. I ran Ad Colony in Europe, like Video SDK. I had a good 2 years in Paris at Oma Games in the early days of hyper casual when that blew up, and then was running Boombit's free-to-play publishing division before I started Play Ember. So I've sort of been through that journey of the evolution of free-to-play games, and I'm just super excited about blockchain tech and what it can do for gaming.
Hey guys, Francis, I'm head of economy at Shrapnel. We're a AAA first-person shooter that's trying to bring like UGC as the core element to the game so players can create content. In terms of background, don't have like a gaming one like these folks. Came from the aerospace industry, so a lot of modeling and simulation, kind of doing AI integrations into drone tech. So.
Awesome, thank you. So just to give some context to the conversation, a lot of the early Web3 games were more focused on crypto natives, GameFi with an emphasis on earning and NFTs. Now we're seeing a shift to mobile gaming and more focus on making exciting and fun games. One of the major challenges has been user acquisition and player growth, and tapping into traditional gamers. So, unlike free-to-play games where hyper-casual games constantly bring in new players into the ecosystem, what is the entry point for Web3 games, and how can we truly onboard mainstream users into Web3? So let's kick off with the first question. How can mainstream users, who are mainstream users, and how are they different from Web3 and play-to-earn gamers?
So yeah, I think for me, mainstream players are a bit of a broad catch-all. League of Legends player is a mainstream player. Candy Crush player is also a mainstream player. So I think it really helps to really focus down on exactly what your target audience is. There's a really good article by someone called Sergey Galvokin. He used to direct publishing at Epic Games and also created Steam Spy, which is was the best data analytics platform for Steam. And his point was that your target audience doesn't exist. And the key here is that you really need to focus really down into the weeds around like who your audience is. Maybe they are a person in the Philippines who's like age 20 to 30, who plays casual games on their way home from work. Or maybe there's someone in America who plays Call of Duty with their friends on the weekends. So you need to really like segment to a very high level in order to really understand your users. And once you understand like what they want out of your game, you're able then to serve them exactly what the blockchain benefits are. For example, if you know the players love to engage in a blockchain economy, then being able to offer trading to these players would add a lot of value. Conversely, if they're more for, let's say, the interoperability play, then having a lot of mini games that they can jump in and out of in a very seamless way would be more important.
Yeah, I think for me, nothing's changed. It just comes down to player motivations. It's just with blockchain, there's this tricky element that, in Web3 gaming, we live in this bubble where the default is blockchain means you have to earn from the game, right? So you've got, for me, that's GameFi. That's like gamified finance. It's not actually making a game as I know it in free to play, an actual game that is fun to play. So I think, well, where are these users going to come from? They're in the app stores, right? And I think we get caught up in the idealism of Web3, right? And what I mean by that is for, let's say, mass market Gen ZR players, they just want to play a fun game. They don't care if it's built on Unity or not. They're not reading headlines about Unity. They don't care if it's built on, AVAX or Tezos or Near. They literally couldn't give a shit. All they really care about is this game really fun? Are my friends playing this game? And then this concept of earning has been around in Web 2 for years. You can download games from the app stores now and play real money games. You can get gift cards, right? None of it's got Web 3 in it at all. So I think there's this big misconception that has been fueled by this sort of like Web 3 gaming bubble that like Web 3 gaming is going to save gaming. And at the moment, like that's why we started, because I think for mass market gamers, no one actually thought about what they want from a game and if the answer provided by blockchain technology is going to be better than what they already have. So I think that's what needs to be solved at the moment. And I would look at the Navic slide, those guys do great content, but in the Navic slide, if you are building a Web3 game and there is a token and there are NFTs in it and you're creating this expectation where people now need to earn, then yeah, you've got these tricky audiences to balance against the free-to-play audiences that have a very different expectation of the outcome of the game than a free-to-play audience.
Yeah, I think building on what you said, like everyone, these experiences already exist, and like all blockchain tech does is give a slightly simpler way for them to interact with it. And I think, from our perspective, what we do is we just present a regular Web 2 game for them, so they have a free-to-play first-person shooter that they can use. But there's like extra experiences on top that they might want to interact with. And if we notice that players are going to, like, you know, the open market, trading, minting content, creating value in the ecosystem to extract value out, then we'll kind of focus more on those unique experiences. But if people don't care, they don't care. They don't want to digest that content. And as you said, that's not the type of player that's come to play our game. That's not the audience that we've attracted. So it'd be kind of silly to focus on those folks. Like if they're not the people coming into play, like we're not gonna do that. But there's like as you said, a few 100,000 people that are currently in that hypothesis that think that's the case, and you don't know until someone's tried.
So what do you think some of the key challenges are for Web3 games to onboard mainstream users?
I mean, I think for us, the main thing is anytime we do any kind of advertising, it's super expensive to acquire a player, just because the natural narrative for Web3 gaming is that it's a sham. Like, people have been scammed, like it's all play to earn. And I think that does come down to some cultural standpoints, but like from at least the markets we're targeting, it is mainly legitimacy and proving that you have a game and a product that people want to play. I think the other side of that, though, is gamers are inherently negative people. Like, no matter how good the product is, they will just shit on it. They will tell you it's terrible. They will tell you it's not good. Like, look at Call of Duty as the prime example. They make billions of dollars every year, so clearly people are paying for it. Clearly it's an experience that people want to pay to get into as a $60 game. Yet you never see anybody say anything good about that game. Like, it is just, I think the market we're in terms of the industry, not Web3, but gaming, you won't hear positive news about something. Even like Elden Ring was 50-50, and that was like game of the year. So I think the main barrier is just having people talk less shit about it to the point where they actually might want to try the game out.
So I think one of the biggest challenges at the moment are the app stores, right? Now for me, the app stores are great. They're just a huge window to distribution, and I don't think we should discredit that just because they do take 30%. I think the biggest problem is a UX design problem at the moment. So I think the best example recently is probably Mythical Games with their NFL game. But from a UX player perspective, it sucks, and it's not their fault. It's just Apple will not allow you to trade in-game on-chain. So for those of you who don't know, if I summarize the process, it's I'm playing the game, I get 3 cards that I can buy that are NFTs, but I can't technically buy them in the game. I'm kind of saving them in my basket, and then I have a 5-minute window to check out. I then have to go in-game, make an in-app purchase, buy some gems to then buy the NFT. But if I want to sell it, I then have to click out to a marketplace. So imagine if Apple, obviously there's a lot of ifs here, the regulation was all very clear, but if Apple just enabled this all possible through Apple Pay, then this industry is going to move like 5,000 times faster. Now, Google have been a bit more open about what they will allow in-game, in-app. But I think that is a major problem at the moment. As someone that designs games, it kind of sucks for players that they want to play this app on their phone, and we're forcing them to click out and do this stuff outside of the app. So I think for me, for mass adoption, that's ideally where we need to go to, which is why in this sort of first wave of blockchain gaming, most people are building browser-based experiences outside the App Store because it's far easier to design because, you know, for me, there's just amazing tech in Web3, right? I'm not going to say we don't need more tech, but there's a lot of great tech for you as a developer to build on. You've just got way less design challenges and blockers building outside of the App Store.
Got it. I think from my perspective as well, like some things that game developers can do to really kind of make it more clear to players what the value proposition is to focus narrowly on exactly what your player wants and then articulate it to them in one sentence, right? So perhaps play my game because you'll be able to trade the item after you leveled up with your friends. Play my game because you can take these items and perhaps use it in the few other experiences that are within our ecosystem, right? So once you're able to kind of point towards the value in a very concrete way without all the technical jargon, then players will be a bit more interested in this. And then I think the second piece of the puzzle is also reducing the friction. I think the platform issue is massive. Like, mobile is more than half of the gaming market today. So, not being able to launch properly on mobile is a huge barrier. But the other barrier is also on the wallets and just account creation. So I think there are maybe two parts here. One on the technical side, how can we, at least in the beginning of the customer journey, really abstract more and more of this away from the user and slowly introduce it to the players over time. And then also on the communication side, instead of calling wallets, which are inherently very financial, can we just call it like player accounts, where you store all your assets across different games?
Yeah, and that was going to be my next question about some of the solutions that you guys can see. And I know onboarding and the friction is quite a big issue. What can games do about that, or where do you see the tech advancing in that respect to be able to facilitate that process for users?
So I think in terms of the way to try and think about it is, like Jeremy's saying, is the way you get stuck is if you think about creating a wallet. Like, gamers know how to create accounts, you know how to create an Apple ID, you know how to log into Google. So for me, that bit is intuitive. The way we look at the challenge is what we're trying to do is create a free-to-play ad-based player to an in-app purchase player, right? And this is where you don't have to reinvent the rule book, because depending on your genre in mobile games, you kind of know how to do that. So effectively, what you're trying to get someone to do is create an account. All right, hide the tech part, but you shouldn't be lying to them about what they're creating an account for. I think that's when you're going to get in dangerous territory. But effectively, it's a value exchange. You want someone to create an account that effectively starts their blockchain experience. So you need to figure out a gamified way of doing that that gives them something that they attach value to within that specific game that they are playing. So again, we've been using live ops for years in games where you're targeting players based on in-game behavior, in-game revenue behavior, and you're triggering tailored offers to them that make their game more fun. So I would suggest looking at that area as a way, if you want to get gamers to create accounts, look at your, games in your genre that have got, high IAP revenue, and figure out how they're getting those gamers to make in-app purchases, because that's the behavior you want. You want gamers in your game that already have the behavior of putting money in, right? Because if they're used to be putting money in, then you're halfway there. You're just building on an existing behavior, and you're then to simplify it, swapping out, paying in fiat for some sort of like crypto token. You just then need to figure out the tech on the back end. So I think that's a really good place to start to figure out how to get gamers to create accounts. Just look at existing like FTUE and UX in games.
Yeah, I think the key point is there's no reason for this to feel like any other experience. Like, it is just a new type of tech. Like, blockchain is just a database system that is structured in a slightly separate way to what is typically used right now in games. Like, there's no reason to treat it otherwise. Yes, you have other applications that you can use it for. Yes, there are kind of additional use case pieces, but like, it is just a storage layer. Like, we are using it as a storage layer, and there are rules that are attached to that and things that we get from it. So like, for us, there's no reason, unless a player shows those types of behaviors that you're talking about, that we're closely monitoring, that they want to know that this is that experience. If they don't want to know, like, we don't think they have to be told, because effectively we're just trying to give them some level of a dopamine hit from playing the game, from enjoying the experience that they're having with us. So like, for us, I think we take the opposite route of like, hey, we don't actually have to educate you on what this is. Like, it is a game, you've enjoyed playing it, cool. If you get to that point where you have like $50, $60 in your account, and then that's when the crypto use case of like, hey, you can cash out this, as opposed to having to go through gift cards, you can go direct to fiat. That's the point when we might turn around and say, hey, like, this is the experience that you're in, like, that you were unaware of before. These are the benefits that you get from it. Go interact with it if you want. If you don't, fine, keep playing the experience you've enjoyed. So I think for us, it comes from just completely stripping away anything to do with Web3 about the game, because I don't think gamers care. They want to play a game. Like, you see it in Steam as well. Like, people are trading thousands of dollars worth of skins. Like, they don't care that someone else owns the IP there. They truly don't care. They just want to play your game. Like, so don't tell them.
So I think to echo that as well, I think it's really around the player journey. So as John mentioned, the first time user experience, so how are players being onboarded, and then as they move along their journey, they accumulate, they spend more within the game, and then now they realize that what they've accumulated over time is worth something, or maybe they have something inside they don't really value, but they want something else that they can trade for instead of buy directly. Right? So I think there are all these different entry points with which it suddenly makes sense for them to learn a bit more. But at least for the first, few weeks, and when they're first starting to play the game, it should really all be about enjoying it, abstracting the blockchain and the friction away as far as possible. And then when you're introducing the new value use cases, and then you can add in a bit of friction, because once players love the game, they would do anything to keep playing it and keep enjoying it to the max.
Yeah, and I wanted to ask about education, or whether you think that putting the tech under the hood is the way to go. So when you are educating people along that journey, how do you see that? What does that look like as a user journey, and how do you communicate with your gamers?
So I think what we typically do with our partners in the ecosystem is we sit down together with them, and then we work with some of the actual players that are playing the prototypes that they've built, and then we see where exactly the players are starting to feel confused or starting to churn, right? And this is a very common thing in the Web2 traditional gaming industry as well, where you're really kind of analyzing exactly which part of the funnel players are getting difficulty with, or are not liking it. Maybe the quest is too difficult, they get bored from grinding 20 mobs. So we kind of apply that same funnel analysis to the partners within our ecosystem, work with them to figure out where exactly the friction comes from. And then once we identify that, then we know exactly also how to reduce that friction at that specific point, but then also kind of where later on it might make sense to kind of A/B test and reintroduce that friction when the value becomes more apparent.
So I think the approach that we're taking is not necessarily like the sort of Web3 mentality, like earn and learn, is our view is we shouldn't have to teach them anything. It should just be intuitive based on behaviors they already have in games. So I'll give you an example. So obviously, I mean, I'm terrible at like trading NFTs, but I do love NFTs. But I think for our audience, we don't need to throw up NFTs in our games. So what we need to prove is, will they spend an off-chain in-game currency on effectively a Unity asset, right? Will they show us that behavior is there? And will they go a step further and spend a large percentage of this, in-game off-chain token then on cosmetic items? Because, unlike shooters, where for me that makes sense for NFTs, because people, behaviors there they love, like the gun or the weapon they've got, or in RPG games. If you look at more casual games, if you take like Candy Crush, I mean, obviously their IP is beautiful, but people don't care about the IP in that game, right? They just want boosters, right? You don't have to make everything an NFT. So for our audience, where typically in our games they're not really IP driven, it makes sense at first to see if users just like IP and will spend a made up currency on it. And if they are, it's then far easier to then see that they're attaching value to that. They spent a lot of time customizing their character. So then to ask them the question about the concept of, hey, would you now like to trade this? Feels a lot more natural than just going straight in with this real abrupt, hey, create an account, you can own this NFT, start teaching them about a wallet, because they're going to ask you why. So it's much easier to come at it from that sort of Web 2, 2.5, 3 approach for our audience anyway, because that's the sort of behavior that they're showing us.
Yeah, I think you want them to be retained in your ecosystem before you start presenting them with new things, because then they're here to stay. And I think any form of education that takes them out of the core retention loop that you're trying to present to them is like a poor presentation of that education, because you've got them in the system that's trying to lock them in, and then you're suddenly dangling something in front of them to move them out of that loop. It's just not a good, I mean, it might be a good user experience, but it might not be a good business choice from a retention aspect. So I think for us, the main way we do that education is when it is a piece that they've not seen in terms of behavior that they can do in a normal game. So for example, cashing out the value that they've gained from collecting loot within the game, or whether it's actually creating content and then owning the IP behind it. like we'll explain why, but like it's not going to take them out of the experience unless they truly want to learn why. I think for us, it is all about keeping them in that loop, and we'll tell them the new things that they can do, but like we're not going to tell them why they can do it unless they really want to know, and that's going to be like, you know, literally clicking out and getting some T's and C's and that type of thing. But like as I said in my previous answer, like we don't think they should know it's on chain, like unless they really want to know. So I don't think you have to educate them on what the tech is, just like what your platform or what your game can do with that tech. That's all they really want to know about. Anything that you do beyond that, you're kind of taking them out of the experience, which could eventually take them out of the game, and you don't want that to happen.
Cool, thank you. So what genres of games and types of blockchain integration could unlock mass onboarding in Web3?
Yeah, I think anything with clear, like as John said, IP towards it, like that is the main thing of value right now. Like we've seen it with Parallel as a TCG, like anything where people can attach themselves to the value of something. So anything that has IP value, whether it's like a Marvel game or something of that nature, if there's that like resident thing that people want to trade between themselves because it is a collectible and they want to purchase it. So that's common behaviors we've seen in the real world, or even an RPG, because that's another thing that people attach emotional value to the items in. And I think those are the, like IP isn't really a genre, but it applies to any genre, but it's like if you don't have that, why are there NFTs in the game to trade unless there is an emotional attachment to the pieces, which comes from usually an RPG style game where you're sat there, you're like, I have grinded for tens of hours to try and get this item and I need it for my character, so I'll buy it off someone else. So I think those are the two pieces. So one is a specific genre, one is a nature of the assets that you'd be purchasing.
Yeah, I mean, it all comes down to what, you know, we're all businesses that are raising VC money, so it depends on really what you're trying to achieve. So like one example, like for me in the context of Web3, if you look at what Axie and Jiho and the team are doing, you know, you could argue that is mass onboarding. They've just created a category and audience that simply didn't exist. They've got players that now love the cute little Axie IP. They're now onboarding, you know, and winning games over from other blockchains to build on Ronin. I think what they're doing is fascinating. For me, again, we use this phrase still early, but they're demonstrating everything to me that shows that that could be the future of mass onboarding in Web3 games. Versus then if you look at sort of other categories and we look at like free-to-play games, you've already got an audience there. And the approach we're all talking about, well, I think if you get this approach right, that's where you can see this mass onboarding of these Web2 casual gamers into Web3. The challenge is then how to close the gap and move them from this very light Web3 experience to become, you know, a player for like Francis and the team at Shrapnel, right? Because it's the same in free-to-play games. It's like you don't go from a hyper-casual game to an auto-battler. That's a huge jump. The same in Web3. We have to just reset our expectations where, okay, you've got that game genre introduction to navigate first, and then depending on how it's done, we've now got that extra layer of, you know, learning, teaching that we're talking about as well, with potentially some new tech as well. So you've kind of got that double barrier to work through. So I think that's the one thing that I love about Web3 gaming is everyone is talking to each other behind the scenes because we've got a common goal and trying to figure out how we do build this ecosystem where we truly are able to move players around between games, just like we have the mechanics for that in Web2 games, right? And it's just very established in terms of how we do cross-promotion and the ad network model and mediation model. It's all very well established, you know, despite some rocky times in terms of, yeah, privacy changes and, you know, the sort of economic world we're in. And I think that's also a key thing that we're all trying to build out behind the scenes, as well as building our own games. How do we create this funnel for players to neatly move them into the ecosystem and then around different games?
So I think there are like three broad categories. They're like more of the high cost, high quality AAA genre that's quite competitive, like Shrapnel. Then there are more of the blue ocean genres, which I'll talk a little bit more about. And then there are more of the Web3 native games, you know, the innovative ones like Wolf Game, Dark Forest, and maybe even Axie to a little extent, right? Yeah, I think the MMO and FPS games have been talked about extensively already. and probably Francis will be able to talk more, much better than I can about it. But I think for us, we're also looking quite deeply into the blue ocean space. So one specific genre, for example, we're quite excited about is the simulation genre. So you can think about games like Rise of Kingdoms and Call of Dragons. These games, they make close to $1 billion a year, lifetime $1 billion a year revenue from mainly from Chinese companies, but they also have a kind of a global audience. And to me, the target audience for these games are actually a really, really strong fit for the blockchain space. It's heavily driven by whales. The core gameplay is a lot around resource allocation, how you send your armies, where you send them, and how you like form alliances with your guild. And then finally, as well, it's a lot of social status. People will spend tens of thousands, if not hundreds of thousands of dollars, just to be on top of the leaderboard in these type of games. And you can't actually, cash out. You can't actually sell your account unless you do it on the gray market, of course. So I feel like this is an example of a space which is quite underexplored, that we're kind of actively trying to find partners in that could build something quite meaningful here. You can think of EVE Online, for example, as probably a good Western counterpart for these type of games as well. I think the second one would be around like social wagering. So it's always fun to play. If you play poker, it's not fun to play poker without money. But the most fun you get from playing poker is when you win $1 off your friend, right? So I think that the whole social system that underpins poker, where you're not winning $1 off a stranger, but winning $1 off your friend, is what we feel that the blockchain could really reduce the friction for. And so I think that's also another area which we're exploring quite heavily, where we use blockchain to enable this, again, small scale kind of wagering where you play against your friends and the winner gets bragging rights.
Cool, thank you. I mean, you guys mentioned IP. You talked about looking at the pain points that users face along their journey. What do you guys think mass market gamers want from Web3 games, and do you think they like the current choice of games that are out there?
Probably saying no. I think, I mean, at least from the AAA perspective, it takes like 4 or 5 years to develop one of these things. Like, it isn't cheap either. You need a lot of capital. So like from that case, like from where Web3 gaming was created to now, like the tech doesn't exist really in a mass adoption sense to get games to build at that scale, and then B, like the tech's just not existed for long enough to have people like kind of launch with these types of products that would bring in like non-casual gamers, like a core competitive genre. I think from a mobile standpoint, you do have the capacity for this to be a pretty big thing. Like you look at Indonesia, like you look at the markets where it's big in, like Web3, like Indonesia, for example, or the Philippines, like that whole area of Southeast Asia, everyone's a mobile gamer. Like everyone does that. So like I think it's just, I think to John's point earlier of the Play Store and the App Store on Apple, like it's just them being more nurturing of the user experience within the game and allowing it to be more of a gamified experience that they've had, so that companies can actually make money and profit off this. Because at the end of the day, that's the thing that you're aiming for. And if you can't do that, no one's going to make a game on it. So I think once those environments become better, like you'll see more of this. But that's kind of the stance we're at.
Yeah, I think that's a very fair analogy at the moment. I think there are games in market that if your motivation is to earn, give you that opportunity. It's just we're in a bear market, so if it's based on a token, probably not earning very much, and it's just not sustainable right now. If you're talking about, for us, like mass market, like Gen Z gamers, is there this like killer Web3 game or DApp at the moment? No. It needs to be built, and there's an argument that it may actually not look too dissimilar to the games that they already play. It's just a question of doing some experimentation about what their motivation is to get out of the game. And you know what, maybe part of the answer is just making games that are just like fun to play as they always have been, and there is no earning expectation at all. It's just, we're just compounding more fun things we can do with blockchain now to make the social element a lot more enjoyable. The interoperability thing I'm really excited about, but you also need to be realistic. like there are billion-dollar games companies that have zero interest in opening up their platform and allowing in like content and IP from other games and, you know, sharing data from other games. So I think the sort of the companies I would be watching are, you know, a lot of these sort of like indie studios, just like in free to play. They're the ones that are really free to innovate in this space and break up the rule book because they don't have a board, they don't have a share price, they don't have, you know, might have investors, but that's where, you know, they're certainly the studios that I'm watching at the moment because there's just nothing restraining them from innovating.
Yeah, so I think there are as John mentioned, there are kind of two paths. One is taking something that's works already in Web2, layering on the Web3 elements, and then helping players see the value of that, right? But there's also, I think, an alternative path where new technology unlocks new business models and new ways to innovate. And I think about it from the transition between kind of premium PC games to free-to-play mobile games, right? So thinking Candy Crush as a specific example, they made like, I think 20 billion lifetime revenue, they just announced it a week ago. And there was always Match 3, there was always this type of game on PC, but it was premium and it wasn't a good platform for this game, right? There was Bejeweled, for example. It was a niche, it was, I mean, people played it, but it was a very small niche. And so I think in the very same way, when there's kind of changes in technology between something that's already quite established, again, today that's mobile free-to-play, but tomorrow it would be like blockchain Web3, then what sort of new play patterns does that enable? Are there anything that's maybe a bit more niche or a bit different from the Web2 space that could potentially really flourish now that it's kind of built in the Web3 space? So yeah, I think, again, that there are two kind of paths forward, and it's really unclear which one of these would make more sense, but I think we're actively exploring both.
Great, thank you. Just one more question and then we can go to the audience if you guys have any questions as well. So at the BGA we actually do an annual report to look at a lot of these challenges that we see in the current year and also what we can look out for in the year ahead. So I guess my next question is, what do you guys see for the coming year and for the future of Web3 gaming?
There'll be a lot of cool tech platform releases that come out. Like we have our own internally that is helping facilitate hopefully millions of players, but I think that's going to be the piece that helps us progress from like being where we are now to actually having like a true state of mass adoption where we have the tech that can facilitate the quantity of players we need. Because if you look at the current quantity of people using Web3, it's less than like what plays CSGO daily. So we're not really in a good spot from like proving the tech works yet in terms of internally from our own industry standpoint, never mind like actually being able to push that out. So I think the big advent's going to come from like these new either layer ones currently progressing or layer twos that have spun up and seeing what they kind of have to offer.
I think it's you're out in December, right? Yeah. I think it's great. I think we're, you know, as an industry now, I don't know how many billions has been poured into Web3 games, but I think it's exciting now. We're going to see the first, you know, actual proper playable slices of games being released. So I think that's really exciting to get a bit of sort of life and confidence back into Web3 gaming. You know, for our game genre, we hear there's a big announcement coming out from Google soon. So we're really interested to see how the App Store and Google policies evolve in this space, because I think that will be a tipping point for the sort of free-to-play market. And I just think the third area, which is, you know, for all of us working in Web3, it's just the sort of unknowns that have happened this year, and yeah, just trying to ignore those and just plan your business based on obviously what you can do now, but you've also got to hedge your bets a little bit. For us, it's kind of like, okay, so if Google or Apple make an announcement that would accelerate things, making sure that we're prepared for that, and we can, you know, designing our tech in a way that, okay, if they make this decision, it's very easy for us to move forward a lot quicker. So it's also trying to plan your sort of free-to-play mobile games for, yeah, like, you know, sort of making your bets on what you think some of this infrastructure is going to enable you to do moving forward as well.
Yep, yeah. I think it's scalability and tooling. So once a game gets into that kind of mainstream, large enough audiences, making sure that the blockchains themselves can support that speed, both in terms of number of transactions as well as finality. So that's, as a layer one, that's something that we are continuously working on. I think we hit 1 million TPS as a proof of concept recently. So again, we're making sure that we have the technical kind of framework to support all these successes when they come along. I think the next one is really around tooling. The goal is for us to make it as easy as possible for Web2 developers to build Web3 experiences without having dedicated blockchain engineers in their team. So we work with Unity for Unity SDK that basically, again, instead of abstracting the blockchain from players, we're abstracting it away from developers now. Of course, you want to do some super cool, some really deep concepts, you have to build it your own. But for newcomers, new people who are coming into play in this space, having this kind of easy onboarding for the developers is really important as well. So yeah, I think for us, it's scalability on the layer one side and then tooling to help more developers start in the space.
Great, thank you. I think we've got time for one or maybe two questions from the audience. I think there's a gentleman at the front who would like to ask a question with the cap on.
Yes, I'm curious about your sense of what VCs are looking for and at what stage of investment they're currently coming in.
Yeah, I mean, it really depends on your game, but I think my general observation is Web3 VCs are behaving like Web2 VCs now, which is good, right? So they, outside of, if you've got some killer team, they are looking for a playable version of the game. They're looking for retention metrics. Monetization metrics may be difficult depending on how you monetize your game. Some VCs will look at your ability to build a community, perhaps as a proxy for your ability to circumnavigate some distribution problems. But I think, generally looking at friends raising now, VCs want a playable slice and are looking for some metrics. So very, very Web2.
Yeah, like we just closed this 20 million Series A. So we're very, very familiar with what they want to see, and like John hit it. Like unless you can de-risk it with the fact that you have a fantastic team or you have a relationship with a publisher, it is some kind of metric that they want to see. They want to see like not necessarily for us monetization numbers, but like some level of retention, some level of like, hey, like we have the capacity to get a user in and keep them. So unless you have a playable version of the game or a great fucking team, you're not going to get any money. Or you can slap some AI on that and they'll put $100 million in it. But that's like a different story.
Yeah. I think, exactly. It's just the potential market of the game itself. I mean, it's always, but I think there's much more focus on the product itself now. So there are always like the different stages, right? So there's, if you already have a soft launch game with metrics, that's obviously the most important and the only thing that matters. Then you have a qualitative prototype that you can kind of make qualitative judgments on. And then obviously at the concept stage today, it's incredibly difficult, if not impossible, to find funding at that stage. I think, beyond that, that's the main, the product is really what everyone's looking at today.
The other piece of advice is there's a lot of voyeurism around raising VC capital, right? I think depending on the stage of your game, there are amazing angel investors and non-dilutive grants that are available that might be a much better fit for your stage of game. Because personally, I'm really bullish on games at the moment because there's not enough people making like specifically mobile games, right? Web 2 or Web 3, because everyone's using this excuse of, it's hard to do user acquisition. It's not, if you know what you're doing. So I think there is going to be, in a couple of years' time, a significant amount of M&A on both Web 2 and Web 3 of a certain type of game. And I know there's a lot of angels aggressively deploying cash into early stage games companies at the moment. So also have that think for your stage of game if you're VC ready, because you might not be. It's not to say you won't be, but you can waste a lot of time early on.
Yeah, and like to maximize your chance, like if you go later in the stage, like we are, try and keep your burn as low as possible. It's not always the best thing to do in terms of how much it'll cost to make the game, but like if you're actually just actively looking for VC funding, that is like one of the things that they look for. Like I wouldn't say all of them are clued up on how games get made. Sometimes the less you spend now, the more you spend later, which is definitely the case for us. Like if we save $20 million this year, it costs us $40 million next. So I think that's another piece to look at. It's like how much it's actually going to cost, and is that burn going to look good on the balance sheet for them, or is it going to look bad?
As a shameless plug, so Tezos, we do provide grants as well, so that's certainly a good option to explore.
Awesome, guys. We're going to have to wrap it up here, but thank you so much for your insights today. Thanks to everyone for listening. Thank you.
Thanks very much. So you know where to go if you need any money. That guy's got 20 million he just put in his back pocket, so maybe he'll want to sponsor your game. On a slightly more sort of serious note, it's worth bearing in mind that the cost of developing some of these games can be in excess of $100 million US. So therefore, it's no real surprise that the ability to try and monetize these games in a variety of different ways is kind of should be a taken. Again, looking at sort of the bigger picture of things, many of you would be familiar with the fact that most of you have a current account, you have a deposit account. And certainly if you start talking in the banking world, what they're looking at is giving you a third account, and that'll be a digital account. So this whole concept of having a wallet with memorable passwords and strings of other bits and bobs you've got to try and remember, it may well be a bit of a thing of the past, because if you can get money in and out of a digital account which is linked directly to your own sort of deposit or current account, then it makes this whole thing of earning money through digital experience much more useful. So right, James, we've got you're going to come and do a brief presentation and talk to us on the next topic. Thank you, James.
All right. Everyone hear me okay? So I've got 10 minutes. Hopefully it will be good use of your time to listen to these 10 minutes and explain how Google Cloud and Google more broadly can help you with your Web3 efforts, your Web3 businesses, your startups, and give you a little bit of insight into how far Google has come as a business with respect to its cloud efforts to actually enter this space gracefully with integrity and help you on your journey. So by way of brief introduction, I lead our overall global Web3 business in Google Cloud. I'm a senior engineering director at Google. Actually happen to be based in London, but our team is fully decentralized from Singapore, Bangalore, Zurich, London, New York, Seattle, Boulder, you name it, we're there, and obviously the Bay Area. And it's fairly unusual because to have a Google Cloud engineering team in Europe, for example, is not super common, especially in London, and we're really happy to have folks here. This was a journey, right? We've been working in the Web3 space for over 5 years, as you'll see in a minute. But we've been focused on first-party product and engineering for the last kind of 18 months or so. And what that means is Google itself is building Web3 capabilities as a company and not just having a go-to-market motion, right? And we will talk about how our startup program can help businesses, especially over the last year during the bear market. But I'd like to talk to you a little bit about where we've been to convince you that we are here to stay and we've been around for a while, okay? So let's talk about our mission. We want to be a fantastic place for developers to come and build their Web3 applications. So, at the end of the day, you still need compute, network, and storage when you're running a Web3 application, whether that's hosting a node, whether that's analyzing data off-chain. You may still run a traditional website, and you need somewhere to put that, right? And so we want to be a fantastic option for you to have that choice. We have millions of developers on GCP already, and if we're going to actually build for the future and a Web3 future, we're going to need to convert those millions of developers from Web 2 to being Web3 developers. They're going to need to have easier access to tooling, they're going to have easier access to data, they're going to need easier access to running nodes so that they can focus on the value differentiation that their business is going to bring, right? So not everyone needs to run a node. Google has its own fiber. That's an additive thing to Web3, right? We bring our own networks to the existing internet. That's additive. We have data centers in regions that don't have Ethereum nodes, Solana nodes, Polygon nodes, right? We can deploy nodes in those regions to underserved groups and communities. So we're very clear on why we're here. We're very clear on what we've been doing. We've come a long way over the last year, right? I remember 2020, 2021, if we tried to host an event at Consensus, I think we'd have been laughed out the room. This year, we had people queuing out of our building to attend our Web3 events. Women in Web3, what we've been doing from Hackathon's perspective, because we're an engineering company at heart, And this means that we can bring that open source mentality that Google's famous for, from TensorFlow through to Kubernetes, into the Web3 space as well. So I'll talk a little bit about that in just a minute. So looking back, I mean, maybe not everyone knows where we've been, but we joined the Hedera Governing Council all the way back in 2020. Since then, we've been working with everything from Web3 natives all the way through to central bank digital currencies, not just from a sales perspective or business development perspective, but from an actual engineering perspective as well. We've obviously done a lot of work with Dapper over the years. That's very well publicized. And then, of course, we've had other areas of Google outside of cloud show interest in this space, from YouTube and beyond. More recently, we've made commitments to be able to enable you as a customer to spin up, say, a Solana node on GCP at the click of a button. If you've ever run a Solana node, you know that that can be hard to do. The site reliability engineering of it, the DevOps of it, it's tough. It's a lot harder than an Ethereum node. So we're thinking about how we can leverage these partnerships to actually help folks like yourselves focus on your area of expertise. So we've also had relationships with Coinbase and more recently Polygon, as you can see on the slide. I was at Token in Singapore, whenever it was, a few weeks ago. And that's one event that we've been to this year. We've probably been to about a dozen events, consistently showing up. We probably went to even more last year. And that sentiment has changed towards what we're trying to do in this space. I think initially people were asking, why is Google here? You know, you're a Web 2 business, you're a Web 2 organization. What can Google possibly do in this space? But I try and remind people who'll listen to me, and not everyone chooses to, that we're just people, right? We're just engineers, and tons of Googlers have left to start Web3 businesses, and there's a lot of passion inside Google and Google Cloud to work on this technology. And so that's what we did, right? We wanted to make sure that we could have integrity in the space by building, not just by sitting on the sidelines. So let's look forward to the startups, right? So we have the startups program. I think I really just want to take a minute to land this, because I think if you haven't already taken advantage of our startups program, you should. Up to $200,000 in Google Cloud credits. That's helpful, especially in this market. But it goes way beyond that, right? So it goes beyond that with our partners. We have specific relationships with various partners around not just having access to Google Cloud credits to deploy your products and services on GCP effectively for free, but also access to their products and services for free. So Nansen is an example of one that has been building with us for a very, very long time on top of BigQuery. But this is the other set of partners that we have, right? A lot of layer ones from Aptos, BaseNow, Celo, Flow, Polygon, but also ThirdWeb, also Alchemy, right? So if you are users of those products to help build your business, whether that's getting access to JSON RPC node infrastructure or building out know your customer capabilities so that you can look at how your gamers on your game, linking to the last panel, are using your application, then you can use their products and services for free via our startups program as well. So we're really well connected into the ecosystem in the Web3 native core. So what are we building? So blockchain node engine, this enables you through a UI, a CLI, an API to deploy various blockchain nodes, whether it's mainnet, testnet, soon to be released Polygon, proof of stake, Solana, and we have Ethereum in general availability today in the 3 major regions across the globe, right? North America, Europe, and Asia. So you don't have to run that node. We'll run that node for you. It's flat rate pricing, billed by the minute. You can have a full node, an archival node, and we're bringing to market soon the ability to make that node more convenient for staking as well. So if you're really into staking, and that's an important part of what you do in your business, you can use these nodes for staking. We will guarantee the uptime. We will take on that responsibility. Okay? We're bringing Google engineering that we're famous for to this space. Indexing, right? So when I was thinking about what we should build in this world, what could we do in a way that probably wouldn't get people's backs up against the wall? What could we do that people would accept and think is useful? So running infrastructure and helping people do search are things that I think Google's very well known for. So for the past 5 years, we've had a community-led offering of folks who have been indexing data on GCP, putting it into BigQuery, which is our analytics database. Many of you will be familiar with BigQuery. And you can just query blockchain data on BigQuery. You don't have to run the node. You don't have to do the egress or the ETL pipeline. You don't have to take the ABI of the smart contract and look at that in more detail yourself. You can just go straight to BigQuery and access that data. And so that was a community-led offering for a long time with various folks like yourselves out there doing that on GCP, and we supported it. But we also have now a first-party offering covering a ton of new blockchains that we recently announced. So the press has just gone out, I think, a week or 2 ago. These are the new ones that we brought as a first-party capability run by Google. Like, we run those nodes. We pass that data. and then we deploy that data into BigQuery for you to access. So if you want to start knowing what's happening on chain without having to build that data infrastructure yourself, you can do it right now. You can just sign up, and you don't even have to pay for storing the data. We store the data for free. You just pay for what you query. Where could this go? So this is not something we're building actively, but this is an idea we had. Like, what if you don't even want to get involved in Web3? You're a Web2 organization, maybe you're a Web2 games company, but every time an event happens on chain between two wallets, maybe it's a specific contract that's invoked, you want to trigger something, right? So what if we're running the node, we're running the pipeline, we're running the real-time data on PubSub, and when a filter is passed, that specific transaction calls a cloud function. And that cloud function could be written in Java, JavaScript, Python, and it just calls one of your business internal APIs. You haven't had to do any Web3 plumbing. What if something like that was into the market? And so we've been thinking about many ideas of how we could take this forward, but I invite you guys to guide us because we want to be where our customers are. We do a lot of Web3 training and advocacy amongst the institutions, amongst the SMBs and corporates that are already on GCP. We run that in our offices. We do various events globally. And again, we also love participation from natives who can come and showcase what they're working on alongside us so that we actually can make more people aware of how best to take part in the Web3 ecosystem. So this is an important part for us, given our role within the internet more broadly. And then I would say maybe a little less sexy, but very important from my perspective into the future growth of where Web3 needs to be in the future. When we stop calling it Web3 and Web2, and it's just the web again, then we've got mass adoption. And to get mass adoption, we're going to need participation from existing institutions. Whether you like it or not, we need to recognize that we live in societies with norms and existing capabilities, and we need to bring them in, not push them out. So how can we help central bank digital currencies and stablecoin providers not just have 10,000 transactions per second, but why aren't we aiming for 10 million transactions per second, right? We want to help in every way we can, and so these are some of the examples of things we're thinking about with central bank digital currency in mind. And I've already mentioned open source, but you're going to probably see more from us. We've been doing research internally around zero-knowledge proofs, around scalability. What can we put out into the ecosystem that will enable you guys to continue building in that open source fashion that Google is so famous for? So quick whirlwind tour of what we've been doing, what we're about, how you can take advantage of our services. That's it. That's 10 minutes. That's it from me. Thank you for your attention.
Blimey, couldn't we give him more than 10 minutes? $200,000 he's up for offer, and they're going to build a central bank digital currency. It's quite a lot to take on board, but there you go. Okay, so sticking with the panel, we've now got, I can't see, Jamie, you in the room? Yep, okay, if I can ask you to come on up, Jamie, along with Ethan, and blimey, it's a bit like Star Trek almost, redefining tomorrow. Heard a lot about sort of AI, Web3, and the Metaverse, so Ethan and Jamie are going to talk us about that and some of the things that they see happening over the next few years. So over to you guys. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. How is everyone? Doing okay? How's the energy? I had a little tube trouble, so I just got here. So you all seem, it's great. It's a huge full room. Is Zebu off to a good start for you? All good? Okay, so it's still early, not enough coffee. How is everybody doing today? Good? So that was almost all the way there, but we have a rock star on stage that I want us to learn a ton from. So how is everybody doing today in the room? I think we're good. Alrighty. So, well, we're going to dive right in because we have 30 minutes and we have 4 hours worth of stuff that we can talk about. So we're going to go right into this thing. So Jamie Burke, who here knows Jamie? Raise your hand. Who knows of Jamie? Who here has gone out to dinner with Jamie and had drinks and all that? Okay, well, we're going to fix that. But so Outlier Ventures is obviously an OG in the space. You've done 275 investments into everything around crypto and Web3. So I wanted to give you a chance to introduce yourself and just kind of who is Jamie, and then we'll get into all the other cool stuff that you do and work on. My name is Ethan Pierce, so why am I having this conversation with Jamie? I do a couple different things. I'm based in Paris, so I don't get to see all of you lovely London ecosystem people very often, but here we are. I have Borderless Ventures, which is investment syndicates into Web3 and AI. I do a lot of advisory work with brands trying to leverage Web3 and understand that. I get to meet lovely people like you once or twice a week somewhere in the world, so I pretty much live on a plane. And if you've ever heard of the NFT Factory Paris, it's the largest physical art gallery for digital art in the world and the HQ of Paris's Web3 ecosystem. If you're ever in town, we'd love to meet you there. I'm one of the co-founders. We're 128, so there's a lot of us like Ledger and SoRare and the Sandbox and things like that. But anyways, that's the very quick reason why I get to have a conversation with Jamie, and I'm going to let you tell us who's Jamie.
Well, yeah, so sadly I can't really remember that much of a time pre-crypto and Web3. Outlier Ventures and I have been in the space nearing a decade now, so a decade next year, through all of its various cycles. And, you know, we've of course evolved with that. So as of probably half of that journey, we've been an accelerator. We've always been an early stage investor, so working with founders at pre-seed or seed stage, you know, typically pre-issuance of a token or a network. And yeah, somewhere through that journey, maybe 5 years or so now, we felt that the ecosystem was maturing enough that we could kind of move up the stack from just working in more of a kind of deep tech framing. Deep tech's when you're looking at things in a kind of very long-term investment perspective, almost R&D stage. And we felt that the industry was maturing enough that we could start to invest at the middleware layer, at the application layer, effectively where Web3 would begin to be applied to particular industry verticals and begin to be commercialized. So fast forward to now, as you say, we're at about 275 investments from all around the world. We are headquartered out of London, but by no means limited to the UK or Europe. Actually represents a relatively small subset of our portfolio. The accelerator is entirely virtual, and that's by design. It's of course an accident of COVID, but by design that we've stuck with it. And that's really because it enables us to work with founders wherever they are in the world. Rather than bias towards pre-existing ecosystems like a Silicon Valley or even a London. And that's led us to back founders from everywhere from Nigeria to the Philippines, you know, you name it, wherever they are in the world, and of course often working in distributed teams. The kind of final thing I'd say on that is one of the benefits of operating at that scale is it now gives us data that is statistically relevant, you know. So when we look at the proportion of startups applying to our program, we look at the themes that they're working on, different approaches that they're taking, and then of course our maturing portfolio of startups and where they're having success or where they're struggling in go-to-market. It really gives us a very unique perspective on what's going on in the industry, and it allows us to translate that to the founders that we work with. And so that gives us kind of very powerful network effects in terms of the startups, the mentors, the investments, but also the kind of knowledge that we develop in-house.
And so if you follow Jamie on LinkedIn and places like that, you'll see there's a lot of thought leadership that's come out of this and a lot of ideas you've tried to champion. And one of those is this thesis that you created a couple years ago on the open metaverse, which is still, I think, one of the defining ideas of how you're building what you want to build. Maybe you could walk us through what you mean by the open metaverse, and then we're going to walk through some of those ideas, but how would you define that?
Yeah.
What are those ideas?
Yeah, so kind of linked to what I was just saying earlier about this very unique vantage point that we have looking at early stage startups, emergent trends before they get executed on, they translate into startups, they translate into investment and companies that are kind of high growth. So, you know, we're usually always, the sweet spot is to be about 6 months ahead of a trend. But at the same time, you know, by speaking to startups, by working with founders, you come upon what we believe to kind of be truths in a way, truths about Web3, and the challenge, of course, is timing them. You know, when will they translate into a high growth startup? But actually, so every so often we'll release a thesis. We don't kind of just do it every year arbitrarily. It's usually when we feel we've established a material trend that we think will inform a material period of time. So that could be, you know, the next 5 years, the next decade. So I think we've released 4 of these, a couple maybe we'll talk about later that predated the Open Metaverse, which was the convergence of AI and Web3, of course something that's becoming increasingly obvious now. I think we wrote that thesis paper about 7 years ago. Open Metaverse was, I always get confused because of COVID, like let's say 3 years ago. And that was before Meta, it was before NFTs kind of went mainstream. And that's because it was a phrase that we heard coming up when startups were trying to contextualize what they were doing. And so we thought, well, actually, what does Web3 mean in the context of the metaverse, more immersive environments, be it virtual, be it augmented reality, for work, social, and play? And so we spent a lot of time with our in-house team of experts, about 75 people that span token design, regulation, technical analysts, translating what that meant. And the distillation of it really is that we feel as the web is becoming increasingly immersive and we move away from just a mobile device to augmented glasses or more immersive environments with VR, that increasing amounts of economic activity are going to be carried out in platforms. And the question is, how do we make sure that we don't just entrench the existing Web2 business models and their kind of extractive, monopolistic behaviors? And then also, how do we make sure that these virtual environments, when you consider them as places where economic activity is carried out versus just somewhere you go and have fun, how do we make sure that they are inclusive? And so we believe that a lot of the kind of fundamentals of Web3, the design principles of Web3, ideally would be baked into these new immersive worlds. So sovereignty is a key one of those. How do you ensure that the users of these environments have sovereignty of their identity, their associated data, metadata, but increasingly forms of digital wealth. And so I think it's fairly understood now, but the idea that whether you have tangible or intangible forms of digital wealth, how could they be recognized by a financial system in the way that even today, you could have many millions worth of forms of digital wealth in skins or whatever, but you couldn't go into a bank to get an emergency loan, you couldn't get a mortgage, you're effectively financially excluded. And if we look at generational wealth, most kind of newer generations' wealth is almost entirely digital or significantly digital. So it makes no sense that there's all this economic activity happening, there's billions of dollars of wealth, and yet somehow it's not recognized by the financial system. And so for us, if we can translate that into actual digital wealth that then can be unlocked in forms of DeFi, peer-to-peer markets, where people can take out loans, then that would allow for a boom in economic activity, but also increasing forms of financial inclusion. Linked to that, of course, then is this idea of the composability of Web3 and the transferability of that wealth. And again, it could be as simple as identity and data, and the ability to monetize that all the way through to other forms of digital wealth in the context of NFTs. But the idea is that not only they would be interoperable across platforms, but they would be, that kind of stems from this transferability. Now, the interoperability piece is key, and I think a lot of people have almost given up on it now, because it's a very hard problem to solve, this kind of promise of in-game items or whatever it may be, being able to be moved across environments, played in different environments. And actually, it's one of those really hard problems, like identity, by the way, decentralized identity, that when it's solved, very quickly catalyzes because of the network effects. And so at the moment, most people's dismissive of the open metaverses, they've kind of moved on from it. They've dismissed it as this COVID fad. We've invested in, of the 275 startups that we've invested in, I'd say, there's a good 1/3 of those that are related to the open metaverse specifically. And many of those now have built the infrastructure and the middleware that's beginning to catalyze. And so we've got Crucible, we've got Futureverse, We've got people like crypto avatars whose technology is now starting to catalyze and are starting to be able to integrate, collaborate with one another. And you're going to start to see, I believe, the open metaverse, the benefits of the open metaverse really kick in from probably next year. A number of really deep, immersive games, AAA grade games are going to happen. And then very quickly, it's going to be obvious that the open metaverse is going to be very difficult to compete with in a siloed way. Any one game studio, any one gaming platform can't possibly compete with this kind of global network of developers.
And when we look at the technical limitations of some of the experiential side of, if we really go down the metaverse piece of this, I've been rather bearish on the topic just because I don't feel like a lot of the world's ready to live in a Minecraft, looking thing or whatever. And then Apple comes out with the Vision Pro, which for me won't necessarily go down that path, but just I think that's a sign that 5 years from now, the quality of the environments that we'll be able to have immersively, because the developers and Apple figuring out a way to make this more consumer friendly and all that, that's going to be fun. It seems like all these things are kind of converging, but one of the really underlying themes in what you've talked about with Web3 and the metaverse and all this is trust. Especially if we bring in generative AI and all the content creation and all the things we're looking at. Whether it's our personal, our professional, our financial transactions, trust is going to be really important. What are your thoughts on creating this identity layer to be able to understand that content is true and real, that those assets are really ours, and that the our in that is really actually me, that identity layer? What are your thoughts on how we move forward with that in a privacy compliant way as well?
Yeah, I maybe to kind of just close off on that last point around the timing piece. So it comes down to the definition of the open metaverse. So most people think of the open metaverse only in the context of virtual reality, or only when AR is entirely ubiquitous. And of course, that's all very hardware dependent, and hardware takes time. It takes a lot of money to come through. And that's a good thing, because actually what we're trying to do now, a lot of the protocols and the middleware and the infrastructure, we have time as builders in Web3 to build rails and an architecture and the fundamentals for this digital economy that are aligned to the web that we want to see. We have time before the hardware belonging to select few platforms kicks in and might tend towards monopolies. And we probably get into this a little bit later, the dangers of Web 2.5. We're kind of in this transitory phase at the moment, and there are risks that we get stuck in Web 2.5. But identity is actually one of those kind of critical things. So we did our first identity investment in a blockchain context probably back in 2015, and then a second one in 2016. And decentralized identity, for me, is perhaps the most important thing you can be working on in Web3 now, arguably, I think, in the entirety of the web. Because we can't have Web3 without a decentralized form of identity. We're reliant upon intermediaries to identify ourselves, centralized intermediaries. And some people might say, well, that's okay, we already do that in the world, we're identifying ourselves, we trust various entities to carry that out. But there is a cost to trust. Trust and a lack of trust, especially in the context of identity, actually slows down economic activity. So if you remove the friction of trust and the friction of proving who you are, more economic activity can be carried out. So there's like a very powerful argument to be able to come up with a form of identity where you're not always having to do the same thing multiple times with centralized intermediaries doing it in a very analog way. So putting aside Web3 and everything else, just a kind of effective form of digital identity that can also comply in certain instances in a regulatory context is going to unleash a huge amount of economic activity. Now, of course, I guess many people in this room would advocate that should be done in a Web3 context. That doesn't necessarily mean all of that's going to happen on chain. In fact, there's a very good argument to say there's a lot of things you don't want to be happening on chain in the context of identity, because blockchains are inherently public, and therefore you are forcing a user into public by default. Actually, what you want to do is to have a lot of things happen off-chain, but then some kind of verification to prove that that thing's happened as a reference on-chain. And so there's actually lots of really interesting things happening in identity right now. And I think zero-knowledge technology is creating an infrastructure that's going to rapidly accelerate that. So for those that aren't aware about ZK and zero-knowledge technology, it allows you to prove things. Well, it has many use cases and is very generalized, but it allows for things to happen in a cost-efficient way and in a privacy by default way. And so there's certain things you want to do, both as a consumer and as a corporation, where you want privacy by default. There's a lot of things companies will never do on a public blockchain, which is why they're always trying to build their own like private blockchains. But there's also a lot of things you as a user don't want to identify yourself with. The idea that your wallet becomes your identity, I think, is very dangerous. You're connecting financial with social. We almost walked into a nightmare with Instagram and them trying to connect your Facebook metadata, which is all of your social, with your financial on-chain data. It creates lots of security vulnerabilities as well. So zero-knowledge technology will effectively allow you to prove things about who you are, so attest things, to have those verified in a privacy preserved environment, and then maybe link to the proof that that's happened, which you might want to put on chain. And all of that can happen in a very cost-effective way versus kind of an on-chain transaction. And so effectively, you can imagine that things can be proved about yourselves either by yourself, maybe even by an agent, an AI that might represent you in the future. It can carry out various microtransactions. And you can choose who you're going to prove that transaction's carried out to. So you could carry out KYC and AML in a private environment, and then you just have an attestation that that's been carried out that might allow you to then use a DeFi protocol without revealing any of that underlying personal data to that protocol. And so that really unlocks the power of Web3, the promise of Web3, the promise of DeFi, but in a privacy by design environment.
And so one of the reasons then that's going to be so important is, as you mentioned with Web 2.5, this idea that we have legacy systems, all the main platforms that we already use, all the stuff that already exists, and we want to bring those into a decentralized future, but the reality is it's just going to be a more decentralized future for the time being. It's not going to be completely. So this idea of Web 2.5, if we've got our driver's license that's now a digital asset, our insurance for the car or the car's title, our apartment's title, our school diplomas, if we have all these things like that from that world, well, that's a marriage of legacy systems in Web3. Then all of a sudden our digital collectibles, our digital twins of the physical goods that we happen to own, everything that we do with rewards and loyalty programs, all of the ways that brands are looking at leveraging Web3, and we're going to end up all these assets, these digital assets in a wallet that is our identity, for better or for worse. What are your thoughts? Because Web 2.5 sometimes is a very offensive topic to a lot of Web3 purists, a lot of maximalists in the space, because that's not what we want to see. But you can't expect to actually get to Web 3 unless we marry these systems. So what are your thoughts about Web 2.5, where we're at, and what we need to do to move on?
Yeah, well, and to the point around ZK, or kind of decentralized forms of identity, the reality is the majority of ways that we identify ourselves aren't even digital today. They're not even Web 2. They're analog. It's like paper-based. And then you might have some forms of Web 2 with social logins and stuff, and that's really it. But yeah, if you look at Web 2.5, so Web 2.5 for us, working with early-stage founders, hundreds of them every year. Look, any sensible founder, even if they start off with a very strong Web3 ethos, are just trying to build a startup, right? They're trying to solve a problem with as little friction as possible to become a high-growth startup, attract venture capital maybe, and go on to be a kind of category leader or create a category. And so being a Web3 founder is really hard. Creating a Web3 startup is really hard because being a founder is hard generally. Most will fail. honorably in their first 2 years of existence. But then in Web3, you have technical risk, like the things you're building aren't quite ready, and maybe this protocol is no longer in vogue, or the team stopped building on its core infrastructure. You have the regulatory risk. You have all these forms of risk that you've got to navigate. And so, if we kind of look at the kind of technical side, you're just trying to build a product. And if you try and build a Web3 product out of the gate, in this current environment with the limitations of most of the kind of the Web3 stack, then you're going to have a product with friction, probably too much friction for the average user. And so effectively, you have to make compromises. Even though your long-term goal might be to create this fully decentralized, DAO-governed startup, the reality is today, you need a relatively centralized team to execute on product, take feedback in. You want to close money, deploy it into high growth, and you want to create a product with minimal friction. And so you're going to have to make these compromises, and those compromises will generally tend to centralization, right? Because that's just the quickest way to solve a problem. And it creates a product that's perhaps more familiar to the average user. Now, many of these challenges are being optimized away, or they're being abstracted away by lots of people building Web3 middleware, a category that we continually invest in. But if you're just building at the application layer, you're going to have to make these compromises. And so that's great, and we encourage it, right? The challenge and risk is that as we try to increase adoption of Web3 at the protocol layer all the way up to the application layer, these compromises harden, and we end up not with a transitory state of moving from Web 2 to Web 3, but a permanent Web 2.5 with this kind of compromised state. And so we did an analysis of this in a paper that we released called The Open Metaverse Under Attack. And so this vision of the Open Metaverse for us, which is a fully Web 3 enabled version of an increasingly immersive web, is in some areas stalling and is in some ways being directly under attack in a regulatory context. So actually, for example, stablecoins are incredibly centralized. In many instances, they are not censorship resistant. So you can, if you fall out of favor in a particular jurisdiction, for whatever reason, be blocked from carrying out stablecoins. You can have transactions frozen. Now, that might be very good in certain instances, and in others, incredibly damaging to an open economy. And actually, it continues all the way up. Even in ETH2, there are now various ways with MEV where things will tend towards centralization in terms of how the network's being used. And these all bring inherent risks. And so what we try to do with founders is to understand that design decisions can have long-term effects, to navigate these trade-offs in a way where they can deliver a product that people can use, and at the same time still have a pathway to realize whatever their vision of a Web3 startup and application is. But the problem is that Web 2.5 is much easier to limit, restrict, and capture in a regulatory context. And so that's why we believe certain governments tend towards supporting a better of two evils in their minds, which is big tech. Well, let's just continue to support big tech. Okay, they're assholes, but there are assholes, right? We can stop Zuckerberg from launching Libra. We can limit them in certain ways. They can get around that in others, but we can effectively enforce whatever our kind of political will is upon them because they require it. And they can't do that with Web3, and they can't do that with DeFi. They can limit on and off ramps, but they can't actually control what's happening on chain. Now, again, we're seeing Tornado Cash and its developers being arrested by Interpol. Very scary state of being, that you can create a generalized technology and be arrested for how somebody uses it. So we are by no means out of the water, but I think we are now big enough where we are a risk, we are a threat to established orders. That has risks on builders. Some builders have a higher risk tolerance than others in how far they want to push that line. And really, we're just here to help founders navigate those trade-offs.
So I think we've answered 3 of my 7 questions, and we have 2 minutes left. So I'm fast-forwarding just a little bit, but that was excellent. And no, there's no criticism in that at all. But there was just 2 things that I wanted to make sure we cover in the time we have. So you've got like 30 seconds for each of them. The first one is the fact that Gen I and AI in general is kind of the new cool kid on the block. Everybody's kind of like hashtag Web3 is. But the reality is there's a great Venn diagram of how Web3 and AI work together to create the future of content and the future of identity and how all this works. So love your thoughts on that, and then we'll close after that with you have moved on from the CEO and founder of Outlier to be a chairman. So I'd love to just hear the thoughts on that. So
great, all right.
On to you.
47 seconds. So, I mean, Web3 and AI is in vogue now. It's actually been core, as I said a little bit earlier, to what we've been doing at Outlier. First paper was a convergence paper. We wrote that in about 2016. And that was because if you imagine the future of the web, which for us is Web3, how can you possibly imagine that without AI? Now, our thinking back then was by no means as evolved as it is now, but the base thesis is this, that all roads lead to Web3. Because actually, the more we see advances in AI, the more it's popularized, the more we see the output of AI and how disruptive that can be to particular industries, around IP, for example, or truth in the context of the internet, and being able to say what's real and what's not. Really, you need a trust machine. And of course, what is Web3? It is a trust machine. We've got a decade-year of technology here, primed. And I think AI is going to help people connect the dots as to why we need a trust machine, both in terms of the provenance of the input that goes into AI and how things are being trained. Lots of companies are now suing AI organizations for training their models that they commercialize on other people's data. The second thing is the computation. How can we trust what the process that's taken place? And then the final thing is the output, the content, the training models and everything else. And then wrapped around that is how all that's owned. How is the value that's created in the AI ecosystem, how is that shared, distributed, and owned? And so we don't have time to talk about it now in -1 minute, but basically there's a lot of thinking that's gone into this, and I think that whilst AI might feel like it's taking attention away from Web3, I think actually it's going to bring everybody back to Web3 by detour. Final question is a little bit easier to answer.
What's next for Chairman Jamie?
So yeah, almost a decade in crypto, an outlier. It's got no hair, you know, it's been pretty stressful experience. But the honest answer is now, you know, at Outlier, we are a very different organization than we were when I first joined. I am a founder by heart. I'm a CEO by accident. And so I've been devolving a lot of operational stuff over the last year to various people in our team. Natalie, who's the COO, and kind of leads up people and process. Ben, who's been leading product. And so now all that's in place. The kind of final piece was appointing a CEO to kind of take over the overall business and allow me to mature to chairman and their work much more closely with our growing portfolio. So yeah, 275 startups, probably about 400 founders now in the portfolio. We're adding a couple of hundred every year. And so I just want to know them better. I want to support those that are getting the most traction. And so being chairman allows me to do that.
I think that's absolutely brilliant, and what a great history, what a great story, and what a great future coming to all that. Please give a huge round of applause for our guest, Jamie Burke. And if it's not on Twitter, it didn't happen, so we all have to do our selfies, because if it's not on X, you know, Elon will get mad. So, and then let's do one with you in the background, because I think that's a great thing as well, just to say, hey, Zebu, and thanks, Jamie. Everybody give us a woo! And not much energy there, but we'll do one more time. Hey, how you doing? Okay, we'll stop there. Thank you so much. Have a great day.
Sorry for hijacking.
You're amazing. That was brilliant.
Nice to see you. Okay, so not quite sure how the Romans would feel about Jamie saying all roads lead to Web3. I thought that was always all roads lead to Rome, but there you go. Really interesting. Jamie's got a lot of experience and knowledge, obviously, in this sector. I know he's around for a little bit, so do recommend trying to catch up with him afterwards. So next, we've got Dirt coming up. Dirt's chairman of Open Metaverse Alliance and also co-founder of Upland. So you're going to talk to us about building an open metaverse, Dirt. So welcome to the stage.
All right, hi everyone. Yeah, my name is Dirk Lüth, co-founder, co-CEO of Upland. Just curious, raise by hands, who has heard about Upland? A few people, okay. So I'm going to talk about a little bit, the open metaverse, what we just heard with Jamie also, but also how to actually do it, to build something here. All right, so we know that the problems of Web3, we've heard it many times, that, there's a lack of true ownership, actually users gives up the data, and, the technical differences, and all these problems which we have. When we then go to Web3, is actually, or the open metaverse is actually where we say, okay, first of all, we need to have the right mindset for contributors, because the risk of we having is that all the Web3 builders start to build their own style or their own app again, and they don't want to give up on others, right? Then competition with other Web3 applications. But this is very important when you want to be part of the open metaverse. Then we talk about progressive decentralization, was also part of the talk before, because people, we cannot start immediately with everything 3.0, because just technically it's impossible to do that. So you have to gradually slowly move into it. That also means when you develop standards, it takes a while, right? First of all, you have those standards, you create maybe multi-portability, you can go from one world to the other, or interoperability when it becomes really ubiquitous, you can use it everywhere. But at the end of the day, you want to really the user to be in control of everything, the user should be in the center. But you cannot just start, something on top and then go top down. You have to start somewhere. You have to start with an app, and that's actually what we say. We have to start somewhere, and that's what we did actually with Upland. We're somehow the OG in the space. We launched in closed beta already in 2019. But our mission is to really build together with others, right? It's not just us, but really the largest digital open economy.
You've seen the llama, you've seen the hype, you've seen Upland, and now it's time to jump in. So what is Upland? Upland is the super app that is powering an ecosystem of players, creators, developers, entrepreneurs, and brands in the open metaverse. It is fast becoming the central home and hub for many diverse communities and players to elevate their digital life. Technology is changing the way we interact with each other, the things we do online, the economy. Technology is changing it all, and Upland is at the forefront of that change. The Upland Metaverse is a new land of opportunity, creativity, and diversity. Upland is a global community of players from all over the world, and we're on a mission to build the largest open digital economy where people can choose from a wide variety of possibilities. Racing, esports, music, and even football communities are coming together in Upland and creating deep connections with each other and brands in a way that's never been possible before. Upland empowers players to pursue their passions and build their lives and businesses, all with true ownership. In Upland, anyone can buy, build on, and flip virtual real estate. Players can collect and sell sports memorabilia from their favorite athletes. They can build their dream house or a factory. They can even create a business with Upland Meta Ventures and sell their digital assets to others. Players can own, drive, sell, and race the car of their dreams. They can explore games and experiences that use Upland as a discovery gateway and connect to its economy. Players can collect, sell, and show off artwork, connect and socialize with old and new friends, and so much more. In Upland, we really are creating for the open metaverse together and rebuilding the world block by block, and we're doing it with creators and players just like you.
All right, so I have to really rush. I had only 10 instead of 15 minutes, but explaining a little bit where we stand. So we sold over 6 million NFTs so far. We have over 3 million registered accounts. Our people coming back quite often, so 60% D7 retention was important for a game. We're based in Silicon Valley, and as I said, we launched an open beta actually in 2020. So our strategy was always to focus on a mass market. You might have heard less about us. Everyone heard about Decentraland and Sandbox, but we always said we want to go not just after crypto aficionados, after normal people also. Let's say we said a mobile first. So from day one, from 2020 on, we were actually in iOS and Android stores, right? That was also very unique because the way we constructed the whole app. We were hiding all the complicated blockchain stuff, so our users don't have to deal with passphrases and keys and so on. And we allow our users to pay our in-app currency with US dollars, PayPal, credit card, but they also can extract monetary value. So like, you know, by selling the NFTs to other players for US dollars, you have to go through KYC for that. But overall, you know, like this, they exchange for over $10 million already. And what is most important, because we're a US-based company, we really want to be regulatory compliant. Result is that we have attracted a lot of non-crypto users. So we started out, actually, basically, we took the idea of monopoly, we took the real world, and then, you know, everyone understands it, and of course, then we put it on the blockchain. So we are right now in over 30 cities, mainly in the US, a few in South America, 4 in Europe. London's actually open, and in Tokyo, you don't have to be in those cities to play, you just purchase land there. And then you can build on it, you earn starting a yield, you complete a collection, and then you can increase actually your yield. So very quickly, the player experience is as the following. So first of all, you download the app, you see your globe, you zoom in. So like here, you zoom into New York, you zoom in even further, and you see this little property. And you can say, hey, I want to buy this property. Right now, it costs 7.5 million UPEX, which is $7,500. So New York is very expensive, as London is, but we also Detroit is where you can purchase land for maybe $2 or $3. But today, Upland is what we call a Metaverse super app. It's basically we're giving the users a broad set of capabilities, what they can do. Not everything is loading here, unfortunately. But as you can see, they can socialize. They can go in 3D rooms, 3D cafes, hang out together, right? They can run and operate their shops there. They can play, race cars, play football. There's so much things, but they're always coming together in doing things, in communities or so-called nodes. But the user is at the center of everything. So either you have an avatar, your Ready Player Me avatar, or also your game piece for different purposes. So what is very important is really for us to have this engaged community. So as you can see here, this little video, what happened in Las Vegas. We actually, in June, we had over, people coming from all over the world, flying in Japan, Australia, Israel, to Las Vegas, just to be with us and to celebrate, our actually annual Genesis Week, how we call it. So even though we are currently in a market downturn, we constantly sell out everything we promote, right? Sometimes it takes a little bit longer. Of course, it's a little bit less the activity than it was in early 21. But when we launch a new city, which is very competitive, we're selling it out very quickly. Or when we're selling new cars, they're selling out. Also, we have a partnership with FIFA. So if you want to get to the goal of Messi's goal, you have to go actually to Upland to buy it as an NFT. So that's the place where you can get it. So this makes us now by far the largest metaverse out there. Now you're surprised, oh, never heard about Upland, some of you maybe, but that's actually a fact when you take the landowners. So, when you take the 3 largest other metaverses which are out there, we're still 5 times larger. So we have roughly 300,000 landowners at the moment. We have bought a system of ecosystem stakeholders besides the players. So one is what we call entrepreneurs. They can run and operate so-called meta ventures. Just like in the real world, you have a shop where you can sell either your own digital assets or you sell other people's assets on their behalf. So you can do that. Then we have, of course, the creators who can use generative AI if they want, of course, externally, right? But they design stuff and they can give it to the entrepreneurs who then sell it for you. Then we have a lot of partners. I mentioned FIFA. In the US, we have the NFLPA, we have UNICEF, and a few others we're working with. And because we are a Metaverse super app, we launched our third-party developer platform where you can now connect Web 2 and Web 3 applications directly to Upland. And I know that user acquisition is a big problem for most users, for most companies. You can actually benefit from our economy and our users because they can actually go into your experience, and it's completely your own experience. It doesn't have to look like Upland. People just taking their assets with them, right? Which is quite groundbreaking. I think no one is really doing it out there. So I'll give you one concrete example. So everything we do around cars. So in Upland, we have car racing. So you can buy a car, then you can, you can have a shop. And very soon we also introduce, where you have to actually take a car when you want to go from A to B. So for instance, right now, when you want to go from San Francisco to New York, you actually have to take a plane. It takes money and time. On purpose, it's part of the gamification. We built that in. But we're creating this vast this car economy where actually you can have maybe designers who design the car, they manufacture the cars, then you have showrooms, which these are actually shops already. Not all of that is already existing, but you get to just either you're a player or an entrepreneur, you create your own income, not by speculating, but by creating value on the platform. Also, you can connect, we're currently talking to a few, to connect the third-party racing game to Upland. Then last but not least, we of course also want to be sustainable open. One is, we are on the, we want to be a carbon negative metaverse, so we've done that in the past, we continue doing that, and we have a lot of partnerships, with UNICEF, Breast Cancer Association, Susan G. Komen, and also we're supporting very strongly Ukraine. Also because we have over 70 people in the Ukraine, of course, we're really feeling with them. Then also we're pushing a lot the open metaverse. I mentioned the developer platform where users can go into one world and come back. So that's one thing. We have a token portal as a player, so you can actually export your token to OpenSea or whatever and can import them back. That's also something which is live. Then we co-founded and I'm currently chairman of the Open Metaverse Alliance for Web3. So you see the URL on the bottom here, oma3.org. So what is important here, we're together with Yuga Labs, with Animoca Brands, Decentraland, Sandbox, they're all in there in the board. And we're trying really, what we're trying to do, and I have actually my colleagues speaking here soon on the panel as well, is really to bring forward the idea of that, everything's interoperable, that you can walk easily as a user, you're at the center from one world to the other. So we launched, for instance, portaling demo now, so where you're in one world and then you see actually already the other world while you're in the same world. It's very exciting. Then you just jump through that portal. It's not live yet, of course, but we're still working around that. But there's a lot of, stay tuned, a lot of interesting announcements for the whole Web3 economy coming soon. Then we also started as Upland another initiative which is called Species. You see here species.io, all bounced. And the idea is you can go there, there's a Swiss foundation. When you want to create a standard for life in the metaverse, you want to start maybe a gorilla or a dog or a plant, you can do that, not just for Upland, but for all of the metaverse. So that's currently in the making also. Last but not least, bringing forward, I wrote a book, Navigating Metaverse, which is a bestseller. And then also with Dean Takahashi from VentureBeat, I did the podcast, so if you want to listen into that. So then the latest news is, as a US company, we actually never had a tradable token. That's the reason you heard less about us, because we have to be very compliant with US regulation. However, in the context of the Ripple ruling, there's a new opportunity now. And we just announced, just to our community, we didn't make a big press release around it yet, our white paper. And the idea is that we have a token which is called Spark, which is a token you need to build something in Upland. So when we want to build a house, you need to stake Spark. The more you build, the faster, the more you stake, the faster you build. You can also stake for others. So, but the end of the day is, you create worlds, create manufacture assets with it, and so on. And the nice thing is, we launched it already 2 years ago, and we have over 130,000 stockholders. And our idea is to actually, the people can export it to Ethereum. Then we divide it, actually, because today, one Spark was $460. It's quite a lot when you want to launch one unit. So we're going to divide it by 1,000, right? And then we're going to have 1,000 Spark. That's called then Sparklet. And of course, we want to have it voting of our community, should we do that or not. It's not just us deciding it, decentralized, our community should stand for it. So do they accept the white paper? Do they say yes to the white paper or no? And then, of course, we will then follow the objective to be listed on exchanges. So summary and timeline, I really had to rush through, sorry I'm speaking very fast, but so we started out with the infrastructure as a property trading game, very simple stuff. We built a payment infrastructure which any of our partners can benefit from. Then we have, we created actually the platform, entrepreneurs, creators can come on board. And now we think we've come up with what we call marketing-wise. There's a super app that means, we integrate other apps. And we're going to develop also our GUC platform further, interoperability, launch a tradable token. And eventually, since we're based on the real world, we are going to one day, of course, doing stuff digital. That means you do stuff in the real world and continue then in the virtual world and other ways around. Whew. If you want to find out more, I hope my time is, if you want to find out more, find us on upland.me or contact us partner@upland.me, or you can download also on the app stores. So thank you, but I'm still around here today, and if you have any questions, feel free. Thank you.
Thanks, Dirk. Okay, so our next guest, I thought it was Angus Token, but it's not. It's Angus Tukey, and he's works for a company called Chronicle, and it is the oracle for MakerDAO, which is obviously a protocol many of you, I'm sure, will be familiar with. So he's going to be talking to us about the problems of getting data and information on-chain and how it limits some of the DeFi. So, Angus, if I can ask you to come up and tell us more, please. Thank you.
Okay, this is working. Excellent. Hi, good afternoon, everyone. My name's Angus. I'm from Chronicle. As Johnny just introduced there, we're the Oracle of MakerDAO. And yeah, I'm here to talk to you about a problem today. And that problem is getting data into smart contracts or onto the blockchain and how that is causing a bit of an issue, right? So getting data into smart contracts securely and reliably, that's what we want to achieve. Right now, we're reliant on oracles to do that. Essentially, if you're not familiar with oracles, they're this sort of blockchain infrastructure. They identify the truth of data and then bridge it onto the blockchain. They also bridge between blockchains as well. Because essentially, if you've built a dApp or a product on a blockchain such as Ethereum or Polygon, Avalanche, whatever, you're limited to the data that's available within that blockchain ecosystem. If you want data from outside of that blockchain or off-chain, you need an oracle to bridge it in. The problem is that oracles are expensive to operate due to the amount of gas that they consume. And no oracle has yet to alleviate these problems until now. So before I get into the how, I'll start with a very short background. You may have never heard of Chronicle, and there's a good reason for that. We just launched the brand a few weeks ago at Permissionless in Texas. However, the origin story of Chronicle actually dates back to MakerDAO. Our founder, Nicholas Kunkel, was part of the founding team of Maker, building DAI back then. And this is where Nicholas, our founder, and a guy called Mariano Conti built the very first oracle in 2017, essentially Chronicle v1. And these oracles have secured Maker for over 6 years, which makes Chronicle actually one of the oldest protocols in all of crypto, not just oracles, but one of the oldest protocols still running today. So today, Chronicle oracles secure in the region of $6 billion US, which makes us the second largest oracle by TVS, or total value secured. And then before we sort of get into, what makes Chronicle oracles different, what we've done and what we've launched quite recently, I think first it would be prudent to sort of understand what the current landscape looks like. So here is what an oracle looks like today. It's essentially a black box. It kicks out a number, in this case, some nice looking numbers actually. I'm not sure if we're quite up at 28861 on BTC right now, but it looks good. And you just sort of have to trust that. You just have to believe that. You just go with that, okay? If you're, say, a product or a user of that oracle. It's really strange because the ecosystem spent billions building out these decentralized blockchains and protocols, yet oracles, for some reason, have had this free pass, and they're often points of centralization and non-transparency. Furthermore, oracles today don't scale. Okay, so the gas costs are too high for oracles to push updates regularly. So when I say oracles don't scale, essentially what that means is that an oracle can only update its data, say it's reporting on a price, it can only update the price of Bitcoin every, say, hour or every 2 hours, depending on that cost, because every time it updates that cost and pushes it on chain, it's having to pay gas to do that. So the oracle provider is sort of shouldering that cost, which obviously gets pushed back to the end user at the end of the day. And that makes it, as a business model, very difficult to have these updates going, say, every minute or every 30 seconds, or depending on the accuracy of that data and the availability. So that's a problem. If you're running an app that needs to know the price of something more regularly than that, that's an issue. There's no Oracle scalability in that sense. The gas costs are too high. So on layer 1, for example, such as Ethereum, the cost of an Oracle can quickly balloon to $500,000 a year. And that's sort of crazy numbers when we're talking about actually building the future of finance, for example. Some Oracle providers that you guys may be familiar with already have tried to solve this. They do this in ways where they effectively use a trade-off, right? So they'll reduce the number of updates that Oracle does, as we just covered. That will reduce the amount of gas you're paying because you're not updating it as often. Or they'll reduce the amount of validators, right? So I'll get into how validators operate or feeds operate. They're essentially the people that are attesting to the truth of that data. The more validators you have, the more secure and the more decentralized your Oracle is. But by reducing that, you're also making it less secure, right? So if there's, say, 4 validators or 4 feeds, and they are all attesting to the figure of, I don't know, whatever it was, 28,500. If 2 of them collude and say, oh, actually, we're going to report that the value is $5,000, right? Then instantly you've got a problem, right? Because then you've got a problem with quorum and consensus. 50% of your validators are effectively manipulating the system. So the more you have, the safer your system is, a bit like how Ethereum operates. Now, the sort of the final way that people are trying to get around this is they use marketing spin to create this term called a pull oracle, which some of you may be familiar with. And essentially all that does is just passes the buck onto the end user, right? So the end user is the one doing the Oracle update, and they have to pay for that in their transaction when they're using the app. We think we can do better than that. And at Chronicle, that's what we've been working on. We've developed something called Chronicle, or called Scribe, right? And this is actually an engineering remedy for these issues, not just sort of marketing spin, not some new trade-off. This is a genuine engineering breakthrough. Now, Scribe is defined by 3 things: decentralized, verifiable, scalable, or cost efficiency. They're one and the same. And if there's 3 things I want you to take away from this today about Chronicle, it's these. First, decentralized. So I said I'd explain how the feeds or validators work. Essentially, within the Chronicle protocol, we have right now 22 feeds. I think our nearest competitor has 11. And they are running a node, okay? So they're like a validator. They're running a node, and that node is constantly sourcing if we're talking about price as the data, so the price of a cryptocurrency, they're constantly sourcing the price of these cryptocurrencies that we're looking for, so Bitcoin, Ethereum, in USD, etc. And they're constantly updating those in real time off-chain, okay? If we want to know the value of one of those things to push it on-chain for a product, like a DeFi protocol, I know DYDX or Maker or something who needs to know the value of this thing, we just turn around to them and ask them all, like, what's the value? And they report it, right? This is how it's sort of decentralized because, we're not in control of how that value gets into the protocol and out to the end user. It's the node providers that are constantly sourcing that value and have it there available. And then we actually take that value based on consensus, right? So of 22 feeds, we need a quorum of 13, right? So as long as 13 of those feeds are reporting prices within a certain parameter, percentage parameter, we will take that value as true. We'll take the sort of the median average of that value and then feed it through, okay? You may be thinking, why has he got all of these like really well-known blockchain brands, OGs, whatever you want to call them? And the reason is these are the people who are actually running our nodes. These are our partners. These are the people who are effectively our validators, or some of them. And the reason that we work with people like this to do this is because we believe that the trust in the values that the Oracle reports grows stronger when you've got sort of brands like this attesting to that data, right? Attesting to the truth or the accuracy of that data. And also, if we're talking about hacking an Oracle, or we're talking about attacking an Oracle, as we talked about, you need over 50% of the validators sort of manipulated to do that. If someone's able to manipulate or take down the security of all of these guys, then I think we've got bigger problems than just what's going on at Chronicle and our Oracle being hacked. So this is what it looks like, for example, in real time on our dashboard. As I said, the these are the brands running the nodes. There you can see some of the pairs that they're reporting on and the last time they updated. And then the next point I wanted to talk about was verifiability. So I just talked about trust, and there's something better than trust. And for us, that's verifiability, right? If you can verify something, then you don't need to trust. It eradicates the need for trust, okay? Because you can check it yourself. So what does this mean when we say Chronicle is verifiable? So verifiable to us means transparent and legible, okay? So what good is transparency if only senior devs, very technical people know how to decipher it, right? They know how to go on to, into Foundry or Etherscan and look at the right contracts, and they're able to find this. So that's why we say it's transparency and legibility. And that's why we built the Chronicle, which effectively is our on-chain dashboard that you can access through the website. Anyone can track any reported value from our Oracle end to end. Right now, the way oracles work, as we talked about at the start, is black boxes. They just kick out a number, right? And if we want finance in this space to grow and to evolve, you can't rely on this sort of level of trust. You need something more. You need verifiability. So this here is a snapshot, for example, from our dashboard. This is the ETH USD Oracle. And you can see here the latest reported price. You can see the chart. And you can click anywhere on that chart historically and see what value that Oracle reported at any given time. If we scroll down, so this would be scrolling down the page, you can then see, right, so the price reported at September the 6th, 2023 was 1619.81 for Ethereum and USD. How did we get there, right? If this is a maths exam, we didn't just give the answer. How did we, we showed our working out. How did we get there? And we can see that all of these feeds, some of them are the brands that we talked about, some of them are non-brands, but they're all known actors. How did we sort of arrive at this number? You can see they each reported in slightly different values, and we landed on the median average of those values once we aggregated them together. And here you'll see the 13 of 22, which effectively is the first 13 to report in to give us quorum. And then we can go a layer deeper, and this is a really cool part. And this is entirely unique to Chronicle. We can actually see how did Argent, as a reporter of this value, how did they get to 1640.58 in this case? And we can see here they queried Kraken, Bitstamp, Gemini, Coinbase Pro, the ETH USD pairs on there. And then that's how they got to that value, okay? So that really sort of injects that element of trust where you know exactly how that number's been arrived on. You could be using a protocol like Maker, for example, where you've put up a load of collateral, like, 50 BTC, like all your life's work, and you get liquidated, right? Because the price of BTC drops too low. This will allow anyone to go and check and see how did the Oracle that Maker's using, for example, get to this price that effectively liquidated you and wrecked you, so to speak. And then if you're really, really technical, you can actually go a layer deeper again. And we allow the user to actually run the same verification that the smart contract runs locally in their browser. And this is to prove that the attestation is legitimate. As you can see here, the metadata that we had on the dashboard matched up with what was on chain. So the message at the bottom matched the feed address, which is effectively the hash. They match. We actually made this editable. And we did that because we wanted people to be able to show how the hash no longer matches on-chain, right? And if it's on-chain, it's immutable. You can't change it. If you change, say, the age profile to say it happened a few seconds earlier or a few minutes earlier on our dashboard, and then try and click verify, it won't verify because the hash has changed, the signature has changed. And that won't match up with what's on-chain anymore. And that's just an element to allow you to sort of like verify the verifier, if you like. Finally, and perhaps the most interesting element of Scribe and the development that Chronicle has made is the scalable factor or the cost efficiency factor. And the way that we've done this is we've used something called optimistic Schnorr signatures. And this is like a signature aggregation scheme. I'm not going to go like too deep into the technicalities of that, but what that's done is that's unlocked a 66% gas improvement on most generally against oracles, and versus certain competitors such as Chainlink, for example, that's 80+%. So that means 80+% more cost effective to run a Chronicle Oracle versus a Chainlink Oracle, for example. So before we get into how we've done that, I want to just talk very quickly about what were our goals when we started working on this sort of iteration 2 years ago. We wanted an Oracle that was a single implementation across all EVM chains, right? So very easy to update, very easy to spread and get it on more chains, and also secure, right? If it's the same implementation across all chains, it's easy to manage, it's easy to secure. We wanted to decouple the Oracle update gas cost from the number of feed validators. As we already talked about, the more validators you have, the more feeds that you have, the more secure and decentralized your Oracle is. But there's this trade-off where the more you have, the more it costs to run your Oracle, because every one of those validators has to sign on chain, right? So every signature costs gas. So by decoupling that, you can have as many as you want, and it won't sort of ratchet up with the cost, the cost of gas won't ratchet up in relation to how many validators you have. And finally, we wanted to minimize that overall Oracle update cost as well. So there were some obstacles to this. As some of you may know, layer 2s and layer 1s have dramatically different properties when it comes to transaction costs. Layer 1s have really expensive compute, but cheap call data. Layer 2s are the opposite, expensive call data, but cheap compute. Now, how do we create a solution that works for both, right? As we said, a single implementation in effectively opposite environments. Also, there's this sort of misconception that Solidity code, Ethereum code basically, is like copy-pasta, right, across all EVM chains. That's not true. EVMs have vastly different precompiles and implementations. So that actually makes it extremely difficult to come up with a universal solution that works across all EVM chains and Ethereum as well. This is what we came up with. Now, you'll see this is actually from Masari. If you're really interested in the technicals of this, I know I did get a bit technical, but if you want to dive even deeper, Masari have written a report on this. It was out a week or two ago. You can go on there and check it out. But this is effectively the process that we use to have this big sort of breakthrough around scalability and cost efficiency. We have the data source, which we already showed, that querying Binance, Coinbase, Kraken, etc. We have the feed nodes, which we talked about, sort of being run by Argent, Maker, DYDX, etc. They're sourcing that data. They're then signing, right? Signing to say that I as a feed attest to this data being true, this price being what it is. Now, this is where Schnorr comes in, which is our development. We then aggregate all of those signatures together. Effectively, what happened before is each signature was separate and single, right? And you had to add them all together as single things, right? Each one a different transaction. This way, we've actually created a system where they sign on top of each other. So then what you get is one sort of super signature, which becomes like a single feed node promise, right? That this is the value, and you can trust this value, right? 28,500 for BTC and USD, for example. And then this is where it changes for layer 1 for Ethereum and layer 2s. For layer 1, we use an optimistic process, right? So on layer 1, it would go from here into the verified promise and optimistic acceptance. And effectively what this means is that the promise goes on for 10 minutes, it's sitting there, and it enters this challenge period where someone, generally it's like an MEV thing, where a bot would be looking to see if they can call challenge on this value, right? And if this value has been manipulated and it's different or it's wrong, right? Someone's been messing with the system and they've tried to trick us, right? To say drain a DeFi protocol or whatever. They can do that. The challenge period will sort of find that out. We'll effectively trigger it, and then the bot or whoever calls it will be rewarded in ETH, which is obviously very important for sort of a challenge period. You need some form of reward to incentivize bots to be looking for this. On layer 2, you get to here, and then boom, that's done. There's no need for any optimistic process. There's no need for this challenge period. So, how does this compare, if you like? Or everything we've talked about, the verifiability, the scalability, the decentralization, how does this actually compare then when our oracles are live versus, say, Chainlink or Redstone, for example? You've got people like Piff as well, who's sort of sitting around the Redstone camp as well. This is it, as you can see. It's quite something. The update cost on ETH, for example, is $1.71 versus $7.75 on Chainlink. Right? That's an over 80% reduction. Versus Redstone, again, that's sort of 50%, over 50% reduction on layer 1. And on layer 2, similar results. So what's really interesting about this is the whole thing I talked about by decoupling the validator from the cost trade-off. So everyone else has to limit their validators. Chainlink limits their validators to 11 because it costs them so much more to add more. We can effectively go up to 256 validators. We can go up to 2,056 validators. And that gas cost, 66,625, effectively the cost of actually pushing it on-chain, would be the same, right? So we can be the most secure, the most decentralized, which is incredibly important for oracles, which, as you know, this one's securing $6 billion right now, right? Security and decentralization are the most important factors. And that's sort of the huge breakthrough that the amazing engineering team at Chronicle have made. As you can see, this puts Chronicle in a class of its own. And as I just talked about, we're launching now. So we've just launched this in the last few weeks. We are just getting up to speed on everything. That is effectively what Chronicle Protocol is all about. And I appreciate you for sitting here and listening to me jabber on about it for almost 15 minutes now. Charlotte's going to be very happy to know that I ran over by 5 minutes. Sorry about that. We're currently hiring for a technical project manager and a developer relations. If you want to work with Chronicle, if you want to work with the Oracle of MakerDAO, please head onto our website and apply. And if you want to get in touch, there's all the details for you there. And I think that's it. So thank you very much, everyone. Cheers.
Okay, thanks, Angus. Poor old Chainlink. Doesn't look like they stand a chance, do they? But there you go. Okay, so the next session, if I can ask Stephanie to bring her panel. And Stephanie runs a PR agency called Cassiope and does a number of podcasts of bits and pieces and been involved in the Web3 space for a while. And the panel will be looking at the unlocking the ultimate in gaming and what are some of the successes that projects need to have and how do you actually deploy those to not only get new gamers but also to actually retain the existing. So if I can hand you over to Stephanie and her panel. Thanks very much indeed.
Sorry. So thank you so much. So here all, brilliant. So we have got all seats. Great. So what about a fantastic topic? Ultimate gaming in the metaverse, and we have got fantastic expert with us. And perhaps maybe to start with, I'm sure that everybody know who you are, but if you can just quickly introduce yourself and then we can get straight into some hot discussion.
Shall I start?
Yeah, Robbie, please.
Hi everyone, I'm Robbie Cochran. I'm a co-founder of Chain Guardians and founder of Cryptoverse. Chain Guardians is a blockchain gaming ecosystem and Cryptoverse is building a 3D metaverse on Unreal Engine 5. That's me in a nutshell.
Cool, I'm Sarah McKenna. I'm a co-founder of Alien Worlds. So Alien Worlds is the most played blockchain game. So the most unique active wallets playing the game and transactional volumes. In fact, we have the most called smart contract of any application in the world, which is our mining game. So you can use NFTs, utility NFTs, and earn the fungible token Trillium to then become part of a team within the metaverse. And that team is an on-chain DAO that you can compete against others with. So that's Alien Worlds, and nice to be here in London today.
Hi, I'm Robbie. I work with Animoca Brands. We make games, and we're also very active investors in Web3.
Hi everyone, I'm Ian Emerson, investor at Fabric Ventures. We're a €125 million European Web3 fund. I've been a gamer all my life, so I spend most of my time on gaming and entertainment.
Brilliant. So let's start with kind of like a controversial point. We were having a discussion before. Gaming, metaverse. Two terms that sometimes are kind of misunderstood. Are they the same? Is the metaverse a game? Isn't? So, Robbie, do you want to
Yeah, sure. I mean, sorry. You know, I think we were talking a little bit about this before, and we were saying that we could probably have the entire panel just discussing this topic, and I think a lot of us tended to have a similar thesis, but for me, we have an internal joke when we're building Cryptoverse with a team, and we call it Inagio. I actually even thought about rebranding Cryptoverse to Inagio, and Inagio stands for it's not a game. So basically, in my humble opinion, we try to kind of encourage people to consider that a game is more about one kind of experience, whereas a metaverse combines different types of experiences. It just doesn't just need to be games. It can also be, you know, social experiences. It can be like meetups. It can be, you know, a variety of different types of, you know, events or whatever it would be on a platform that kind of also houses games. So think of it more like a metaverse as an infrastructure layer, in my view, and a game is like something that would be built on top of it. So that's where I sit on it.
Yeah, I pretty much agree with that. I think that the perhaps one difference is that, well, firstly, I mean, a metaverse doesn't actually have to be built around gaming, right? It could be built around other things, and right now it so happens that most of the blockchain, especially metaverses, include gaming as a core sort of component. So right now they're intersecting a lot, but conceptually they don't necessarily have to. One interesting kind of element to bring in there is a blockchain metaverse. Is that definitional? So I mean, most people seem to agree that a metaverse has to include peer-to-peer interaction between people, right? So whether that's actually live within a singular spatial environment where you go into one environment and you can look around and see people and interact directly with other people within that space, or whether the concept of that space is a little bit more abstract, right? Like the sense of a community, for example. I don't think that the persistent space of a metaverse necessarily has to be built out in AR or VR. It can be the sense of being in a place, and as long as people are persistently going to that place in order to do something, then it counts as being a metaverse. And a blockchain build out is fairly significant in people wanting to persistently go somewhere and interact directly in a peer-to-peer way with each other. So I think at OMA3, the Open Metaverse Alliance for Web3, that Robbie and my company were both co-founders of, along with Dirk in the audience, we sort of see that blockchain component as being significant because it describes the direct peer-to-peer interaction of people which is of course a quality of blockchain where that's not mediated by a third party.
And Robbie, before we were talking about this concept of gamify, so that includes a different kind of aspect of interaction, so become like entertainment-fi in a way. Do you maybe want to unpack that?
I think what we were chatting about earlier was obviously there was a lot of chat, you know, a couple of years ago with the amazing ascent of Axie Infinity and people's consciousness of play to earn as an idea. And I think that this was basically bridging the two worlds of gameplay and DeFi. And so I think we were chatting earlier, and I think a more appropriate term may be to just sort of generally call this GameFi, which is this intersection of gamification and financialization. And it's something that Web3-based games do really well, but not necessarily something new, because of course gamers have been buying and trading virtual items and trying to accumulate more stuff and build value and reputation, etc., for your whole life, apparently. It's just that now we can do it in a decentralized fashion and in a way where we can trade peer-to-peer and exchange this value peer-to-peer so that it actually it has the appearance of being more financialized. When in fact games have always been financialized, and that's just one part of the entertainment aspect of games.
Yeah, and you also had a point about, quite a strong point about games and metaverse.
Well, I think to Sarah's point earlier, you know, the metaverse, I think the metaverse tends to be defined by something that allows us to make these peer-to-peer connections. So blockchain is an inextricable part of it because you have to have that digital asset ownership. My view is that if you are in the metaverse and you have digital stuff, you want to bring that digital stuff with you wherever you go. So that there needs to be that layer underneath. I also think that one of the reasons that gaming is at the forefront of applications of a metaverse is because game developers just happen to know how to use all those tools. We're the builders of three-dimensional content, graphical, interactive content, because that's our profession. So we're the natural home when you want to find people who can build a metaverse. Go to a game company. So I think that's why we tend to be at the leading edge of those technologies.
Ian, what's your take?
Yeah, so I think a lot of the issue that arises here is a semantic one kind of driven by meta, because in the sort of public eye, a lot of people understand the metaverse to mean VR or AR, or it's the interface through which virtual worlds are accessed. When in reality, the key word that was mentioned here is, when we talk about it in the context of Web3, the innovation that blockchains bring is with an open metaverse. So the properties are interoperability, permissionlessness, persistence, real digitally native value transfer. And so those are the properties worth focusing on, rather than, am I in a 3D environment and seeing hands in front of me? No, that's a game, that's a graphical interface, like Robbie mentioned. The key component is blockchains can enable all those other properties mentioned. And then when you think about it like that, then actually the game and these different virtual environments, whether 2D or 3D, whether interacted with like a social media platform or within a gaming interface, are actually, those are connected by metaverse, but individual game experiences is kind of independent.
Absolutely. So take something like friend tech. Is friend tech the metaverse? Well, if I can take my keys and use them to unlock a door in alien worlds, yeah, absolutely, it's part of the metaverse because it's one component. So the way in which you participate or view the metaverse can be really diverse.
Yeah, it's good. So we have created some clarity about that. Now let's go straight into these ultimate games that we can create. And Sarah, I would like to start with you, because Alien Worlds is basically was the first blockchain games.
The first to reach certain scale sizes, yeah. So the first to exceed 50,000, 100,000, and then 1 million, 2 million users, yeah.
So how do you create engagement using game dynamics?
Yeah, because that's really what it's all about, isn't it? It's about human beings wanting to actually spend time doing whatever it is that is being offered by that space. I see it's sort of the tech is the thing that has made this possible, and then the community is the emergent property of the technology, which is actually really cool, right? Because this decentralized technology gave rise to all these, people wanting to spend time playing games and interacting in the metaverse. And what sits between the technology and the community is actually, perhaps counterintuitively, I don't know, but I see it as being tokens, tokenization. So when we were able to represent on-chain different types of value, different characteristics, groups of people even. So a DAO with a token is representing a group of people on a blockchain. Really interesting, powerful concept, right? Being able to represent value on a blockchain, that's fungible tokens, Bitcoin and Ethereum and all the tokens that came next. Being able to encode smart contracts on a blockchain so that you could actually run applications on a blockchain. These are all the things that then made it possible to build these games directly onto chains, and that also allowed the ownership of those applications, those games, to be disseminated so broadly. And then what we saw was people becoming incredibly engaged, taking this massive sense of ownership, spending a lot of time within these environments, becoming entrepreneurial, becoming really creative, taking risks, taking entrepreneurial risk. That's something that happens. That's an emergent property of tokenization, because which itself is only made possible because of the technology. And that is where a lot of value has been generated, is in the fact that through actually mechanically representing ownership immutably and transparently on chain, you then made owners of all these people who otherwise would have just been consumers. And this turns out to be significant, right? You take a different sense of, now that's not to say that people didn't exhibit those qualities before, they did, but fewer of them did, and it took more, like a really hardcore gamer would have maybe 5-6 years in would have started to exhibit those qualities of like hyper loyalty, spending, taking greater levels of responsibility within the environment, potentially having like out of game interactions, meetups and things like that. But that happened quicker in blockchain gaming because people were at the core of the proposition sooner. And this then becomes a lesson that we take beyond gaming and just into how communities are built around technology. So when we see meme communities around NFTs, for example, it's a similar dynamic. It's that people became co-invested in a system, they cared about something together, and then they wanted to build it. Now, we can query how substantive some of that was, but I mean, ultimately it's a story about community that gets built around tokens and tokenization because of ownership, and then everything that is made possible because of that.
Can we discuss, please, Robbie.
Sorry, I was just going to add. So I have this discussion often with Hilmar from CCP about EVE Online, because EVE Online is a great example of kind of a blockchain game without the blockchain, because it has all those community behaviors, all of the people who play are extremely loyal, the in-game currency and the items have real genuine value to the players, but it took them the better part of 20 years to get that behavior and that audience, and now, you know, they just had their annual meetup in Reykjavik, and it's madness. I mean, they've got such fandom. And so what's exciting about using the technology of blockchain in there is you can just short circuit all of that because you have this trustless layer. So once you own all your assets, you don't need to spend years to acquire belief in the system because actually the technology replaces that. You can trust, I own this thing, I can see it here on the blockchain, so boom, I'm in, right?
But actually not just short circuit, but then improve upon. So whilst, yes, there are these real money economies within EVE, it's actually very difficult to on-off-ramp or facilitate transactions or do more advanced transactions like rental, lending, derivatives, like the full complex economy isn't exactly. And so as a developer, you can not only short circuit by just like straight plugging into DeFi protocols and exchanges and these kinds of value transfer mechanisms, but actually improve upon what's capable or feasible with certain resources and within regulatory constraints within Web2.
So what I wanted to throw in the concept of play to earn, because we said, I mean, the game must be fun to play, and there is this kind of like dichotomy or this divide between some game developers and players as well. They say, we hate NFT, we hate play to earn. And what we are seeing actually now is a games ecosystem that incorporate free to play and then play to earn as well. But I would like, you know, all of you to kind of say what you think is actually the reality and how those elements, those dynamics play a role within the game.
So a very cynical take is that making money is fun. So you can think of, you know, some of these components the blockchains introduce as introducing meta games on top of core gameplay loops. So yeah, if you have a core gameplay loop that isn't engaging, it's very difficult to have a successful game overall. But by having meta games on top that introduce players who maybe aren't even there for the core gameplay loop, but find other ways to engage and interact with the economy, with the community, then you can sort of separate from existing sort of traditional games. Gameplay loops are actually fairly persistent over time. Like if we look at the last, call it 50 decades that video games have really existed, we've explored in different genres, we've modded things, but they've not changed drastically, and actually game developers have explored most of the ways that you can change input, that you can change graphical interfaces. So the way that you innovate is with the financialization in a metagame, I think.
I also think it's a false dichotomy, trying to say that we have to choose between fun and financialization of games. And I actually personally, it's one of my pet peeves. I hate when game developers say games are about just fun, because those game developers can't make a living then if their games are not about making money. All games are about making money. We have to make a living. And I think it's just about how you emphasize those aspects. And I think Ian hit it on the head, which is that games that have very strong financialization metagames to them are just adding another component of gameplay to bring in a new constituency of users, because games are big, diverse, messy places. People play games for lots of different reasons. I may play only because I want to be on the top of the leaderboard because I have an ego and I want to be the champion. I may play just because I have spare time during my lunch hour and it fills time. You know, everybody has a different reason, and some people like to make money.
There's also whether people are playing individually or collectively. So I guess you could say that some play to earn games have been kind of player versus environment in the sense that you're repeatedly doing something in order to try and get something. But there's also a collective aspect. So when guilds have formed on top of those games, that's people coming together because they have a shared set of interests and they're trying to do something together. In our case, we have in-game DAOs. So we have 6 planets in our metaverse that are competing against each other for the scarce resource, which is our fungible token. And then they're able to govern that treasury themselves. So we've had a planet, a DAO recently, who got a billboard in a major city to sort of promote their community. And they were able to license our IP from us. But they were actually, apart from that, able to just autonomously go forward and do that using their treasury, the resources that were in their treasury to fund that. They're competing against each other all the time. They're trying to get players from each other. They do raids on each other, and then they galvanize, their community to defend itself, which means that they have to get more staking. So that's a play to earn mechanic, but it's collectively as a team, and it's all happening on chain. That's also a very interesting, that's essentially an esports kind of construct, right? Team gaming against each other, but there are ways to represent that on chain.
Robbie, what's your...
I think, to be honest, I think they've summed it up really, really well. I think that the only value that I would add here is, I think, to kind of almost kind of confirm the opinions and the concepts that have been presented around, like, the amalgamation of finance and game, is if you've ever played games yourself, and I think, I take my experience, I would probably fit the kind of persona profile of somebody who would be interested in, the kind of gentrification of finance and game. When I was much younger, if any of you played like World of Warcraft or Counter-Strike Global Offensive, we're talking, the meta that has been referred to here is that moment where you're going on the auction house in World of Warcraft and you're trying to, basically own a segment of the resources available within that world, because if you own that particular resource and all of it that's available to be farmed, you can basically like monetize and set the kind of cost that people have to pay for that. You control the market. And like the guy said, in World of Warcraft, for example, there was loads of shady sites you could go and sell your gold to. You just might also get your account nicked, whereas now we're taking away that really shady, kind of damaging potential layer with the protocols we've got available to us. It's the same with Counter-Strike Global Offensive and the skins there. Those have been bought and sold via different protocols and bots for ages and ages. But again, you just might get your stuff nicked. So it's just a case of that now we've got the tools that facilitate those kind of different meta layers around monetization in games, which actually just means that the trajectory of adoption for those interested in games and finance and the amalgam of the two are capable of doing so. So really, I'm just agreeing with everything that's already been said.
you kind of touched something about ability to monetize your game assets across different platforms. And that brings us to the point about interoperability, so assets, portability, this kind of like cross-chain interaction that is not there yet, and perhaps is there maybe from an investment perspective, some money are being deployed, for example. How important, but also how challenging is to implement this interoperability if we think about different games has got different virtual worlds, and sometimes one asset, one weapon it can't be translated in the same way from one world to another.
Well, this is exactly what the Open Metaverse Alliance for Web3, OMA3, is trying to do, which is why Dirk originally came up with the founding vision, which was that in this sort of iteration of Web3 development, we should get this coordination problem trying to be solved earlier rather than later, because it adds so much value, and it is really the promise of what the technology can bring. So please join OMA3. Membership is open for companies and groups, and I think individuals, and the working groups are doing exactly that. So a portaling and mapping working group is trying to figure out how you can have these worlds actually be interoperable at a sort of spatial level. What would a portal be between worlds? How can land coordinates be effectively mapped so that you could have the experience of walking or taking yourself between different environments? An asset transfer working group that I think is very slowly trundling along, and which could probably actually do with some reinvigoration, is looking at how assets can transfer between environments. So this exact sort of point that if you have this digital item that is provably yours because it's on the blockchain, you want to be able to use it in different environments. That opens up more fun, more applications, but also probably more liquidity for that. So, but there's many technical challenges that need to be solved. Many of these applications run on different chains. They have a different tech stack. Even the accounts and the assets themselves may not be fully interoperable. So there's technical challenges, but the intention is to create open standards that then any blockchain project can adopt, and then there would be more of a possibility of assets, identities, accounts, and the environments themselves being interoperable with each other.
So if you think you have good ideas about standards or about how these things should be done, or experiences in your own applications working on some of these things, please come join us, because we want to hear your ideas and contribute, because the goal is for this to be community-led. That's the spirit of Web3. We want these standards to basically be agreed upon by everybody, so it has to start from us, from the ground up.
So I think the most interesting area as an investor, and I think the lowest hanging fruit, is not trying to figure out a way that extremely contextual assets within one game can be used in another one in a very rich way, because
it's hard.
Yeah, balancing one game is hard enough on its own. Balancing two games, once you start sharing either currencies or sharing assets that are still part of a supply and demand economy, is very, very hard. So the most interesting way I think about it is your collection of assets that you hold on chain is some representation of your digital identity. So it could be, in the lightest touch way, cosmetic assets. You have some profile picture, you have some art that you want to represent. You can put that on a car, you can put that on a shield, right? Like, it makes sense in both environments, and it's a way that you can carry your identity through multiple environments. Where this becomes interesting is when, in an open system, all of these different pieces of your identity are available for others to look at. And so now you can, with permission, be targeted in a much more precise way for things that you might like. I like these sorts of genres of games. I have interacted with them in these sorts of ways. This other type of game can now be targeted to me, and I'm gonna fairly likely enjoy it. And the game developer can know that much more precisely than in Web 2, where you have to do very heuristic, kind of convoluted ways of figuring out what actually an individual player type is and what they like doing based on how long they press buttons, how long they spend on screen time, like really, really kind of contrived way. You can now do it much more targeted because you know quite tightly a lot of elements of their identity.
Yeah, and you can use things like ZK bridges, for example, to do asset transfers. We're also looking into different types of AI for the graphic side of things, because you think about, oh, well, maybe you have a certain resolution for an asset in this world, and the resolution is completely different in this one, and how do I avoid having to hire a bunch of artists, basically, to go and make everything from scratch? So generative AI is going to help with that a lot.
Robbie, can I ask a question? Because you have got another project, Metaverse, that kind of sit at the top or in the middle or alongside all this kind of game ecosystem. When it comes to creating ultimate gaming experience, Metaverse community, how are you developing Metaverse in a way to add value to all this conversation that we are having?
Perfect.
It's a bit out of the box question.
That was good, because Ian actually answered that. So the idea behind Metaverse is essentially we wanted to use Web3 tools within our sort of family of investee companies and studios and such to see how we can better interconnect everybody and take advantage of the network effects of Web3. And so we started by launching an NFT collection so that everybody has some form of identity. And then on top of that, we're now adding an actual identity layer. So what we want is for people to be able to accrue reputation on the basis of what kind of an actor they are within our community. And when we say our community, it's really anybody, meaning it can be an employee, an investor, an investee company, somebody who's in one of our game studios, a business partner, doesn't matter. If you have like a remote touch point to us, then you're part of the wider family, and we want there to be a Web3 way to represent that and represent the contribution you make to everybody else in our wider community, and kind of use that hopefully as an example on a sort of small scale in Web3.
A point that I wanted to bring up, we talk about financialization of games and in-game assets, in-game coins, in-game tokens. Some of those tokens are actually listed tokens. What's your views on having a game token that is actually listed, and what value is bringing to the game, to the community as well?
Somebody else want
for
to take it?
For
Otherwise, I'll
Ian,
take
and
it.
also I want Robbie to comment as well.
So I mean, one of the virtues of cryptocurrencies and digital assets is that they are unstoppable, right? They run on public permissionless chains. There's nothing that anyone can do to prevent those from being transacted. It can be a really good game feature to allow tokens to be in the hands of the people who actually want to use them at any given time. Tokens are really, especially utility tokens that, for example, confer voting rights or membership rights, are best placed in the hands of people that actually are interested in playing that game at that time or using that asset at that time in the way that it's built to be used. So it can actually be really bad for a system to have people hanging around who are no longer valuing that thing and no longer want to do the activity in question. So in blockchain-based systems, we have a natural sort of ingress and egress mechanism, which is that you can just sell your NFT. If you have a utility NFT in Alien Worlds, you can sell, and you don't want to use it anymore, or you change up your strategy. You don't want to use a certain type of excavator anymore, but you want to use a certain type of digger. You should sell your excavator and buy the digger on the open market, right, from someone else. If you have Trillium, our fungible token, and you want to be actively staking and voting in our Planet DAOs, but you don't own Trillium, you can buy it on an exchange, and then you can take it and stake it into one of the planets and vote there. And then when you're no longer interested in doing that, you can sell it. So I think that's a really positive feature. It respects the sovereignty of people's time and what they want to do, and it's a sort of native concept to crypto.
So I think here we're mostly talking about fungible tokens, which is interesting because if you look at arguably one of the most successful blockchain games, So Rare, they operate an economy purely based on NFTs, just on collectible cards. And so the question is, why do I need a fungible token? So there's probably a couple different use cases. One would be as just a means of an exchange. In that case, the majority of the time, I'd probably say use a stable coin or use some other shared store of value like Ethereum where there's some shilling point around it. The other use case would be, as Sarah's mentioned, as a utility token. So be that for effectively a kind of pseudo-equity to align incentives among the community. This is useful because if you can have some governance over it, and if there's governance, there's likely some way to generate future cash flows towards that token, then you can, as we mentioned earlier, sort of bootstrap and short circuit this way to a very engaged and hyper-evangelical kind of community of supporters of that game. Where it becomes dangerous is where during extremely frothy bull market times, you get overextension and speculation that then means it's very hard to get back out of this kind of post-depressive state where everyone feels like they've lost. They're no longer engaged in the community because really they were only there initially to speculate and to benefit financially out of it. And so the kind of line to tread is how do you align incentives amongst your community members without encouraging that kind of long-term damaging speculative behavior?
So I would agree with that, and I think that it's about having a stake in the network, which is a fundamental concept of blockchain. So I think I always encourage developers to consider fungible tokens as in-game utility tokens because it allows your players who are passionate and devoting their time and energy and capital into the game to have a stake in the game, because that's an important principle to share the fruits of their effort in a way, because as a stakeholder in the network, that's where you spend your time, so you can get some benefit from that. Obviously, you can do it by proxy, so you could have Ethereum as your utility token, but it's less directly correlated to your activities in the game, that's all. But yes, you absolutely need to think through your tokenomics, and tokenomics of an open economy is notoriously difficult on, I would say, more difficult on orders of magnitude than a traditional game economy.
Yeah, agree with a lot of what's been said. Again, I think the main thing for me that I would add is that I think that the very fact that it's permissionless and that it's immutable and it exists on a blockchain which effectively represents our collective imaginations, which is a very powerful thing. It allows for example, me to go to the alien world's economy and acquire, I don't know, $1 million worth of tokens if I want to get a fairly strong stake. But then I might just say, I'm going to take those tokens and I'm going to use it in something that I'm building with Chain Guardians. There's nothing stopping that happening. And I think where that becomes really interesting is that you can start to amalgamate and basically, kind of cross-pollinate communities of different IPs and, different kind of interests into new kind of communities and new projects. And I think a token offers that in unique ways. The problem is incentivization, which won't get into too much depth about, but I do think at least the very fact that that is possible is a new door that has been opened as a result of NFTs and tokens, and I think that for me is quite powerful.
Okay, well, we ran out of time already. Thank you so much. And we didn't have time for a Q&A, but you can always grab them on the way out. Thank you.
Thanks, Stephanie. Before we break, if I can ask everyone to be back in here at 2:15. This panel's just covered a huge amount of content information, as have a number of the speakers. So in the next couple of weeks, Zebu Live will be actually uploading onto YouTube the various different panel sessions, so you'll be able to do that. And obviously, there's Zebu staff here, so they can give you access to people's contact details if you want to. Coming up in a minute, we'll have a series of sponsor videos and information about some NFT artists' work. So that's here, but come back here at 2:15. Thank you.
As DeFi and Web3 applications become more and more complex, smart contracts remain inherently limited, as they run in a very tight sandbox. For that reason, many Web3 projects still rely on centralized back-end infrastructure for certain problems, creating a single point of failure, sacrificing decentralization for practicality. The current blockchain stack consists of 2 layers. Layer 1 in charge of security, Layer 2 in charge of scalability. But how can we overcome the limitations of smart contracts in a decentralized manner? Introducing Orbs. Orbs runs above these layers as a fully decentralized Layer 3 infrastructure blockchain protocol. Orbs acts as a decentralized backend, enhancing the capabilities of EVM and non-EVM smart contracts. The Orbs Protocol is executed by dozens of independent permissionless validators, staked with over $100 million, opening up a whole new spectrum of possibilities for Web3, DeFi, NFTs, and GameFi. Orbs provides 2 different execution services. Orbs Lambda is an event-driven, serverless, and decentralized cloud function written in JavaScript, similar in concept to AWS Lambda. And Orbs VM, a Docker-based virtual machine, enabling implementations of powerful custom decentralized services in any popular programming language like Go, JavaScript, Rust, or Python, packaged as a standard Docker container. Join us in shaping the next evolution of smart contracts. Become a part of the Orbs universe.
Brands must adapt or die.
Social media is media.
When we first launched, we were hoping for, maybe 400, 500 people.
Internet culture is culture.
Nearly half of Gen Zers go to social media platforms to get their information.
We're democratizing everything, from the creative arts.
I never thought I could sell my work like this.
To finance.
Retail traders aren't just taking on hedge funds, they're also trying to take them down.
Driving trends, politics, and even our culture.
Social media changed the way that politicians could communicate.
And now, emerging innovations are set to change our day-to-day lives even further.
So, ChatGPT, artificial intelligence.
So you've probably heard about the Metaverse.
But in a world of change, the biggest risk to you is falling behind.
So what now? Exponential change has created exponential opportunity,
making traditional marketing and communication methods less effective.
Your storytelling matters more than it ever has before. To be relevant, stories need to connect with culture.
Those that can't communicate their story correctly will fail, but those that can, they're going to thrive.
And that is why Flight Story exists. We understand what it takes to innovate through constant change. We deliver personalized and impactful strategies through our consulting division.
We provide world-first tools that give you the insights that you need. We develop meaningful stories through our content creation studios.
We distribute them far and wide through our extensive earned media network.
Accelerate their growth through our performance media services.
And now, we're helping brands get ready for what comes next. By telling the right story, we build your reputation, deepen the relationships with your community,
and ultimately create value.
For over a decade, our teams have guided leaders for some of the world's most successful companies on the planet.
Having a great story, it isn't enough.
Flight Story will give you the tools to tell it.
As DeFi and Web3 applications become more and more complex, smart contracts remain inherently limited, as they run in a very tight sandbox. For that reason, many Web3 projects still rely on centralized back-end infrastructure for certain problems, creating a single point of failure, sacrificing decentralization for practicality. The current blockchain stack consists of two layers: Layer 1 in charge of security, Layer 2 in charge of scalability. But how can we overcome the limitations of smart contracts in a decentralized manner? Introducing Orbs. Orbs runs above these layers as a fully decentralized Layer 3 infrastructure blockchain protocol. Orbs acts as a decentralized backend, enhancing the capabilities of EVM and non-EVM smart contracts. The Orbs protocol is executed by dozens of independent permissionless validators, staked with over $100 million, opening up a whole new spectrum of possibilities for Web3, DeFi, NFTs, and GameFi. Orbs provides two different execution services. Orbs Lambda is an event-driven, serverless, and decentralized cloud function written in JavaScript, similar in concept to AWS Lambda. And Orbs VM, a Docker-based virtual machine, enabling implementations of powerful custom decentralized services in any popular programming language like Go, JavaScript, Rust, or Python, packaged as a standard Docker container. Join us in shaping the next evolution of smart contracts. Become a part of the Orbs universe.
Brands must adapt or die.
Social media is media.
When we first launched, we were hoping for, maybe 400, 500 people.
Internet culture is culture.
Nearly half of Gen Zers go to social media platforms to get their information.
We're democratizing everything, from the creative arts
I never thought I could sell my work like this.
to finance.
Retail traders aren't just taking on hedge funds, they're also trying to take them down.
Driving trends, politics, and even our culture.
Social media changed the way that politicians could communicate.
And now, emerging innovations are set to change our day-to-day lives even further.
So ChatGPT artificial intelligence.
You've probably heard about the Metaverse.
But in a world of change, the biggest risk to you is falling behind.
So what now? Exponential change has created exponential opportunity.
Making traditional marketing and communication methods less effective.
Your storytelling matters more than it ever has before. To be relevant, stories need to connect with culture.
Those that can't communicate their story correctly will fail. But those that can, they're going to thrive.
And that is why Flight Story exists. We understand what it takes to innovate through constant change. We deliver personalized and impactful strategies through our consulting division.
We provide world-first tools that give you the insights that you need. We develop meaningful stories through our content creation studios.
We distribute them far and wide through our extensive earned media network.
Accelerate their growth through our performance media services.
And now, we're helping brands get ready for what comes next. By telling the right story, we build your reputation, deepen the relationships with your community,
and ultimately create value.
For over a decade, our team
Hi, hello. Lovely to have you back here. I hope you're all fed and watered and ready for a great afternoon of panels we've got here on the main stage. So without further ado, I'm going to introduce our next panel. We've got Fraser Edwards moderating. And yeah, round of applause and we'll bring them on. Thank you very much.
And hopefully, if the mic works, does it work? Yeah, perfect. So also followed up by Mary from Holochain. We've got Garrett from Coindesk, Paul from Kiko, and Sandy from Calimero. So do proper introductions in a second, but welcome to the stage. And thanks everyone for joining us. So I guess just to do really quick introductions and explain why Evan looks extremely different to her picture that was up before. So just to start, so hi, I'm Fraser Edwards from Checked. We're building payments infrastructure for decentralized ID, for credentials, verified data, that kind of jazz, and also decentralized reputation, which we may touch on later on. Then directly to my left, we've got Mary, so Executive Director of the Holochain Foundation, building open source infrastructure for distributed and collaborative web. And serial tech founder, seed investor, startup mentor, general badass. Yeah. Then we've got Paul, so CEO of Kiko, Web3 engineering studio, working with clients on foundation and product all the way through the entire life cycle, and founded back in 2019 and working across kind of financial services and well beyond. Then we have Evan's stand-in. So unfortunately she couldn't make it due to personal reasons, but thank you to Garrett Scravina from Coindesk for stepping in. Head of Strategic Partnerships for Coindesk, business strategist and partnerships expert focused on building sustainable audiences and creative experiences utilizing Web3. And finally, but not least, so Sandy Fatik from Calimero, building sharding infrastructure to allow businesses to protect data and privacy whilst leveraging public blockchains. And again, serious entrepreneur and also has worked at Near, Facebook and Google, amongst others. So very solid engineering chops. So if everyone could give a round of applause for all of our panelists, and then we'll get started. Okay, thank you. So to get started, obviously the title of this reference is kind of verified data. So rapid fire in whoever wants to start, and then start arguing with each other. Verifiable data in one sentence. What is it? And one example relevant to your organization, if you can, please.
My first, okay. Well, relevant to our organization, verifiable data means something that comes with provenance, something that is signed by individuals or a verified node that it can be, can move through a flow of information to someone else in a different context and still kind of be able to come back to it and know where it's from, who did it, and why. And the context part is super important to us. So verifiable data, in a nutshell, is signed data that is traceable. Simplified, but hey, it's a way to get started.
Anyone have a different view, disagree with that, or just a different example?
Simpler or different, yeah. I see verifiable data as data where I can trust the source, a source of authenticity, or a trusted source where I know where it's come from. And like Mary said, then obviously the traceability and being able to take data back to its origins and validate that origin. And in terms of a use case, If I was looking for financial data related to some kind of historic data from a marketplace, I'd want to know that the trusted source is a financial institution of worthiness. So that would be an example of where I'd look for verifiable data.
Yeah, I mean, I certainly agree with both of you guys. I think to build on that, a verifiable piece of data is, one way to look at it is kind of like a Web3 cookie, right? You're surfing the web, like there's certain data that's transmitted from a browser to a website and back and forth. You know, a decentralized piece of data is just that across decentralized applications, blockchains, et cetera.
I mean, not much to add, you know, data which can be cryptographically verified. I mean, used everywhere, wallets, you know, all the blockchain networks, like everywhere. Even before that, like, I mean, we used verifiable data for many, many years before that, so.
And any example from Calimero network, specific to you guys?
Like, you know, like the whole thing is, you know, we have a settlement layer which uses cryptography to prove that, you know, signatures have been verified in validators. Wallets have, you know, every peer-to-peer transaction is verified again by cryptographic proof. So, I mean, you know, it's
cool.
I think we can dive into, you know, more specific things than just.
Well, you know, one of the things that I'll say is just different on it. Like, so Holochain isn't a blockchain. So Holochain doesn't work quite the same way that a lot of you know, data in the blockchain does. There's not a central chain that's holding everything. Every application is its own holochain, and that's an application. So verification and validity happens within that context. And so for us, it starts with sort of like the individual or the node actually signing data into a local source that can then get shared into a distributed hash that gets basically validated by the peers. And the thing is that it's about reason we're doing it this way is because we think we need more modular systems that can talk to one another so that data flows can happen in different ways and different needs can be accomplished. So it's, for instance, in a supply chain, the first part of verifiable data is the producer who's producing something has to be able to put something in, and you want provenance, you may want to know GPS information, you may want to have photos, you may want to have a bunch of things that would be really costly on-chain. But you need them to still be signed by keys and be verifiable in lots of different ways. They may go through other verifications, other people who would put, you were talking earlier about, what was the first thing that you said that we'll get to later? Sorry, it was really interesting.
Oh, decentralized reputation.
Yeah, decentralized reputation. Well, all that is like who actually can say something about that data that gives it even more trust, right? That's a lot what you're doing, whether you're talking about it in an individual's reputation or the process of a flow of a piece of, I don't know, coffee or something going through a supply chain. So that's.
So then I guess to nicely kind of segue on, where do you think the most valuable kind of verified data is at the moment, or where do you think it will be? Is it that supply chain example? It's personally one of our theses is that's one of the biggest examples, just because personal data on an individual data is, as insulting as this might be to individuals, not worth that much individually. Someone did an experiment, I think a couple of years ago on the BBC. They tried to sell all of their data individually. They made the sum total of, I think, a tenner. And it was literally everything about them. So in aggregate, huge business, individually, not worth that much. A company profile or supply chain may be worth a bit more, but I don't know if either of you have a different viewpoint on where that valuable data is. Or feel free to disagree with me about that personal data point.
I think there's value in that when it comes to raising the integrity and the just generally realizing that the participants in the Web3 space, they're real people. There's a level of what you need to know in terms of anonymity all the way up to full disclosure. But I think when you're trying to raise the quality and try and raise, you know, how people can actually validate participants within Web3, I think it's important that you have some verifiable data that maps back to an individual, even if you don't disclose everything about them. Sticking to some of the core, you know, properties of Web3.
Well, I think on that point, like, I think data is very valuable to, say, businesses, entities, corporations, et cetera. But at an individual level, very few people value their data in a way that's significant enough to them, right? Like, we've given up our data and given up our privacy in many ways to access certain digital services, online applications, et cetera. So it's kind of certainly devalued at an individual level, you know, data about yourself, et cetera. Where there is value is at a more company-specific level whenever you're trying to target certain people, target certain users, and try to obtain customers.
anything you'd add?
I mean, like from my perspective, the biggest thing is payments right now. Like that's a use case which has been proven. Like every single transactions on every single blockchain out there uses payments, and that like every block can be verified, every payment can be verified, and like you are the holder of your private key. And I think right now we see on-ramps, we see MasterCard adopting it, we see payments on Bitcoin, hedge funds, DeFi. And right now, like that seems like the biggest use case out there for sure. The question is like, what's gonna come after that? Like data ownership and other things, and like there's gonna be many other things coming afterwards.
I just want to actually say something in opposition to what you're saying about like the individual data. We've been giving it up and it doesn't matter anymore. I think actually the tides have been turning on that, and what we've been seeing over the last 5 years or so is the beginnings of people saying, no, that's actually not okay. We've seen like legislation come up around privacy. It's new, it's continuing to grow. And I don't think it's so much just because we want everything to be private or whatnot. I think sometimes we do the policy a bit wrong at first because we don't know how to understand it. But I think that's emanating from this idea of that there is something being taken that we didn't know that we were giving, and that we want that to change. And so until we have the infrastructure for that to change, it's really difficult to push up against and say, well, we have to do it differently, or we have to expect the businesses to do it differently. So to me, part of what we're doing in the Web3 world is playing with that infrastructure, coming up with new ways that it can be built so that we can give back to the people the things that they are saying is important. Because whether or not I share some of it is what's important to me. Who gets to see it and use it? That's important to me.
Totally, and I agree with you there. I was more looking back on like traditionally that's how it's developed and how this space was, and you're absolutely right that there wasn't tools for an alternative, certainly at an individual level, to own your data and decide who gets it or not, right? Like my analogy earlier to like cookies, right? Cookies across the internet, most people didn't really realize what they were giving up. You just hit accept and just keep going, right? Like, and most of the time you don't notice a different experience whether you accept or deny a cookie. That's a problem, right? Like you should give your data up and it should provide you a more personalized, better experience. It should better serve you as a product. And that's what this can enable, once more applications and more things are enabled with it.
And we're not there yet. And everybody wants it to be convenient too. So we're going to have some adoption concerns with some of that.
And totally agree. And I think for anyone who isn't already aware, across Europe you have EIDAS coming through, which is basically legislation and kind of regulations to implement an EU-wide ID, but it's using kind of decentralized self-sovereign ID where that kind of ownership is with the individual, or not, maybe not ownership, but control. And I think that's been one of the interesting shifts is maybe a way, if you look into the SSI decentralized ID world, is it's maybe shifting away from complete ownership more into control. And I think you used the word like the value is in being able to share the data. And personally, like our company's found that the language to people that lands the best, I don't know if anyone else has found the same, is portability, the ability to move that data to wherever you want it to. And there's like an intrinsic privacy bit there, but that's not the bit people land on. It's like, I want to be able to take my social graph out of Twitter and somewhere else and it instantly works. Like,
and now it's even worse.
Yeah.
Every single transactions you post on Ethereum is public. Every single transactions you make on any other chain is public. Yeah. So like it's not you're giving your data to Facebook, now you're giving it to the whole world. And the question is like, how do you solve that? Like I think that's the real question, how do you solve it? Because like we're preaching Web3 decentralization and privacy, and like every single transactions you ever made ever is visible on chain.
Well, but I think that's one of the things where you need to start looking at different technologies that are not all a public blockchain. The public blockchain needs certain uses. Exactly.
That's why I'm mentioning it. Like.
Exactly. I think.
In public blockchains, right? Like you can tell from a wallet what it is, but how do you identify who's behind that wallet, right? Like that's a huge issue here today, where like there's only so much that you can glean from looking at a public blockchain and make assumptions. Even a company like Chainalysis, right? They use a model that's algorithmic that's being challenged in court today that's not proven to be held up. It's being used by a lot of regulators to be held up, but we don't know that that's actually 100% proof, verifiable, et cetera.
It just takes one, like you to go to a front end, any front end, You sign with your wallet, they take a cookie snapshot of what you did, they take your IP address, they can fingerprint you very well. Like, believe me, like, governments use it to track funds. You know, Tornado Cash happened because they knew which wallets were Korean wallets which were hacked. They knew which were terrorist-funded wallets. Like, it's very, very easy to see who owns a wallet. Like, you'll be surprised. Like, you'll be surprised.
No, and I'm not disagreeing with that. I'm saying it's still predictive. Right? Even at 99% accuracy, 98, it's a predictive model. There's no registry, there's no central authority that, you know, is by the community. But it's a predictive tool. It's a predictive tool, though. It's not a registry necessarily.
Yeah, but like
it's gonna have, say, ENS, where someone has directly linked their address, which is how loads of celebrities ended up with tainted Tornado Cash because they were daft enough or wanted to, whichever side of that you are.
ICOs with KYCs?
Yeah, exactly.
You couldn't buy an ICO in many cases if you didn't have KYC. They track you down, see your wallet, every time you made an investment.
There's a great, I think it was a great quote or a great analogy of this from Tor from Secret Network. And he basically was like, if you're using a public ledger for certain transactions, you are basically walking around in the street with your clothes off. And that's your current state. You're just not really think of it in that way. Like, everything is exposed about what you're doing if someone knows your identity. Which I think is we've almost got ourselves onto a topic which we're going to touch on later on, but we probably bring it forward because this was really related to this, which is in terms of, in some cases you've got data on ledger, you've got people verifying things through that way. You were mentioning kind of payments. You then have, say, credentials or other data off ledger, all of which verified. I guess, how do each of you look against, I guess to extend this kind of, I just came from Cosmoverse, and there were two kind of themes if I compare that against Mainnet. So Mainnet in New York, there was a big focus on just abstract away all of the data, all the blockchains underneath, no one should see anything, it should just be seamless user experience and products. Cosmos, you had all these DeFi projects being like, we need to be able to get people all the way down to the ledger very, very quickly and seamlessly. I guess with kind of where you're working, do either of you, or do any of you have a strong position on like where in that user experience you want to be? You want to bring everyone all the way down, or you want to make it invisible?
You know, I don't think that most people want to be looking at ledgers. I mean, Holochain's not here to do more financial transactions. We're not necessarily just in the payment space. We're a generalizable infrastructure that can be used for any kind of application that people are collaborating on, but that you want some form of like verified. You want to verify who the people in the membrane are that you're sharing it out to. You want to have it be more owned by the individuals. You want to have it not necessarily be hosted on large tech infrastructure. People host everything themselves because an app can just live on the devices. So from our perspective, with what we're doing, it's not about can you see everything. You make visible what's contextually relevant to people. That's what they want. They don't need to see every little piece. Can they? Sure. But who does? Really, how many people are first of all, competent to assess whether the smart contract that they're using is sufficiently good enough, who's competent enough to understand all of the things that they're looking at. Most of the users that I speak to, they don't care about that. They want a good UI, they want it very usable, and they're really looking for, does this actually meet my needs? And if my needs are, I don't want to pay a lot of money for it, or I want to have a fantastic user experience that's social, or I want to be able to collaborate just with this group of people and I don't even want it out there in the world in a public way. That's what they care about. So that's what they need.
I think before I open it up, just almost an analogy is how many people read T's and C's. It will take you far too long. You're not going to get any useful experience of it. And a project I was running previously, which was doing SSI for international travel, the designers came up with basically 3 layers of consent. There was consent where you're just, okay, I'm not going to read this, I'm just going to consent. There was okay, I need an idiot's guide to what I'm agreeing to and the data I'm sharing. And then there was a full legal T's and C's if you went down. And no one ever got to the 3rd screen. No one ever bothered getting that far because the information was irrelevant to them. Yeah. So anyone else have different views in terms of surfacing or going further down, exposing kind of more transactional level data or, yeah.
I think I would just add that like account abstraction is kind of important in that regard, right? I think the user experience, for them to care about their data, right, it needs to be abstracted away, but also provide a personalized experience or a better experience in general. Like I think the ENS example is a good thing, right? Like there's a lot of applications, et cetera, where you sign in with a wallet, and if that wallet is registered with an ENS, what populates? Well, your ENS does, right? That's an identifier of some sort, right? Like that's a very basic example, but like if you have more preferences built into, like shout out to Disco, which is kind of a data backpack that sits in between a wallet and like an application, right? And that data backpack can, contain your preferences, more personal information, et cetera. And you as a user should sign something just like you sign a cookie with a website, where like you hold that data yourself, you custody it, and you are allowing this website to serve you a more personal experience in that way. But after that, yes or no, granting, everything else should be abstracted away. Like I don't believe that like a user wants to see that. They can, to your point, and they should be able to. You should always give access to see that. But I don't think that the majority of people care enough in the same way that your TNC example.
And I think something else, I can see James in the audience. So James from Evening, who used to work at SSI, well, still works at SSI, but at DOC. And so I know something that Evening was looking way back in the day, I think, was the idea of smart agents. So in the way of like abstracting away the UI or the details of what data you're managing and where it's going, actually the ability to delegate that onto an agent or an AI that operates on your behalf and therefore shares different data with different organizations depending on your preferences or learned behavior. So as an example, anyone who's signed up to the Wi-Fi here or like in an airport probably isn't giving their real email, I hope isn't giving their real email address or real name, that kind of detail. But if you're with your bank, you need to. And you need to do both of those. So I totally agree. I think that's where it ultimately needs to go to, because I think there's maybe an open question to bring out. It's like, how do you see people are going to manage all of that data if they're in control of it? Because right now it's just off there in the ether in some company's database, but if it becomes under your control, it becomes almost unmanageable. I guess in the same way that people are starting to use password managers, but this would be in a drastically bigger way. I don't know if there are any strong opinions on how it's going to look and how it's going to feel in the future.
That's going to be a complex thing that's going to be handled, I think, by a lot of different organizations that are really thinking about user experience. Because at the end of the day, this is just massive user experience problems. In the same way that like passwords are still a problem, and like the way we're talking about keys versus passwords, well, key management we haven't completely solved either for some of the Web3 adoption issues, because we need to be able to easily revoke the keys, replace the keys at times, from the user perspective, I think. We have it,
Near
but
has
not
fast auth MPC.
Yep, but
Near
not,
was one of the first to implement a counter section. We are the pioneer who implemented that. Meta transaction, nobody talks about. I mean, users should not pay for gas fees. Users should log in with your social. MPC generates a key which you can recover. You don't pay gas fees, somebody else pays. You don't pay for servers right now. Like no user thinks about how much Facebook pays for their service. And I think Web3 should be the same. You log in, you get an MPC key, you can recover it socially, a meta transaction, the developers pays for transactions and monetize it somehow differently, or you just pay a subscription. And I mean, that like a counter section has been implemented in Near since we launched like 4 years ago. So like it's really important to have like multi-sigs, function access keys, so you can give different keys access. And I think it's already here. I would very much disagree. I think like user experience-wise, you can build good applications on blockchains right now. Problem-wise, use case, like what are the use cases actually people want to use, that's a different question. Like I really focus on like solving privacy and building applications which people want to use. Like I don't think scalability, infrastructure is as much of a problem. Like you can get million users on Near and run it, but like where are the apps, like Near has few, but like we also same, like, I think it's like not becoming a problem anymore in my view.
I completely agree. I think a lot of the conferences over the last, year, especially like Token 2049 and others, have been dominated by like roll-ups and ZK roll-ups, like ECC certainly and others. I don't think that's the problem. I don't know if anyone else would disagree with that. I completely agree with you. Like there's easily enough block space, enough capacity. Like it's actually applications that people that are usable, that abstract all this away, that I think it's needed.
Yeah, I mean, you can build on an alternate layer one. And like if you had really, that's the question I ask. If you had a cloud provider which charges you $10 million a year, and you had an alternate cloud provider which doesn't change anything for your business, and it charges you $1 million per year, in any other business you would automatically switch. This cloud provider is cheaper for me, provides me the same functionality, it's faster. But people don't. And that's the problem, because like we live in a bubble still, in my view. There's like applications coming out, like loyalty is becoming a big thing, tokenization of real estate assets, Bitcoin ETFs. Like there's many, many more things happening. But the question is like, I mean, what's the real use cases people want to use? You know, like I work in the data ownership. Like we're also a peer-to-peer network with settlement and stuff. And the question is like, do people care about privacy? Like, okay, I tell you, I go to Web3 companies and ask them, do you care about your data? And they say yes. And I ask them, what software as a service do you use? I use Slack. So why are you using Slack? Why are you not on Calimero running a peer-to-peer Web3 chat? Or like, why are you using Atlassian and Jira? Why are you not on a self-hosted version of it? And that's the question we have to solve. Like that's, you know, probably it's going to take time, some data leaks from OpenAI, some data leaks of Facebook or whatever. But yeah.
Well, I'll push back there a bit. Like, do you feel that the reason they don't care is because their users do not care?
Of course.
Right. So I mean, I think like, right, comes down back to user experience, and I think you need
user experience is the same. I'm going to show you.
Well, I think you need to meet people where they already are. The applications they are already using every day, right? Like that's why you've started to see this kind of have a little bit more use case in, let's say, Web3 or decentralized social, as opposed to other spaces, right? That's where those identifiers and things are important. I think people do want to take their networks with them and use that across different applications so it better serves them, right? You're starting to see that. You know, it's not there yet, but it's certainly one of the applications that, you know, has some small level of traction.
Yeah, we had a really strange experience of that with Creds, where we're building decentralized reputation, and we tried to meet users where they were, which we thought was Discord and Telegram, so we made those like the default logins to come into Creds. When we were going through that journey, people were like, we want Google sign-in. And we're like, aren't you people like privacy focused and this is like the devil? And they're like, no, it's just easier. It's just way easier to sign in. I just want to use it. And also the other side of it is they see it as the least valuable part of their identity is their email address, it seems. It's just they sign up for newsletters, they don't care about it, and they're willing to use it to sign into all sorts. Then they'll add other connectors in. But there's a really interesting part where they couldn't care less about like, where we thought we were being like really kind of focusing on the community. We're like, no, this is a headache for us. We don't want to be doing it.
If you had the social login, where you log in with Google and it creates a world for you, like do you think that would change? Because there is solutions which provide you social logins, which create an MPC wallet for you.
I guess for us, all the data's off ledger, so they don't need an account at all. So for us, we never need to use it's just, we use storage, so we use decentralized storage, but there's never an account creation. You just log in, the data's yours, you keep it. But as a result, no one really, I think that's the other part, and I think this is a big shift over the last year, was last year, I think everyone was, if you were a user, you were expected to pay for services, and the benefit was going to be you get ownership, control, and privacy. And I think what we're finding now is actually users won't pay, so it'll be very similar to kind of the model that we have now, but then they still expect kind of portability, privacy, and control. I don't know if anyone disagrees with that, but it feels like the commercial model has shifted. It's individuals shouldn't be paying for this stuff anymore, or not expected to anyway.
Interesting. I think it's been there all along.
Interesting.
I mean, that to me, that's the fundamental adoption difference between it. I think it's one thing to talk about a lot of things that have moved in the payments area or in the finance space when people are doing prospecting and it's all about money at some level and trying to make money. But when you talk about it in the social spaces, I don't think there's been a massive shift. I think there's been always a conversation of we don't want this thing, but we get so much convenience from it that we're almost willing to do anything with it. It's like, but we'll move away from it a little bit. I think what you said was really interesting. They care about it less. It seems to me that's just the same thing that happened with Yahoo, right? At one time, people had Yahoo accounts that mattered to them, but then Yahoo became the login or the email address that you used for all your junk that you didn't want in, you weren't going to read anymore because you'd already moved to a different service provider. People are moving on. They might be even moving on to a more privacy-focused email account, but they haven't they haven't left behind their Google account. That's the easy one that, well, it's been there forever, it doesn't matter, and it's like free data. Like, or they're not charging me for like terabytes of data, so who cares how much goes into that account?
That's right. To then shift some tack, because we're starting to run out of time. What's the most fun or expected use of verifiable data you've seen in the past year or are expecting next year? Fun or, I guess, interesting, unusual. And I guess to kick this off while you're thinking, because this is
I think it was interesting. I saw something recently where an AI service is starting to use non-public verifiable data to feed the results that it gives. So going beyond like the thing you get out of a ChatGPT at the moment, this was starting to ingest verifiable data. Obviously, it had been given permission to access, but it adds a new level of quality in the results that it was producing to the person interacting with it.
I spoke to a company yesterday, Cosmoverse, doing exactly that. They were starting to ingest their own information to ChatGPT because they wanted it to be from verified sources internally, because they couldn't trust everything else that was out there.
And that's a whole new dimension. You look, they've saturated all the public. It's just like, my old world, it's like spiders that trawled the internet in the 90s or they indexed the whole of the internet. These engines have gone out, they've consumed all the public data. They're all going to be on a level playing field. Unless one of them has access to data, the others don't, there's no edge. So that's an interesting opportunity.
That's theoretically the reason why Twitter's APIs went behind a massive paywall with a hefty chunk of fees behind them it was just getting it. Exactly. Just, I guess, to see that as well, one that I've not seen yet but heard of is using kind of verifiable data, and mostly for avatars in the metaverse, especially around company metaverses and addresses by C-suite individuals. Basically on the idea that if you have an avatar and you can fake pretty much everything about it, from the appearance to the way it sounds to the way it speaks, suddenly you can impersonate someone perfectly in a different realm. So now they look at how do you verify all of these pieces together, because otherwise you can have really, really I mean, if Mark Zuckerberg doing an address in his metaverse, doing maybe company results, and someone manages to spoof that, is suddenly a very, very dangerous thing. So I think that's one of the most, for me, one of the more unusual ones that I've seen so far that apparently is going to see some takeoff from who I'm speaking to.
Yeah, I think we haven't even seen some of the necessary things around identity yet. I think we've moved forward a lot with some of the self-sovereign identity aspects, but not nearly enough. And I think what you were talking about around the social graphs and seeing more apps that come out that are able to really capture it and know. I mean, it's not just even in the metaverse, and it's not just even, like when we're using avatars, they're talking human beings, videos, pictures, like we can deepfake everything. It's awful. And it does happen, and it happens in the middle of business negotiations sometimes where somebody gets in the middle. I mean, we've had it happen with our own organization on large deals, and you have to be so careful. And what kinds of tooling will be coming out over the coming years that are really using all of these different aspects of verifiable data to help know for certain when you're speaking to somebody or not? I think that's going to be critical.
I mean, I think just to add to that, I think like the most fun and interesting thing that we're seeing today is like the social login, right? Logging in with Google, logging in with Twitter, those things. Like some of those applications you're seeing today are instantly spinning up a wallet as soon as you sign in. So it's immediately attaching, a communication channel to a wallet, and we all know as a wallet you can provide financial incentives, you could put in tokens that have data attached to them, et cetera. It's kind of a bucket that's instantly created based on a social login, based on an email, based on a phone number. Like, to me, that's the first primitive that we're starting to see that could encapsulate a lot more information.
Seems to me, though, until we get to a point where wallets can, you can have some control of accepting what's coming into that wallet, to me, it's a problem. That's one of the things about the way that we're doing some of those or some of the design for currencies is that you have control where you have countersigning on these things to accept, because that's a big problem.
Agreed. I'm just saying this is the first step in that direction, right? Because then you have smart contract enabled wallets where you're kind of giving permissions and things like that. And, there certainly seems, whether it's like a Holo or Disco or others, there needs to be an intermediary there where you can control the permissions, right? And that's what I think everyone on the stage is interested in hoping to see, at some point, because it provides better experiences and it ultimately provides more let's say, white space for like blockchains to enable certain applications that people use widely across society.
Just before I hand over to Sandy for a final point, I think Evan always gives a really good example that really speaks to your point, which is, so Evan McMullen from Disco, who you've been replaced. So she always gives a really good example of kind of if you use SBTs for data, so soulbound tokens, so an NFT that receives into your account that you basically can't get rid of or is very hard to get rid of. The example she gives is, what if your degree was an SBT, but it came from a college that is, say, predominantly of a certain, like, I guess, nationality or certain income class in the US, that suddenly is public data that's on Ledger that anyone can discover that can be used to profile you. And you have no control over that. Once it's there and you can't get rid of it. And I think that really speaks to your point of, that's the danger of that data being on Ledger if you get it wrong, is it really can open you up.
Well, and that's why it's important that there's an intermediary, right, that has like a data backpack like Disco has, where like you can control those permissions, right? You don't want a university or some organization like that issuing a soulbound token to a wallet address that, to your point, is exposing you, and anyone is on a public blockchain. Anyone can go use that information, right? You need it, be like, no, I want it issued to this wallet through this protocol, right? That kind of intermediates it and allows permissions and things like that.
Sandy, anything you want to add? Oh, you got in a completely different area. So the original question to you.
Yeah, like I think like one of the things, I mean, it was all said, but I think it's also like, you know, like an interesting use case. I think like the intersection of AI and blockchain will be very interesting because, you know, we had fake media, fake news, all of this stuff happening, and just like with AI, it's going to be much more prominent and visible. And like one of good provenance question is like, you know, was this generated by this company? Was this generated by AI? And like these kind of things are going to be, you know, an interesting intersection, I think, coming up, especially with OpenAI and the elections and all of this happening.
I was going to say, the US elections next year is going to be fascinating for exactly that reason.
So I think that's going to be, you know, one of good things. Like one interesting thing is like a project which I've seen recently is essentially building an open web data set. So like you can build competitors and models to like OpenAI. Essentially what the project does, they post data on-chain and they have like a mechanical Turk where you label the data, you get paid. So essentially like anybody in the world can just, you know, start working, labeling the data and get, you know, some money. And I think like gig economy is going to be something very interesting because like, you know, we haven't seen, you know, decentralized Uber, decentralized apps, you know, like a project building on Calimero is building parcel chain. So it's essentially a community driven delivery system. Like I know I'm going from this floor to there, I put my parcel, somebody picks it up, you have a reputation system. And I think like these things are going to be more and more interesting. And like also dangerous, like that's something which, you know, blockchains are dangerous as well. So like the question will be like, how do you prevent fraud? How do you prevent somebody dropping you something you don't want? And I mean, obviously all the stuff on the dark internet you don't want to see. Like once you post it, you cannot ever remove it. So
we're coming up on time. So I think just across the panel, any final thoughts that anyone wants to leave us with? And then I think, unfortunately, no time for questions, but we'll have to make a move. So any final thoughts or any final statements or kind of shameless shilling that anyone wants to be doing just before we wrap up?
No, but just in your other question about interesting things, the place I keep going to is like the bio data and medical data, things like that irritate me the most in my life is not being able to take my own medical records from one place to another. And I know here in Europe it's a very different experience, but in the US everything is, you know, privately done and awful. And just to never feel like you're in control of the things that are all about you, that's the place. That's one place where I want verifiable data and personal ownership of that data to change.
Anyone else with anything else?
Ownership and portability. That's what I think ultimately you want with your data.
Yeah.
Awesome.
Yeah, just echo that. I think you should care about your, you know, identity and data on digital spaces, physical spaces, and how it's, you know, transported across various entities in general. You should care.
Yeah, completely agree. Okay, well with that thought, thanks everyone for their time and thanks for paying attention and thanks to the panel for this great panel. So thank you. Great.
Thanks, Fraser, and thanks for the rest of the panel for that. Well, I'm delighted to to present the next discussion. I must say, I got totally confused because it talks about Coinbase, Web3, Odyssey. Starbucks weren't mentioned. But Tom assures me that he's going to mention them in some capacity. So, Alice from CoinMarketCap, if you'd like to come up, and Tom, if you're from Coinbase and interested to hear more about Coinbase, what it's doing in the Web3 space, and if you get a chance, maybe something about Starbucks. Okay. Thank you.
Excellent. I don't know if the mic is working. Hi, everyone. Thanks very much for joining us today. My name is Alice. I'm the research lead at CoinMarketCap. And today with me is Tom Duff-Golden. He is the VP of International Policies at Coinbase. Tom, would you like to do a self-intro?
Yeah, happy to. Hi, everybody. It's great to be here. I'm like sitting in the mouth of the wolf here. So I'm Tom Duff-Gordon. I'm the VP of International Policy at Coinbase. So that means I have the fortune to deal with all the regulators, governments, central banks outside of the US. So I'm based here in London, but I spend a lot of time traveling because we're covering UK, but also covering Europe, Middle East, Asia, Canada, and the Americas. So I've been at Coinbase for nearly 2 years now. Before that, I was in traditional finance. I was 15 years at Credit Suisse. So good timing, I think, to leave Credit Suisse and having a great time at Coinbase.
Excellent. Regulation is a very important topic for us in the industry, especially now. So today, I have my main goal here is to see the global chessboard of international rules and regulations, and I want to understand that a bit more and see how has that impacted Coinbase strategy this year thus far. So to start with, congratulations on the achievement in Singapore and Spain. Would you like to give us some details on that?
Yeah, happy to. We were super excited over the last month or so. Some of you may have seen, we actually had Bermuda as well. So we had a registration announced in Spain that we're really pleased about. We got our full license in Singapore, and we've got a second license entity in Bermuda. So I'm on very much Team International at Coinbase. We want to bring 1 billion people into crypto. We're all about economic freedom, and so scaling internationally is getting more and more important for us, particularly given where the US is. But if I just think about Spain just quickly for 1 second, I'm sure a lot of you are focused or know about the regulation there that went live and was passed earlier this year, the markets in crypto assets regulation. That enters into forced implementation not until 2025 for CASPs. So in the meantime, it's important to get registrations in all the big different markets. We have that in Germany, we have it in Ireland and Netherlands and a bunch of places. So we were pleased to get over the line in Spain. When we look at Singapore, we see that as a key hub market. The MAS, which is the regulator there, and the central bank, they're just extremely progressive and on the front foot when it comes to crypto. You can have some of the most detailed conversations that I have with any regulators around the world with the MAS. So we think that Southeast Asia region, there's a lot of excitement, there's a lot going on, and for us to be fully licensed in Singapore is great. But I think more generally, we have this philosophy for our expansion, which is go deep and it's go broad. So we have about 10 markets where we want to go deep outside of the US, and these are, we've got Brazil, and we've got Canada in the Americas, we've got the UK, which is actually our #1 international market. We've got 5 markets in the EU, so we've got Germany, we've got Ireland, we've got Spain, we've got Italy and France. And then on the Asia side, it's Singapore, where we just had the license I mentioned, and it's Australia. So we are fighting the good fight in the US, but the international expansion of Coinbase is a big deal, and that's what I'm focused on.
Yeah, very happy to hear that, because a lot of the effort that the team has spent getting all these licenses and also the global expansion strategy, I think that's going to benefit the whole industry as well, just to get more interaction with the regulators. Also, I want to ask about the G20 updates, because in September, G20 moves forward with the International Crypto Framework. I was wondering if there's any jurisdictional update for crypto regulations coming out of it.
Yeah, look, it's a good point. I mean, I think it went largely unnoticed. Back in September, we had India, which is running the G20, and obviously post-FTX, regulating crypto has been a big topic. And there was a question mark, right? And the question mark was, should we regulate crypto or should we ban it? And actually, there are a number of very large members of the G20 that for some time thought, hey, if we're worried about dollarization, if we're worried about capital controls, maybe the thing to do is actually to ban this rather than regulate it. And so a number of us, and I was pretty engaged with this, spent a lot of time with some of those big G20 members, trying to force them into the mindset of actually we need just basic global guardrails for this industry, because if we try and ban it, it ain't going to work. You can't turn off the internet. People are just going to use it, and they're going to be kind of less protected. So, I feel like we were somewhat complacent maybe as an industry, because there was a moment where I genuinely think it could have gone in a different direction. But I'm delighted to say we got that agreement. We've got the 10 principles from the FSB. We've got a bunch of things coming out of IOSCO, IMF, and some of these other bodies. And that for us at Coinbase as a kind of a global institution is so important, because we've now got a kind of a consensus that we should regulate it, and we should focus on the kind of the centralized kind of actors, like Coinbase, to kick off with. So that is not going to immediately translate into the same regulation everywhere. But what it does do is it makes sure everybody's on the journey. And when I think of that journey towards regulation, it has kind of 3 stages. You've got, AML, which kind of comes first. After AML, you then have kind of custody and licensing regimes. And then after that, you have implementation. And I guess the next step outside is DeFi. What do you do about that? Decentralized ID, et cetera. Now, across the G20, we think about 83% of the G20 plus financial centers are all now getting advanced on that agenda. I mean, outside of China and outside of the US, which we can talk about, almost everybody else is kind of step 1 or step 2 or step 3. And that for us at Coinbase is really exciting, because we're going to see more adoption, more legitimacy, more trust as these rules kind of get bed in. And I think the focus rightly is on the part of the industry where effectively we've got the fiat on-ramps, where we're doing some of the KYC and other stuff, and we're going to allow hopefully the innovation in DeFi and in some of those other projects to take place before regulation subsequently catches up.
Yeah, that's a very clear roadmap you just laid out for us there. I appreciate that in the audience base today, we have a lot of NFT, GameFi, Ethereum audience here. So later on, we can touch upon some of the other use cases. But since now we're all here today in London, I want to ask about the UK policies. So where are we on the roadmap of regulation right now?
So I would kind of split the UK into 2 halves, right? I think you've got the government, you've got the regulators. I think the government have been great. I think from the Prime Minister down, there's a real acceptance of the power of this technology. The Prime Minister, I think, spent some time on the West Coast. I think he understands blockchain. I think he understands crypto. And he announced that he wants the UK, I mean, I'm telling you something you will know. He announced that he wants the UK to be a Web3 hub. Some of us were doing some stuff earlier this week at the party conference where there's some kind of reports coming out. And effectively, the Chancellor of the Exchequer, he doubled down. I don't know whether you saw it. He said he wants the UK to be a kind of a leader in industries of the future and the next kind of Silicon Valley. So I think what's exciting for us and for this industry is to situate this technology within that kind of broader ambition that the UK government has now around technology, which I think is shared across the aisle in Westminster. So there's very good leadership. I think it provides a clear signal. And we've seen a number of companies leave the US or get pushed out of the US and start opening offices here in London. So some of you may have also seen the announcement from A16Z. They're an investor in us. They're a big investor in this space. And they're launching their first ever office outside the US in London, partly because I think there are these strong, positive, welcoming signals from the government, which is not what we're seeing on the US side. So there's a real opportunity, I think. I think, look, when it comes to regulation, we still haven't seen it yet. I think the Treasury are doing a good job. We know that the FCA is going to come out with some detailed rules and guidance. We've got stablecoin things coming out of the Bank of England. So let's hope that the government vision to really support and propel the sector can be matched with a kind of a balanced approach to regulation that allows the innovation, but obviously deals with the investor protection concerns, market integrity, and financial stability. So I think a really promising place for us to be right now, and we've just got to, together, I think, keep demonstrating the utility of this industry such that we can get that balanced regulation. I will just give one shout out for a report that we peer reviewed, which came out earlier this week from Policy Exchange, which is a big think tank in the UK. And effectively what they tried to do was to situate kind of Web3 within that broader kind of tech agenda, use cases not just in financial services, but outside. And I think the more that we can demonstrate the utility, demonstrate that there's a consumptive use case for these tokens, as well as the speculative one, it's just going to pave the way for us, I think, to kind of land this and grow the industry.
Yeah, definitely. And really, like insights like this, like the policy exchange report, is very beneficial, I think, for the rest of the industry to see. Also, I know that the financial promotion rules for crypto assets is a big thing in the UK. So I'm just curious to know, are you guys FinPro ready?
Yeah, I'm tempted to get a show of hands on this one to see how everyone's feeling about FinProm, but I won't. Yeah, so look, financial promotion, so this is the regime that goes live, I think, on Monday. I think some of us can kind of nod if that's the case. Yeah, so it goes live on Monday. Some of it's delayed for a few months. This is very much the first step for the FCA. They have consumer duty, they have the AML rules, they have financial promotions, and then they'll kind of start writing detailed rules kind of going forward. Look, the question really is what is a financial promotion? Is it every single product and service in this space that you offer, or is it just the things that you promote? I think right now we're taking quite an expansive definition of what financial promotions is, and I think because of that, you're seeing in the industry a number of players grateful for the extra time to kind of get ready for it. I think we're ready, but it's definitely going to be an adjustment for people. So watch this space. I think going live on Monday, financial promotions. No one can disagree and argue with the fact we need to have fair and not misleading promotions. So I don't think anybody litigates that. The question as ever is how much of your website, how much of your app is this going to apply to? So this is a big deal, and I think it comes from the right place, but let's just make sure that it's balanced in terms of the scope.
Yeah, definitely. And I think some of those impacts would be, for example, the advertisements that I'm seeing on the tube and how that's going to go forward. Okay, so that's UK. What about the US? There are so many things on regulation in the US. Will Coinbase stay and fight in the US market? Will you go more international expansion as a strategy? What's the plan?
Yeah, so yes, there's a lot we could say. We could do a whole session on the US, so I'll try and kind of keep it brief. Look, we feel that we have a responsibility, particularly in the US, because we're a US headquartered firm, to kind of fight for that regulatory clarity. So in a perfect world, we'd have a kind of comment and exchange process with the regulator. That's normally what happens. It's what happened in Europe. It's what happens in Singapore. It's what's happening here in the UK. That's not what's happening right on the US, because there's a perception from the SEC that these tokens already exist within existing kind of securities law. Our strongly held belief is that the tokens are not securities, they're actually commodities. And what's different over there versus here is that over there you've got two different agencies, right? One, the CFTC, which runs the derivatives market, futures market, and commodities, and then you've got the SEC. And there is a turf battle going on between the two. So we're determined to try and drive kind of reg clarity. Obviously, we have a suit. We don't want to be in a position where we're suing our regulator. That is not where we want to be. But we will do whatever we have to do, right, in order to get clarity for this industry. So the team that I'm in is working very hard in Washington, and we're trying to push some of these kind of some of the congressional things that you're seeing. So we have bipartisan support for 2 bills, right, that have already been voted out of committee in the US, which kind of shows that the lawmakers understand that we need clarity, and in actual fact, you can't just shoehorn this industry into existing rules. So that process will take some time. Obviously, there was a snafu just recently around the speaker, which is going to slow things down. There's also an election next year. But whether we go through the regulator or whether we go through Congress or whether we go through the courts, like, we are committed to staying in the US, doing everything we possibly can to drive this agenda. So you'll see tons of things that we're doing. We just we did a massive Stand with Crypto day, which some of you may have seen splashed across.
I saw it on Twitter.
Which was big, which was really big. So shout out to my colleagues in Washington for doing that. But we want to work with everybody because we think the US is a really important market. We need to get that reg clarity. It may not come tomorrow, but I think we are on a good path to kind of getting there. But look, we couldn't. There's only 300 odd million people in the US. Our kind of Brian Armstrong's big vision, I think, as you all know, is to bring 1 billion people into crypto. It's about economic freedom. We can't just do that in the US anyway. So, we are now adopting this kind of international first mentality. So we're driving our go deep, go broad strategy. And I think you'll see some interesting stuff, from us. We're shipping a lot at the moment, but there'll be some more things coming before the end of the year. And we're going to be growing in particular the international exchange and making more products available to more people. So the go broad strategy, I think, is going to move fast ahead, but we're confident over time that we will get there in the US.
Definitely. That naturally leads me on to asking, so how is this space evolving and adapting? and how can Coinbase plan to navigate it, I think, in this strategy?
Yeah, look, I think you're all seeing it, right? So the regulation, I think, is happening. So what regulators do is they solve for the past crisis, and that's what they do in TradFi. It's now what they're doing post-FTX in our world. So I think we're going to have unavoidably a busy 2-3 years, right, of kind of regulation. Now that we've got these G20 global principles, they've got to trickle down in everywhere. We've got to sort out the US. So there's no question in my mind that it's going to get harder going, tougher going, right? More compliance and things like that. But we overall think that regulation, if it's focused on the centralized actors, is a good thing, right? Because I think this will weed out some of the bad actors in the space. I think it'll make people more confident in terms of wanting to engage, so we'll drive up adoption. So I think regulation is definitely kind of a theme. It's going to get harder. The other one that is really important is use cases. So wherever I am in the world talking to policymakers or regulators, they just say, look, help us with use cases, right? So we kind of get the payments piece. We understand the remittance thing. DeFi is a little harder conceptually, but unbacked crypto, like what's the utility, what stands behind it, what do these things do? And the more we can just readily point them towards, the Filecoin examples of this world, or the humanitarian aid things, or what's happening in gaming, etc., all of that is just going to make our job easier. I mean, at Coinbase, we are not necessarily solving for use cases, but we want to facilitate that in Web3. So you will have seen we launched Base over the summer. We had on-chain summer. So we now have this layer 2 above Ethereum, this kind of scaling solution. And that's part of our philosophy, which is we want to provide all of the tools and the infrastructure as best we can for the developers, for people out there to go build stuff. And so rather than kind of building the end solution ourselves, we want to make sure that everybody can leverage our cloud, can leverage our wallet. We have a terrific wallet as a service product. We now have this base blockchain. And so I think, over the next years, what I want to see is as this regulation beds in, we have a real kind of push coming in our direction around use cases, which will make things easier. I think my kind of final thing, which I think is a breakout use case in the financial kind of side of things, is going to be stablecoins. I was on a panel in Leeds at the weekend. I was lucky enough, I was sitting next to John Cunliffe, who's the Deputy Governor of the Bank of England. And he was talking about what the Bank of England is doing on digital currency, on CBDC, the digital pound. And look, that's kind of exciting, but what was clear to me is that's not going to come for a while, right? Whether that's 2 years or 3 years, I don't know. I don't think they've even decided definitively to do it or not. But in the meantime, I think stablecoins are going to get better and they're going to get faster, and we're going to see kind of regulation for them. And I think it's now everybody understands that there's superior payments technology out there, right? I mean, when you see stablecoins settling 11 trillion, 5 times more than PayPal, etc., these things are going to, I think, move very, very quickly. So and there will also be a very difficult political conversation around the digital pound in terms of privacy and other things. So kind of I'm excited to see, the regulation will come. I think we'll deal with it. It's kind of good. I think use cases as much as possible. And then I think to have this digitally native, like putting, fiat currencies on supersonic rails, I think this is going to help fuel DeFi and be the way forward.
Definitely. And this is not something that Coinbase alone can achieve. I think it's more collectively, the whole industry needs to push for the right direction, which I think a lot of the initiatives are already going this way, which is really good. We do have some time, so maybe we'll do some Q&As. We'll take some questions.
Okay.
I don't know if there's any, we have a few hands. Sorry, you probably need to raise your hand a bit more so we can. Here. Yes, do we have a mic here? Thank you.
Hi, thank you for the talk till now. I'm a student studying at Imperial College London, and I'm here representing the society. I was just wondering what your opinion on the spot Bitcoin ETF is and how you see it affecting the market in the long term.
Spot Bitcoin
yes,
ETF.
Did everyone hear that? Spot Bitcoin ETF. Look, I probably don't know a huge amount more than you do, but if you look at the institutions behind those applications, I think it represents, I think I'm right, about 17 trillion of assets under management, including the world's biggest kind of asset manager. BlackRock, I don't think, has ever failed, right, in terms of one of these applications. So, look, I think our house view is this will happen. We think it's a matter of time. The SEC are continuing to push it back, but we're now seeing progress, right, on ETH futures, right, EDFs and stuff like that from the CFTC. So whether it's in January or whether it's a little bit further out, we just think it's coming. We definitely think it's coming. And another theme, which maybe I should have touched on, is about access, right? Access, and on-ramps into this. And look, if you could buy Coinbase stock, right? That gives you some exposure, but you can get into the asset class directly, or you can do it via an ETF. And if and when they are given the green light by the SEC, which I think, again, is a matter of time, that's going to, I think, open the door to a huge amount of institutional money. And I think when that comes in, whether that's the start of the next bull cycle or not, I don't know. I don't have a kind of, crystal ball here. But certainly that will be, a big moment, right?
Yeah.
That'll be a big, big moment.
And just to add my 2 cents here, because Coinbase provides the custody service for majority of those, if not all of those ETF applications out there for Bitcoin spot ETFs. And from that aspect, I think the whole industry is ready in terms of infrastructure and everything. Yeah. It's just a matter of the SEC's view on how institutions can access crypto. And to be fair, for all of the applications out there, I know we've been postponed again. It's about earlier this week. SEC announced that they're going to delay the decision on all the Bitcoin spot ETFs out there. But I think, as you mentioned, we are getting there step by step. I think it's just a matter of time and waiting. At the same time, though, myself, I feel very proud of this industry because we are collectively putting a lot of pressure on the right decisions and how things should move forward. So thanks for that question. I think we have time for one more.
Thank you. I've enjoyed this conversation, Tom and others. I'm in the digital assets team at KPMG, and we do believe that stablecoins is the technology that will bring the catalyst, I guess. We've seen a lot of market activity in the last few weeks, especially around PayPal. We think that will cause a domino effect. But another technology we've seen is tokenization of financial instruments. It brings liquidity, efficiency, interoperability. I think I said it right. Where do you see that in terms of adoption on the map? Do you see that bringing adoption both for consumers and financial institutions?
Yeah. So for the people at the back, the question is around financial assets on chain, so real world asset on chain. But also, as you mentioned, it's the stablecoin from PayPal is your view is going to be a catalyst of that. So I just wanted to repeat the question there. Tom, what do you think?
Yeah, look, maybe I can start with an anecdote, right? I was sitting down talking to the CEO of a big stock exchange, and in a kind of informal moment, he told me that there were 15 different parties that touched every transaction that basically went through the exchange from kind of, from soup to nuts. That is a lot, and every single one of those intermediaries is taking a cut, right? They're taking a slice. One of the exciting things about this technology, if you're a TradFi person, is that entire post-trade market infrastructure, which has custodians and sub-custodians and CSDs and CCPs, et cetera, do we need that if we've now got a bearer market? So we can take these assets and we can tokenize them, we can put them on these fast rails. It's effectively a bearer market, and you can have atomic settlement. So do you need a central securities depository at that point? And do you need all of those things? And the best thing is you don't have to capitalize the settlement risk that you have, and you don't have to wait 2-3 days. So there is an enormous potential for this technology to revolutionize kind of capital markets, and we can go from T+2 or T+3 down to T+0, right? So atomic settlement. But what I will say is that I think it's going to take time for us to get there, right? ASX and other stock exchanges around the world have already tried to look into this. And these are such big, such important markets that we've got to move, I think, in a phased and gradual way there. Everybody recognizes, I think, that the technology can kind of deliver. But there will also be incumbency. So one of the things in this room we have to deal with the whole time is that there is a way of doing things today, and whether you're a regulator or you're one of these intermediaries, like we're bringing a new way of doing stuff and a way of getting rid of these intermediaries, right? So we are going to face, and we do face, kind of opposition to that. So I think it's just a long way of saying, I think it's very exciting. I think it's on the roadmap. I'm not sure it's going to happen immediately. Final point would be, you kind of started off with stable coins. And I actually think one of the massive use cases of stablecoins is going to be as the kind of the fiat settlement in any RWA kind of like transactions. So when we put not just money, but we put financial assets and everything else on blockchain rails, like when people are settling and they're trading, they're going to want to settle into a digitally native asset. So whether that's a GBP stablecoin, or whether it's a US one or whatever, probably a GBP here, like that I think is going to be a breakout use case, and that's really going to fuel adoption of kind of stablecoins in and amongst other things.
Excellent. Very good insight. Thank you very much, Tom. And thanks everyone for joining us today. I hope you enjoy the conversation.
Yeah, that's true, Tom. You didn't mention Starbucks. What happened? Just before I bring the next panel on, I just want to share a couple of things following on from what you just heard there. The first thing is to give you a real example of the funds world. Most of you will have some form of savings. You'll have a mutual fund. And at the moment, you can only deal once a day, and the price comes from the fund manager, whether it be Jupiter, Schroders, M&G. Once you start seeing funds being digitized, like we've already seen with Franklin Templeton, like Aberdeen Standard, like KKR in the States, you'll be able to actually transact and trade that fund 24 hours a day, 365 days a year. And instead of the price being dictated by the asset manager, you'll have 4 or 5 market makers in the same way you do with ETFs. To answer the question in terms of adoption, we're just about to see in the UK the regulator ramping up the need for customers to be treated fairly. Now, I'd ask the question to you, is it fair that you can trade once a day or you can trade 24/7? Is it fair that you actually have one price from the asset manager that's looking after your money, or 4 or 5 prices? And I think the answer is fairly obvious. And you've actually now got regulated DeFi exchanges in Europe that can actually trade, for example, Coinbase's stock, trade it 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. It can also trade iShares in fixed interest securities, 24 hours, not 24 days, 24 hours, 7 days a week. So the infrastructure is already there, and I think you're going to see much, much faster. The other point I just wanted to also share with you, some of you will have been to meetings with the regulators, and they'll say, we're technology agnostic, i.e. we don't regulate technology. And the FCA got rather annoyed a couple of weeks ago when we said, that is utter dribble. They are not technology agnostic. And the reason for that is, let's say this is a picture up here, and I sell you this picture, and let's say it's, because obviously Tally is a very good-looking guy and is super geek, so you obviously want his picture. Provided it's under £10,000, I don't have to do anything. If it's over £10,000, I do need to do KYC, AML. That's it. If I took a picture with my phone and then sold it as NFT and tried to sell it to you, I've just broken the law, because I personally and my company are not VASP. So what's the difference between taking a picture and selling a picture? Nothing. And when we spoke to the regulator, they said, oh, I hadn't thought of it like that before. So there's the whole digitalization of real assets. Actually, the regulations are already there. You have to be regulated if you're buying and selling and trading in stocks and equities and bonds and funds and derivatives and things like that. But the regulator is just a bit confused as to why you need to bring another whole layer of legislation. But I promise you it is getting there, and there's a lot of work being done behind the scenes. But moving on, Tally, if I can ask you to come up, because you're going to talk about liquidity, which is all very well having these products trading 24/7, but there's no liquidity. It makes it very, very difficult. So Tally from Super Geek Orbs, over to you.
Thank you. Okay, so we're going to talk about the future of on-chain liquidity. So first, a little bit about myself. My name is Tal. I'm the co-founder of Orbs. Orbs is a blockchain infrastructure provider in layer 3, and you can see our logo on the string around your neck. I'm also an ambassador of the Ton blockchain. Ton blockchain is one of the most interesting L1 blockchains that you should be following today. It was conceived by Telegram a while ago, and it was supposed to serve Telegram's 800 million user base, which is quite exciting. I'm also a mentor in the DeFi.org accelerator. I've been in crypto since 2015, and I'm a London native. I live here since 2021. So the first thing I want to talk to you about is why many of us in the industry are thinking that the next bull run is going to be on-chain. Now, we always used to CeFi being the biggest player in the bull runs, and we've seen that before, but we believe that's going to change in the next one. And let's see some reasons for that. So first of all, let's see that DeFi and on-chain trading is actually mature and has been mature for many years now. So if we took a look at base assets and where base assets are traded, and when I say base assets, I mean Bitcoin, Ether, all the top 10 assets in terms of liquidity and volume and market cap, you see that the largest DEX today, which is Uniswap, on-chain, and you take one of the largest exchanges out there, Coinbase, just on stage now, second exchange, largest exchange in the US, in the world, and the largest in the US, you see that the trade volume is kind of equal, which is quite surprising, and even Uniswap can win a little bit here and there, but you see that trading on DeFi is happening and mature for years. Now, another interesting thing is alt assets. When I say alt assets, these are the crazy new assets where people feel that they could get 100x investments of, whether it's the next meme coin. So all these new assets are not listed in CeFi. They're only listed on DeFi, only listed on chain. We've seen quite a nice run now on Base, which was quite exciting. We also see on-chain new assets that are not actually tokens. For example, Friendtech. I don't know if any of you have used this platform or read about it. Friendtech, people are trading keys. What are keys? There are not NFTs, and they're not exactly fungible tokens. Now, CeFi is years away from listing these things and wrapping their head around these things. Okay, it's so much easier to list things on DeFi and on-chain that the newest assets are always there. Now, I'm not a regulatory guy. I'm a tech guy, like you mentioned. And I'll just read from some headlines I read in the newspaper lately. So the SEC charges Coinbase for operating as an unregistered securities exchange, blah, blah, blah. CFTC charges Binance and its founder with willful evasion of blah, blah, blah. Uniswap lawsuit dismissed. DeFi crypto exchange not liable. The sentiment I see when I read as a user the news, I see that the sentiment on CeFi is more and more scrutinized. DeFi a little bit less. Now, why is that? As a user, I can tell you that personally I feel safer with DeFi because many things I can check for myself and I don't need the regulator looking out for me. And all of this scrutiny is causing some interesting things in the market. For example, many US crypto enthusiasts are now barred for most CeFi venues. And the only way that they can trade is on DeFi. And the last thing I want to talk about is counterparty risk. So with counterparty risk, we've seen just a while ago, FTX Exchange, we've seen Celsius, we've seen custodials who people trusted with their money in the CeFi world lose billions. Okay, and these funds were misappropriated. People didn't know exactly what's happening. Now in DeFi, it's important to understand that we don't have such as big counterparty risks because with self-custody, you know where your funds are. You can see on Uniswap exactly what happens in every part of the trade. Now DeFi is not perfect in this regard, but I do want to give a shout out to some friends in Harrison Trotter, which is, I would say, the best crypto accountants in the world, and Chainlink, who are the biggest oracles on chain. And one of the things that they're working on is to bridging the gap on the last areas of DeFi that we don't have full transparency of, and that is stablecoins. Because stablecoins, the biggest ones, have centralized reserves, and in order to know that the reserve is actually backed one-to-one, we need attestations. And now these attestations are coming from reputable providers like Harrison Trotter and available on-chain for people like me to query. So this was the first part. So this is the goal. We want to be enablers to allow the next bull run to happen on-chain. So what is holding it back? What sort of obstacles do we need to resolve? So the first obstacle, and I will mention two main obstacles in my eyes that we need to solve, is that the on-chain user experience is still very much behind if you compare it to the CeFi one. And why is that? The main reason is that self-custody is really, really hard. Okay, I don't know if any of you did the onboarding for MetaMask. The first thing you need to do is to write down your recovery phrase on a piece of paper. Now, everybody I know just skips this part. And then it forces you, and then people lose a piece of paper. Regular users, they lose their passwords all the time. Now, with self-custody, you can't recover your password. If you lose access to your keys, you lose your money. The world is not really ready for that. What is gas? I have a friend who just received some USDT, and he wanted to send it over. I tried to explain to him that he can't send it without some ETH. He didn't understand what I was talking about. So everything is a little bit more complex. Browser extensions, like if I try to explain my mom that she needs to install a browser extension in order to use something, she wouldn't know what to do. And if you try to take a non-custodial wallet and access it from multiple devices, meaning from my phone and from my desktop, that's not an easy thing to do. So the whole user experience is quite wonky. Now, the biggest advancement in this field now, in my eyes, is what we see with Telegram. So Telegram, I don't know if you've been in Singapore in Token 2049 just now, announced that they're taking a non-custodial wallet and putting it inside almost every Telegram's user's app. So these are the kings of UX. They know exactly how people like to use. In my eyes, this is one of the best messengers out there. And it's now going to start doing crypto natively. And this is, I put here a small video. I hope it's going to run. It's not running. But this small video shows exactly the UX that you can see inside the Telegram app of this wallet. And it's amazing. You don't need to write a recovery phrase. It works very cleverly by encrypting and breaking down automatically your seed and sending it to some of your contacts, and then you can recover from them. So people find ways to overcome these problems. And if the video on the right would show, then you would see that this wallet is being rolled out and will be available in every Telegram user's application. Maybe not in the US, but almost everywhere else. What is the second issue? I talked about two main obstacles. So the first obstacle was the UX is still bad. Second obstacle is that on-chain prices are not competitive. Why is pricing important? If I want to trade and I get a bad price, I'm not going to trade here. Okay, I'm going to go where I get a good price. And if CeFi prices are much better than DeFi prices, the DeFi is not competitive. And we often see that this is the case. We see cases where I can't find this token. I go to a chain and I try. And the reason for that is that liquidity is fragmented. It's not only fragmented between multiple chains, it's fragmented in the same chain between multiple AMMs, and in the same AMM, it's fragmented between multiple pools. Okay, the problem is, if you try to trade, you see that the price impact is 20%. You know, the fact that I'm trading changes the price. Now, the result of that is that there is low liquidity, not enough TVL. Okay, why is there not enough TVL? From a liquidity provider standpoint, you see that some other chain suddenly offers better liquidity rewards, so I take all my liquidity, move there. So we see a lot of jumping around. Interest rates are now high, so people who just put money and give it as liquidity have other ways with potentially less risk, so they don't put it on chain. And market makers, the traditional market makers, we don't see them almost at all acting on chain. Let's talk about that. That is a big issue. Because if you see most of the trade volume on CeFi is traded using about 10 entities. These are the biggest market makers in the world. And if you really ask them, they would tell you that they don't like the chain at all. They prefer to trade on CeFi. Now, why is that? They're used to order books. These companies evolved and emerged from the stock market, from commodities exchanges. So they're used to working in order book exchanges. Okay, in order book exchanges, you do high frequency trading. You change the orders, you update everything really quickly. That's how their business work. If you ask them, if you try to change your position in Uniswap, your liquidity position, you need to pay a fee. Okay, this is how a blockchain works. What happens if they need to cancel an order? This is something that they need to do high frequency. Okay, they put stock in many places. This stock is no longer here. I have to cancel it immediately. Otherwise, I'm going to sell it twice. If confirming a block takes 15 seconds, it doesn't work. So no high-frequency instructions. There is a whole world of MEV and gas bidding that they're not good at. So what we see now that the on-chain trading environment is not really cut out for many of these big market makers. And this brings me to the last third of what we're going to talk about. And this is what Orbs is building, the Orbs Liquidity Hub. So if you trade now on a DEX in an AMM, you go and you send your swap to this DEX. Now, what Orbs is building is something that instead of going directly to the DEX and using the limited amount of TVL that the DEX has, we actually do an RFQ, request for quote, and get quotes from two places. One place is a solver auction. This is something similar to UniswapX, where we go to solvers that can do on-chain and cross-chain trading, and they could offer you a better price. And the second place is an order book. Now, this order book looks to market makers exactly like a centralized order book. They don't pay any fee when you change orders there all the time. And we plug it into the on-chain immediately. Now, this thing is completely decentralized and safe because we can always guarantee with a smart contract that the quote that we give you through this is better than the one that you get in the DEX. And through this mechanism, we allow QuickSwap to tap into much larger liquidity. If today the TVL, the total value lock of liquidity, that QuickSwap has is $100 million. With the technology that we give them, they can now access the entirety of what Polygon TVL has. This is the chain, which is 800. The entirety of all on-chain TVL across all chains, which is 100 billion, 11 billion, and the entirety of the liquidity available on DeFi, which is 110 billion. So the pricing impact that this can give to DeFi is significant, and the prices will be just as competitive as you can see in CeFi. So if yesterday TVL was king, today volume is king. And this is a perception that is changing in the liquidity, in the on-chain liquidity world that we're helping push. I will finish with just saying, showing some of the DEXs around the world that use our technology. So Orbs, our infrastructure, is in production now in QuickSwap, which is the largest DEX on Polygon. Thena, second largest on BNB chain. SpookySwap is the largest on Phantom. Base on Base chain. Chronos on Arbitrum. SpiritSwap. Thank you.
Sorry, that was not geeky at all. I thought you said it was going to get really confusing and technical, but thank you for that. Right, our next panel is moderated by a closet singer. He's not going to burst in song, he's promised that, but I'll leave you to welcome your panel, but does Web3 music. I know we've got token tracks in the room here somewhere, and I know the CEO there cannot sing, so please don't ask him for Paul Taylor for a song, but over to you guys. Thanks very much indeed.
Awesome. Thank you so much. My name is Garrett Scrivina. I'm head of strategic partnerships at CoinDesk. Prior to CoinDesk, I worked nearly a decade in the music industry at Rock Nation and Paradigm Talent Agency, representing artists for booking their tours and brand partnerships. I'm happy to pass it over to Tommy to introduce himself.
Hello, everybody. My name's Tommy D. I'm a music producer, songwriter, and DJ, an artist, whiskey maker, and also a tech entrepreneur. I've been in the music industry for over 30 years. And worked with loads of amazing artists like Kanye and Jay-Z and Beyonce and all that kind of dubbins. I got into tech. I got into crypto in 2015, fell down the rabbit hole like most of us, realized there was an opportunity for marrying up my two loves of crypto and music, and founded Token Tracks back in late 2020, early 21. We are a music company. I always like to call us a music company because we're music first. We're a music company that focuses on building tech and strategies for the music industry, everything you can think of, but inherently creating a 360 experience for fans and artists to engage with each other in new and amazing ways.
Brian?
Brilliant. Yeah, hi guys, everyone. I'm Brian from Indieverse. So Indieverse is an augmented CRM platform. What we actually do is we help musicians and actually fashion brands create gamified fun experiences for fans that then help them actually not just engage more, but spend more, but in fun ways that aren't very shilly or salesy. So we use Web3 tech, but everything is completely under the hood, and it's more about creating experiences that actually get people to understand their top fans better and actually serve them in ways that actually get them to engage and spend. Background-wise, I'm not as versed in music as these guys. The best thing I can say, I was actually a radio DJ in university in Richmond, Virginia, which is kind of weird because I used to do reggae and dancehall. So the only people would call me were people that were high driving to McDonald's at night. I was like, dude, this is awesome. Where do I find more like this? So that's it for me for music. But my co-founder in the crowd, Robin, he's been in music for 15 years. And we have a shared passion for culture and helping musicians actually make the money they deserve from their hard work and careers.
Hi everyone, my name is Ben. I'm the founder of Listen, which is an interactive music platform. The whole concept is to try to find a way to align the incentives between the fan, the artist, and the platform, so the DSP that we will represent. Also a tech entrepreneur, love music, a bit like you, I guess, like a wannabe artist myself, so if you give me a guitar, I can do something, but that's about it. And yeah, fell into it more than 2 years ago, and very excited to discuss with you guys on stage.
Awesome. I think there's a lot of talk around Web3 music and a lot of applications that we've seen. I kind of want to pass it to the panelists and say, kind of, what do you think Web3 can do to help music and benefit the current environment today? If anyone wants to take that.
I'll take it to start with. I think the most important thing is to understand that music isn't any different now to what it was 1,000 years ago. You've still got people that create music. You've still got people that find music and share that music. And then you've got people like all of us that love it. I call them the 3 Cs, creators, curators, and collectors. And how can we create a system that benefits all 3 of those parties? The current music business system is not fit for purpose. It actually doesn't benefit anyone apart from a very small percentage of people. I think with Web3 technology, we have the opportunity to first and foremost break down the gatekeepers. 88% of the money that is made by the music business goes to the gatekeepers, and 12% goes to the artists that make the music. That is a situation that isn't fit for purpose. That is a model that doesn't work because it doesn't encourage creativity. Fundamentally, we need to create a living wage for artists so they can get fucking well paid. It ain't difficult. And that's what we're doing with Web3 technology.
Awesome. Yeah, I mean, to add for that, I'll be the devil's advocate. And I mean, it's an obvious question, why Web3? There's a lot of things you could do without Web3 tech, so like, what's the real benefit of it? We, at Indiverse, we started off, I remember when Robin and I first started, this is before NFTs were cool, we were trying to engage certain hip-hop artists and grime artists to do crypto cards, we were calling it. You know, like, have fans actually invest in a crypto card and give them all those rewards. This is before NFTs took off, but it didn't go too far, really. And for us, we started focusing on the fundamentals, which is fan engagement, and the fact that it's not just the gatekeepers in music that are holding artists and their managers and their teams back. It's also the gatekeepers in social media. They don't own any of the data. They don't know who their fans are. They don't know how to engage them. They get shit conversion rates. So we doubled down on bringing data and customer experiences together to say, okay, how can we help you build a business around your music? Because the gatekeepers, it takes time to actually break that model. It's a hard model to break, but some cool companies doing that. Some right here, right now. So we started off with the thesis, like during the pandemic, one of our artists, Santi Gold, all her in LA, all her like shows got canceled. And she's like, how do I earn a living now, right? And she's pretty famous. So we helped them build an e-commerce business around their music. And Web3 only came into play because we realized our customers were saying, hey, I don't want to sell to my fans. You have to make this engaging and part of my story. So we started creating gamification where fans can actually earn like certain collectibles that were based on certain campaigns that unlock access to them in different ways, whether it's a merch thing, whether it's a Zoom video, whatever it was. And so Web3 became almost a tool for virtual engagement. And then now, as you see the ecosystem building out, you've seen those anchors that prove some sort of fan engagement and intent can now be plugged into Ticketmaster, right, for early access to tickets and other things as well. So we see Web3 as allowing fans to open up and engage in a community that has less gatekeeping around it based on models that actually are interoperable. Sorry, very long answer, but.
No, I mean, I think it's fun. I think I'm going to pass it to Ben too, because I know he has, you know, a hot take kind of on gatekeepers in general and kind of how they sit in the music industry. And I want to tap in a little bit of what Tommy said is like, I think most people probably conflate like curators and gatekeepers today, because very oftentimes in the music industry, they're the one and the same, right? There is some curators that are fully independent, but more often than not, the music you're served in streaming platforms and things like that on playlists often come from a gate-kept curator, as opposed to a fully curated independent person that's just trying to serve you music. But I know Ben has a little bit of takes there, so anything to like expand on that front?
I'm really aligned with what you guys say. Like the whole concept is a gatekeeper is some kind of an intermediary that turned toxic, right? Like at some point you get some added value in the ecosystem, and then you want to consolidate your position, and you use a lot of different ways to do it, and some of them are a bit less morally acceptable than others. The way we use Web3 is that the same. We study with the customers, right? Like if you think right now, if you listen to music, sometimes you listen to maybe 10 artists, you don't even know it, but your money is going to other artists, right? That's the pro rata system in the music industry. One of the things we do is that we will be a fully user-centric platform, which means that your money goes to the people you stream. It's called revenue share. That's what all the other industries in the world do. But now when you arrive at that point, you say, okay, what if we become, at some point, toxic? What if we want to be sure that the artists feel like we are a safe house for their IP, for example? What if we want to be sure that an artist can be his or her own platform, right? And this is where Web3 for us has a lot of advantages because, for example, data transparency is amazing. So you can imagine that when you pay just like all our jobs, at the end of the day, we just like, I made X because I worked 5 hours, right? Only artists don't have that. You have this in the film industry, you have this in any other industry, like even your baker. So, for example, we push on-chain with an NFT, but it is not collectible, the data usage. It seems so simple, right? I come from the finance industry. Like, if you don't give me the data of your the marketing campaign I paid for, chances are you will be fired in the elevator, right? But not in music. In music, all that data is being kept away, and data is power, it's information. So if you, and any industry in the world, when you democratize access to data, which we can do with Web3, it boomed. Gaming is a prime example, right? The other one that I think is very interesting, so data transparency. The second one is experience interoperability, right? So you could imagine everyone building on gaming, for example. The gaming industry and the music industry are really like looking at each other and evolve side by side like two cousins, right? They hate each other, but they love each other at the same time. Imagine that again, you arrive, you go on a streaming platform like ours, you would be able to say, oh, okay, I have social proof, like I was Tommy D's biggest fan in September 2023. Maybe in 1 year, he wants to do a concert just with the people that were his biggest fan that month. He doesn't need us. He can just go on chain. He doesn't need to talk to us. It's right there. So you are your own platform because you own your data. So ownership, transparency, it seems pretty simple, but Web3 is the only tech that can enable this without the risk of having intermediaries turning toxic.
Yeah. Well, I think that's a very clear opportunity, right? That Web3 can push ownership and push and close the gap between intermediaries, between a fan and an artist, right? The fact that there's so many layers and intermediaries between, you know, a fan and the artist they're listening to or want to support financially with their attention or and listens or otherwise. I think one thing that a lot of Web3 music maybe struggles with is like Spotify is a good product, right? Apple Music is a good product for most users. Like it's kind of a one size fits all. Yes, it has certainly disadvantaged the artist against traditional models, but I personally don't think that users are going to change just because of there's an ownership model with an artist, right? Maybe some of your super fans and things will, sure, but that's a big barrier, right? If you have to download a new app, use it on a different platform, et cetera, right? Most users and consumers today, they want something as like a buffet style of music, right? And that serves users pretty well. So like, given that context, like if it's not supplanting Spotify for that experience, where do you think the opportunity is for Web3 to help artists and fans?
Yeah. I mean, it's a great point because this is the biggest misconception that I think people, understand about Web3 music as a concept. It isn't about listening to music. You're quite right. The streaming experience is insanely brilliant for most people that make music. I can be in a club, I can Shazam a track, I can send it to any one of these guys who send it to someone else, we can put it in a playlist, we can share the playlist. It's a brilliant experience for the listener, for the curator, for the collector. Unfortunately, it's monetized in a really poor way. So I think you park the listening of music for a minute and you focus in on actually what you realize, which is that there's a whole other swathe of concepts around music that are nothing to do with really the listening of music. In fact, listening to music has two kind of ways. It has what we call a lean back experience and a lean forward experience. You go into a restaurant, they're playing music, you're listening to it, but you have no control over that experience. You go on Spotify, you listen to a track, you are in control of that experience. So how can you create sort of scenarios where people need to be more involved in the listening of music? Gigs, merchandise, meet and greets, vinyl, handwritten notes, personalized notes, on-chain merchandise. There are a plethora of incredible things that people can do that artists have. We call them assets. So when an artist comes to us at Token Tracks or a label or anyone, we talk about assets. What is it that you have that is valuable to other people? Again, parking music and listening to music to one side. What is it you have? And actually, when you talk to an artist about what they have, they realize they've got a ton of stuff. They write songs. Okay, so you could do a group songwriting session where you could talk about your writing process, or you could actually involve them in writing a song. You know, there's a lot of different things that you can come up with, concepts that they hadn't really even thought about. And that's one of the things that we help artists do in Token Tracks, is to make them understand that there is a value to what they're doing. Because most artists don't believe they have any value. And who can blame them? 0.003 of a penny is what you get paid for that experience. Imagine if what you did out there is worth 0.003 every time you did it. You'd feel like shit, right? You'd feel like you had no value. And that's what most artists now do feel. They feel embarrassed to be making music and asking people for money. So your point about listening to music is absolutely spot on. What there is there's a huge amount that can be monetized in a way to be gamified, or just built into like a VIP experience or a membership scheme or a mentoring program. We built a 360 experience on Token Tracks, which allows an artist to create an NFT using either Polygon or Zilliqa or a layer 2, come on with a credit card or with Apple and Google Pay. It's a custodial wallet that is built for them. You don't need to have any knowledge of crypto whatsoever. And all you want is that VIP pass, because it then takes it to the Token Tracks gated area, where you then can unlock a gated area where you've got a live stream or a merch link or whatever. And we're building out that experience every day. We've partnered up with a load of different people to create an even more incredible experience. We can now do vinyl, specifically on-chain vinyl. We can do on-chain merchandise. We can do on-chain ticketing. And we're building out the hub, the Token Tracks Studio Hub, to be this central place where an artist can just manage all these different experiences. Now, listening to music is the holy grail. And one day, I'm hoping that we'll have an on-chain music system, which means if I listen to an artist, they get paid straight away. That's what I hope for. But that's science fiction thinking. We'll get there. We will get there. But the first thing, as I always say, how do you eat an elephant? One little piece at a time. The first piece that you're going to eat is just what they do already, what they want already. What does the fan want? Tokenize that experience, and that's the starting point.
And I think pushing away, and Brian and Ben, I'd like to hear your kind of thoughts here around, like, it's not going at scale, right? It's not going for the listener experience and things like that. It's kind of going towards your super fans, your loyal consumers, the people who have maybe spent money on a ticket, right? Like, to go see an artist live. Like, as a booking agent, one of the things that I was blown away by in general is, like, artists do not know who their fans are that are coming to their show. Like, there's mental gatekeepers there like that. And to me, like, if I could reward or incentivize the people who paid money to see, like, me as an artist, if I were touring, like, that would be really important to me, right? And I would want to reward those people. So I think, like, Brian or Ben, like, how do you think about, your own platforms, or just more generally about some of these applications that could reward super fans or super loyal users of,
Yeah, I can start. I think we have similar thoughts anyway. Yeah, I agree. So, yeah, for us, I think for most of us in this space, it is that 10 to 20% of your fan base that we're really targeting. And that shows not just in research, but also in the numbers that we see coming through as well. So it's really about how do you get the most engagement and essentially the dirty word money, right, from that fan base. So that is the game we're playing now. And to Tommy's point, we hope that would grow into other things over time, but that's the first game. It's kind of ironic, because if you listen to these conversations, it's not really about Web3, right? It's about understanding your fans, how to engage them, and creating opportunities for them to, like, whether it's assets or just buy stuff on an e-commerce site even. I always remember a guy told me once, like, when we talk about Web3 for music, we don't say Web3 for MP3s. Like, the tech has kind of, like, gotten too far ahead, in my view. So I think we're all doing the same things. We have the same view. I agree with Ben 100%. Like, the only reason for us where Web3 really plays is that disintermediation of these gatekeepers over time. And so that's also like building the elephant, maybe not eating it, to your point. But what we hope is as these super fans engage, not only do the artists understand who they are, right, but the whole ecosystem can start engaging with different ways, and hopefully new streaming products could leverage that data. Hopefully there'll be other things we can't think of now. So I think we're laying some infrastructure down for music that fingers crossed can actually help maybe alleviate that imbalance that's been facing the music industry for centuries.
Yeah. Aligned. Tommy, it's fun when you define a science fictional scenario where artists would know what they make on the same day. It's listen, right? So give it a shot. But so fully aligned with the world that we're describing. I agree, like we should not spend, well, it's a Web3 event, right? But like, indeed, it's just the technology, right? When you have Bill Gates that explained to David Letterman 20 years ago what is the internet, he doesn't say, you know, we have an email server somewhere. He said, like, instead of waiting to receive your mail, you have something we call an electronic email. It's just faster. You get it, right? Like when we talk to artists, that's exactly the point. It's like, we say we use Web3, for example, like, but just to change the foundational layer that we know very few people will care about. I think that, to bounce back on your points, that the first type of experiences and features we will provide will be indeed more appealing for people that are what we call super fans, right? But again, if we take a look at the industries that started and revolutionized most of the time their game, like in gaming again, right? Like 30% of their $60 billion industry is generated by 5% of their super fans, right? And this echo chamber, of course, is way more appealing because then you create a cultural shift. The same way TikTok was a dancing app, but then you start appealing to the masses because, well, you become a cultural thing. It's like it's normal now, for example, to have Spotify because it's normal to have all the music in the world. But it's also normal now for the artist to tell everyone, hey, if you want to stream me, I'm on all the big streamers. But when you want to watch Star Wars, you don't go on Netflix, do you? Right, so it means that there is some content creators that don't know how to value their own IP. If we change that foundational layer, it's going to become so natural for everyone. Right now, like if you say, oh, I can watch Star Wars on Netflix and Amazon, people will be like, what? It's a change in paradigm. If we implement properly and we execute properly and we educate properly about what we're trying to do with Web3, with Web2, with our partners, for example, we talk with collecting societies and so on because it's useless no one wants to burn an industry to the ground. It's more like how do we adapt, how do we enhance, how do we update this music industry? And I think that people also underestimate the fact that once the artist will have a safe house, which I think we're all trying to build, right? I think on Listen, that's why we use it. Well, when you have a safe house, why do you put your content everywhere? Why would you do it? People, like, if you hear a Mr. Beast talking, like they're on YouTube, right? They know how the business works. Artists, for example, talking business and talking art is always a bit difficult. And people say, like, historically, artists are not good with business, but they never had the data. They never had the opportunity to actually properly engage with a lot of their fans. And I think that if we provide this to them, we're going to have a cultural change in the way people consume music. So, of course, the way, for example, we use this to create that what we call interactive music, that glue between fan, artist, and platform, is, for example, guys, if you stream my new single today, you can enter a raffle and win a concert ticket, right? Something is very easy. As an artist, you arrive, just put your ticket. It's super simple.
But I think to that point too, right? Like having a 1,000 true fans thesis or a big enough super fan base to support you as an artist is a luxury that only 5% of artists have at most, right? Like I think a lot of artists make the trade-off and go to the streaming services and they're not going to pull their music off streaming services. Why? Well, that's distribution. That's how they grow their fan base, et cetera, right? So like I think a lot of these engagement and loyalty things are great, but they're somewhat catered to the top end of the artist's spectrum already.
Well, like they are. But I think an important statistic to understand is that actually, I think it was JP Morgan or Morgan Stanley, one of them did a report about this. They claim that if they could monetize, in fact, 20% of an artist's fan base wants to pay more for the experience. If you actually look at a fan base, and if anybody was at my talk earlier on this morning, I did a whole talk about this, which is if you break down fan bases, they pretty much are uniformly the same. 3% of an artist's fan base, and I think this fan base concept is the same for any concept, right? 3% actually generate over 60% of an artist's income. So if you can double that 3% to 6%, you're effectively doubling an artist, 60% of an artist's income. And then, of course, if you do that with every artist, you're actually almost doubling the music business size as well. So the essence is, how do you get that? If you've got that 3% engaged and excited, how do you build on top of that? And you build on top of that using the concepts that we talked about here, which is about getting people engaged. It's about two things. It's about making money, and it's three things. Making money, making friends, and having status. That's pretty much it. If you build into a gamification concept around that, then that other the next level, the sort of 5, 6, 7, 8% that are outside of that 3%, they start looking in and going, hang on a minute, I want a bit of that. I like that. Where do I sign up? At the moment, that experience isn't there for most people. If you think about your favorite artist, how would you support your favorite artist right now? How would you? You'd go to a gig maybe. Maybe you'd buy some vinyl or you'd buy a t-shirt or something directly from them. But you wouldn't really know how to do that. We start bringing in these concepts of how you can directly support an artist utilizing, an NFT ownership, which gives you all this status, which gives you all this, opportunity, plus a community of other like-minded people. And guess what? You might be able to make a bit of money out of it, because you might be able to trade it at some point for profit. Woohoo! Where do I sign up? So I think there's a lot of there's a lot of opportunities, I think, to look at how these things work together. But that's the crucial thing: is finding that 3% and then building on top of them to make it so attractive that the next 7 or 8% are doing it. And actually, that's what's happening now with music NFT artists. Tonight, Token Tracks is hosting the music stage downstairs. We've got artists going from 5 p.m. onwards. Many of those artists are going to be performing tonight, plus many more, are finding that they are taking their core 3% of monthly listeners on Spotify and more than tripling it for income. In fact, one of the artists, Violetta Zironi, she's made over 844 ETH just from selling NFTs. That's the equivalent of 288 million streams. This is a person who has 25,000 monthly listeners on Spotify. So you do the maths. She's really exploded her fan base into something a lot more lucrative. And there are people now who, like myself, who are spending $200-300 on an artist that I barely just discovered. But I like them. I think they're good. I want to support them. This is how I can do it. And you start multiplying that out across many, many artists and many, many fan bases. And instantly, like the guys say, what was strange and weird now just becomes the norm. In 10 years, 15 years, it will be just normal that the artists that you really like, you support this way.
Yeah, I think just to briefly add to that, Garrett, going back to your question around, like, if I'm a small artist, is there enough, can I do this 1,000 fan thing?
Right.
Like what we've seen, again, it's funny because we start with data, right? Like data and understanding who your fan base is. And then we automate things to make it easier for artists to do it. Because the biggest thing we've seen is especially if you're a small artist, you don't have a commercial team really behind you to do this stuff. So you need really simple tools that take care of all those bullshit tasks. So what we've seen, for example, is we've helped smaller artists find that maybe it's a 3% segment that would pay $500 for maybe just 20 vinyl records. Yeah. But we make sure we hit that first, and then the rest of them, which would be like a super fan, gets the rest. So we use Web3 and virtual items to make that a bit more gamified, a bit more formal around it. So it's possible, I would say.
No, I think it's possible. And I think one of the frictions you hear often from artists is like, wait a minute, like I don't have to just create my art, right? I don't have to just create the music. Now I have to do X, Y, and Z. It's all on me. Like, I think there's this assumption, from artist tooling companies or things who are trying to provide platforms to artists that requires them to all of a sudden become much more of an entrepreneur or a business person they ever were. Yeah. And as we know of artists, like many of them aren't naturally like that. And some of them are fortunate enough to have a good management team or a team behind them. But as you say, right, like whenever you're first starting out, you don't have those luxuries, right? You don't have the benefits of that. How do you get to a space where you start to have that, you start to have some promotion or things? And frankly, that's why a lot of artists go and sign major label deals, ultimately. They want some sort of support and they don't know where to start. Absolutely. So I think like one of the big things that, I've started to see a lot more with Web3 and otherwise, like there's creator tools that, should be more plug and play. Almost think about it as like no code tools for artists. Yeah. And I think we need more of that in general. But, Ben, I would pass it over to you kind of like, do you think that's something that you think about at Listen, or how do you think about an artist, say, coming to you and saying, that's just more work for me?
Yeah, we build everything to take less than a minute, right? So I agree with you. The only pushback I would give is on the fact that you sign with, so it's not like the majors against the whole world, right? It's like making the major evolve to this new model that we're proposing is difficult, right? That's why we talk collective societies, majors, and so on, and like the whole concept to bring the whole music industry together, right? Yeah, 2 points. The first one, I still think that you now sign with bigger labels. That could also happen in the independent sector, right? Because they have access to tools that you don't. So I think like right now being a DIY artist is way easier than it was like 5-10 years ago. You have a lot of companies doing a lot of great work on this. The other one, the point that you had at the beginning that I think is super interesting of like, how do we transform something that we could do now that is a bit niche, right? But we know because we need to start somewhere, right? How do you go from the Tesla first model to Model 3, like an Elon Musk type master plan, to not end up like a company like Spotify that people are just like, that's the model people want to use, but it's not viable. It's losing money like crazy, and that's why like the music industry is taking a look at other alternatives. That's why we're able to have these discussions. 5 years ago, people are just like, nah, Spotify is the way. Why would you challenge the music industry? We're maybe 2 billion in debt. Like TikTok is great. Everyone can go on company's house and check, right? They generated 2 billion, right? People never talk about gross revenue, net revenue, right? Same, talking business, it's dirty, right? Except they spend 3 billion. So if I give you 10 pounds and you manage to generate 7, well, it's good, you burn 3, right? But you know the genius, right? So why, the fact that this strategy has been invented by the guys at LinkedIn, it's called blitz scaling. Everyone knows it if we read a bit about entrepreneurship. It's just, we don't know what's the business model. Let's grow our user base as quickly as possible. We're going to find a way to monetize. Well, 99.9% of the time, you're going to end up having to sell your customers' data or being in debt. So right now, the whole music industry is subsidized by investors' money. It's just fact. Everyone can go on the SEC website, go check. It's boring. It's long documents, but it's just a fact. No one is making money apart from Bandcamp. That has been sold again. But, so for example, the only ones that are actually managed over 15 years to generate a profitable business model in the music industry, the only ones, are a company that doesn't have enough money in their own like bank like to just be independent. And so they are bought over by Epic Games and now SongTrader. So I agree with you that appealing to a niche market should just be the first step. And the point is that how do we transform that and how do we implement? And this is where like we need to be together, right? Like we see, like we joke about like networking and that's what we do in these kind of events. But right now, for example, Listen, it's been 1.5 years in the making, and every people we met is helping us to get closer to this deal. Because now we're trying to literally unify the independent sector all across Europe. We're going to the States. I'll see you in New York. Like in the States, like in 3 weeks, just because we also have to do this. And then after, the point is to say, when we start talking with the majors, for example, guys, look, we have an added value. That's why at first, again, Tesla is the easiest example for everyone to see, but let's do it on a niche market with this 3%. Maybe we're gonna have 2, it doesn't matter. Look, people enjoy this product. Now can you scale that? But at first you need to show a product market fit, which we'll do from next year. So it's fine, Q1.
Well, you raised a good point too, right? Like Spotify's not turning a profit. Right? It's built under the same model of Uber is growth at all costs. We'll figure out how to monetize it and make it profitable later. Yes, they provided a really good product through that, but that's why the economics of that business do not serve artists. They serve curators and major labels because the rights deals didn't change when Spotify started, right? Spotify did not change any of the way that major label deals are structured. So the rights deals were just passed through a different intermediary, a la Spotify, as opposed to, you know, a physical distribution in a CD or a cassette. Right? So it did improve upon the Napsters and the LimeWires and things like that were pirated music marginally, but it didn't really improve on the previous concept. And I think what you guys touched upon is really interesting is like, I think Tommy, you mentioned this, like if I'm a fan of an artist and they're not touring in my general area, like it's pretty unclear how I can directly support them and also get something as a fan that I want, right? Absolutely. Like it's not as simple as just saying like, I'm gonna buy a membership from you because I support you as an artist. Like that's not a good value proposition to many fans or users, right? Like, you know, coming from the live music industry, a lot of artists or indie artists who don't have crazy streams, like they are forced to tour. That is the only way they can make a fully living as a musician. And I think in lieu of that, like what do you guys think maybe could be a potential for that if I'm a fan of an artist, but they haven't toured in my, let's say, general area? Like, what do you think might be a solution in that situation?
Yeah, I mean, you know, back in 2000, the music industry was valued at $40 billion, and the games industry was valued at $40 billion. Fast forward to today, the music industry is worth $28 billion, so less money than it was 20 years ago. and the games industry is worth about 300 billion. So why has the games industry been able to connect with people and, as Benjamin quite rightly says, create a value metric in its base product that the music business has been done so badly in doing? And hey, we've all been through COVID, we've all been through wars, so it's not like any of these industries are more affected than others. Arguably, you could say music is probably the most important of all of these industries. I could probably ask each and every one of you what your favorite song is, and you would tell me with some great emotion why that is. And then you would lose your shit to it if I put it on the disco later on tonight, right? You don't do that with, I mean, the only other thing possibly is sports, right? Maybe, you know. But everybody loves music because we lose our shit to music. And yet we can't fucking value it properly. So what we need to do is start with this basic concept that if you like music, you need to pay for it. Now, then how do we cut that cake? Well, this is what all of us are on stage doing and working out. And it is a slow process. A huge part of that cake is listening to music, which is well and truly covered at the moment. But we do need an education process which says, make it valuable to the consumer to invest in music and artists. Not just because they need money. Hey, we all need money. We all need love. And to go back to your point about artists, I'm sorry. Every artist should be a hustler. Every artist should be an entrepreneur. If you're not, then fine, make music in your bedroom and play it to your mates. But if you want to make it a career, you've got to get out there and hustle the fuck, because that is your thing. And if you believe that you have value, then you set a value and you say, I'm not going below that value. And that's what you have to do. It's what we all do as human beings anyway, within our industries. So that is the first thing, is actually explaining to artists that you do something that has value. So put a fucking price on it and make sure you stick to it. That involves unionization. That's a big problem. We have no union in the music industry. If I say, no, my value is this, I've got 20 people behind me who'll do it for half price. There is intrinsically your problem.
Right. Well, I think, and just to simplify, do you view there's something, a different kind of medium or format potentially that could fill that need? Like, I don't think none of us, replicating a virtual concert is not even comparable to a live experience. No, I would guess that most people do not want to pay for that, right? It's a nice to have, but it's not something that really provides value to the end user or fan.
But if they're in there and they're like engaging with like other people and there's a value to them being in there and there's an area which they can go into with a step, then you start to bring in a value metric that some people might pay for.
That's a fan club, to be fair.
That should be the North Star. The North Star is a live show with your community. The artists can see you can see them. That's what we call interactive music. It's like, that's the North Star. And how can we get as close to that North Star as possible digitally? And I think like all the added value, for example, again, if you change the paradigm, the foundation of how money is split or how ownership and data is shared, again, that's kind of boring, but at the end of the day, as a user, for example, you now have artists that do more concerts close to you. Like I come from the countryside. People will never come. We were thousands. We are people. Small villages, but we had people. It's just we had to travel for like 2 hours to get to a city nearby. Now, because we use that experience, we're just like, oh, on Listen, you have an audience heat map. So as a listener, it seems useless. Yes, but now the artists know where they can perform. Right. So it's not like when you have on Spotify, oh, I have 15,000 fans in London. Useless. London is a pretty big city. Now we tell you at the zone level where you could go. So now as a user, you have perks that you can see directly, right, that you can get, like what you're building. Yeah. And on top of that, you see more music around you.
I think that, we have 10 seconds left. Any final words about Web3 and music in 10 seconds or less?
Buy music NFTs, support artists, keep believing, keep building. We've got a stage downstairs. It's 5:00 p.m. There's going to be some amazing artists. And there's a booth as well if you want to come and talk to the Token Tracks team about what we're up to.
Awesome. Okay. Thank you so much, guys.
Okay, thanks for that. Just while we're sort of changing around, getting ready for the next presentation, you may not have seen, but some small artist called Harry Styles did an NFT a couple of weeks ago at a concert in Dublin. Out of 80,000 people, he actually downloaded 5,000 different people that within the next 24 hours had an interaction over 100,000 different impressions. So some of this stuff is already being used. Right, okay, let's get this. Guys, excuse me. Can you depart stage right? Thank you very much. Okay, so the next person I'd like to invite up is one of my favourite ladies in the blockchain sector. She's opened chapters all over the place, but she doesn't own a Harley Davidson, she's told me. I'm hoping she's going to tell you a little about a particular legal case that involves the technology. But I know, Lavina, if you can come up and tell us a little bit about diversity, inclusion, and that. Welcome.
Thank you.
That's okay.
All right. Do I just start now?
Just talk there. Yeah.
Okay. Clicker. All right. Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for attending my talk. So I'm going to have to keep this sweet, short, and succinct. So if you have any questions as I'm going through the slides, just talk to me about it afterwards. Okay, so one of the things that I stand for is advocating for DEI, diversity, equity, and inclusion, as well as consumer awareness and protection in the Web3 space. So that's what I'm going to be talking about now. So, who am I? I am the founder of a blockchain networking and educational platform, an award-winning platform called Women in Blockchain Talks. We've been going for the last 4 years, and I'm also a thought leader in this space. So I speak internationally, I've spoken on different platforms, I've been featured on different media platforms as well, and I'm also a LinkedIn top voice in innovation and technology. So, I think it's quite evident to see and to know, maybe not today because the Zebu guys and the team have done an amazing job when it comes to creating a sense of inclusion. And as you can see around, there's many women, there's many people from different cultures at this event. And I really do applaud them for doing so. And this is not something that we normally see in the space. There's no women scantily clad, marketing girls. So well done to the team in that regard. This is the future. This is what we want to see Web3 events looking like. So the crypto world needs more women. And, if you look at the data, it's very evident to see that more women, more diversity needs to come into the space. And it's important that there is more diversity and inclusion in the space, simply because, we all have to add value to what is the future of work, career, business, and of course, money. So, the other reason why it's important is because it gives one a sense of belonging. And we're here in London, a vibrant city, capital city, and what I find is that when you do go to events, there are a mixture, but even so, I run many events all the time, networking, socializing events, and what I hear back is I go to an event, I'm one of the few women in the room, it can be quite intimidating, etc., etc. And so that's one of the reasons why we created Women in Blockchain Talks. And I also wanted to be the Oprah of blockchain and interview the many amazing women in the space. Because, when you see it, then you can believe it. Representation matters. So we look at all areas, gender, ethnicity, culture, languages, neurodiversion, able body. So we look at all those areas, but at the same time, my focus is on gender. And even though we focus on gender, particularly women leaderships, our community is open to all genders. So everybody is welcome. So one of the things that we did to promote this, because at the end of the day, it's all well and good talking about DEI, but what does it actually look like? How do companies actually implement DEI rather than just speak about it? So obviously, as a thought leader in this space, I need to walk my talk. And so one of the things that we did is that we created a quiz campaign. And in that quiz campaign, we have different avatars. So you've got Diversity Delilah, Skeptic Sam, Career Pivoting Charlie, Newbie Naomi. And we also have Technophobe Teresa, because these were the sorts of individuals we were coming across. And we wanted to address their myths, break down their barriers, because sometimes we get in our own way so that they can come into this space and feel like they belong. One of the things that we did, I'm not binary, but what I did is, two of the names, Skeptic Sam, Career Pivoting Charlie, we use those names, Sam and Charlie, because they're non-binary. And so it's just a very small thing that I can do to try and make non-binary people feel like they are welcomed and comfortable in our space. And so sometimes it's not just the big things, it's the little things that you can do to make people feel like they belong in a space, in a community. So one of the things I'd like for you to do, so I'll just give you like 10 seconds, take the QR code, and take the quiz. And of course, you can take the quiz after the talk, but yeah, it would be great if you take the quiz and then let me know what avatar you come out with. So one of the things that we also did is, of course, languages, culture and languages. So we took a book, an ebook that I wrote, What's Blockchain Got to Do with Me? And we translated it into these 3 languages, which is Arabic, Mandarin, and Castellano. Now, there was 2 reasons we wanted to do this, because again, it's about inclusion. Not everybody speaks English, and English is the business language of the world, right? So if we want different cultures and different diverse individuals to come into space, then we need to think about the culture and the language element. Now, one can argue and say with AI, it's not necessary. You know, we can just put it through technology. But building a community is also about engagement and helping people utilize their skill sets to be able to add value to the community. So what we did, we took people who were willing, who spoke these different languages, and we asked them to translate. And in doing so, we get to promote them, and they also get to add value to the space, even if it's in a very small way. So again, these are just examples of things that we've done in order to promote diversity, inclusion, and equity. We have different global chapters, as the MC touched upon, and so we have global chapters in Dubai, in Barcelona, in Warsaw, Manchester, because the UK is bigger than London, and also in Berlin, and we've just opened up a chapter in Zimbabwe, Africa. We do this, again, because we create leaders. On the floor, there are people who run these chapters, and so we're giving them the opportunity to utilize our platform to lead and to also help other people come into the space. Again, it's a small thing, or it's actually a big thing, to be quite honest, but it's a way of getting people in your community to get involved, to represent, and also to add value to the community and also to the people on the floor. Again, not everybody speaks English, and so if they can find that space where they can belong, then it helps to bring more inclusion and diversity to the space. So let's just talk about consumer awareness and protection, because of course, when we talk about DEI and inclusion, the objective is to bring more people in, help them feel like they're involved, and bring diversity to the space, ultimately. But when we do that, all of us here in this space are consumers in one form or another, even if we're building. And one of the things that Women in Blockchain Talks stands for is the fact that we look at ways of getting people involved from diverse groups to build. It's not just about being in the space for being in the space's sake, but at the same time, people should move at their own pace. So, consumer awareness and protection is something that's very important to me, because if we want people to stay in a space who are not necessarily building or who don't know about the space, they need to feel like this is a safe space for them to come into. And of course, the media doesn't help with the reports that they put out there. So as a statement, or as the article from Cointelegraph touches upon, exploits, hacks, and scams stole almost 1 billion in 2023, okay? And this report is by Certec. So I know about this because last year, 2 of my Boss Beauties NFTs, anybody out here know who Boss Beauties is? Great. They've just merged with BFF, which is quite big news in the space. So 2 of my Boss Beauties were stolen from my wallet, my MetaMask wallet. And in doing so, I took it to the High Courts of England and Wales. And when I did that, the judge ruled in my favour, and they granted me a proprietary injunction. A proprietary injunction instead of a worldwide freezing order. And in doing so, I became the first person in the world to be granted a proprietary injunction for an NFT digital asset. That became case law, so my name is now in the books forever. That's my legacy to the space. And that case has an impact on taxation and also insurance, because if it's property, then it will have that impact. And that case is now being used around the world. So what are the things that we can do and the things that I talk about in regards to this case? Well, I'm talking to people like Lisa Cameron, who's speaking tomorrow. She's an MP, about how we can create a Web3 charter. And of course, there's things around regulation and compliance. And one of the big things that people talk about is the fact that it's very expensive to receive access to legal support. So there's things that we're doing around that. So watch this space. So with that being said, you know, it's very important that we think about, as we go about our business, or in our business, and think about how we can do small things to make sure that we are being diverse and also being protective of the consumers that we are and that the community is. Thank you for listening.
Okay, thanks very much indeed for that. Okay, if we could, if you take your seats, we've got the next panel about to start. Before we move on to that, I just wanted to share with you a little story. Once a week, I do an online radio station podcast with a guy who's been in a wheelchair since he was 7. And he has a muscle wasting disease, where his muscles basically haven't grown fast enough for his bones. His mother had the same condition, and she had her legs chopped off when she was about 12. He chose not to. Now, the reason I'm sharing that story with you is that he's huge into the web and Web3 in particular, and has organised a number of online concerts. And he refers to his condition as actually a positive thing. And he said one of the best things that has happened to him in the tech space is Web3, because no one looks at him and makes a judgment. And I can tell you, he can push his wheelchair faster down a street than I can walk, and he thinks it's quite funny because he can get away with all sorts of things. He sort of prods people and does things. If they look around, who's done that? And they don't think it's going to be a guy in a wheelchair. So he looks on it as being a real positive thing. But he's found time and time again in dealing in this sector, actually Web3, it breaks down a lot of the barriers. People don't know the sex you are, your religion, your colour, or anything like that. It's just, you're just interacting with someone. And he's been a good example and certainly a good advocate that I've seen, sort of the embracing the technology. And if you like, your physicality is kind of irrelevant. And off the back of it, he's actually been really successful. But now we're going to change tack. And Nikita, if I can ask you to come up and introduce your panel talking about digital fashion. So thanks very much indeed.
Wow, London, GM, right? Mm-hmm. It's so good to be back in London. It's so good to be back at Zebu Live, because for those of you in the audience who were there last year, wow, this year is just amazing. Amazing in terms of people coming, amazing in terms of brand being there, amazing in terms of giving the right highlight to fashion, digital fashion in particular. And today, I'm here to discuss the topics of some of the biggest trends coming in digital fashion. And I'm really privileged to not just kick off the fashion stage here, but to actually kick it off with my friends, with people I respect, with people I work with people who influenced me, inspired me to be in the space. What do you say? Wow, that's really rude. I mean, yes, digital fashion is boring, but wow, or is it? This is actually the question that we are going to discuss here today with this amazing panelist. So let me start from my left. I have Anna, who is head of marketing at DressX. She is actually the person behind some of the most viral, some of the biggest activations when it comes to digital fashion space, and I'm really happy to share the stage with you.
Thank Yuki, there's always, this is the best intro possible.
Next we have B, Beauty and Punk, my dear friend, and I guess for those of you who have been in this space for many years already, you know B as one of the biggest collectors. You might know B as the first lady, as the first woman holder of CryptoPunks, of NownDAOs, of many other big relevant NFT collections and communities out there. But I also have a chance to know B as a builder, quiet but massive builder when it comes to fashion. And something that B is building right now is something that the space has never seen before, and I do believe that during today's panel, you might leak some alpha to our audience.
Only fair. He is good in intros, isn't he?
Yep. My favorite one. It was exactly 1 year since I told you that I'm going to do it on the big stage. And what can be a better way to do it at Zebu Live here in front of all of these amazing people? Ladies and gentlemen, we have Marco, who is representing the Fabricant. And there is only one thing that you actually need to know about Marco right now from the beginning of this panel. He's the most fashionable CTO you will meet in this space. I literally mean it.
I'm not just a brain. I have also a body, you know.
Guys, I would love to start our conversation here today by taking the step back to this rude gentleman who said that digital fashion is boring. I mean, I have been hearing it for a long time, and to a certain degree, I agree with it, right? Media headlines are not that friendly around the whole Web3 space, around the whole digitalization, and it feels like nothing big has been achieved in the last couple of years if you're not from the industry. Because if you are looking at this question from the industry, you know that brands are quietly but constantly building, exploring digital fashion from different sides, all this tech innovation, all this advancement that is coming with blockchain, that is coming with VR, AI. I would love to kick off our panel by discussing what is some of the biggest innovation that happened to fashion industry influenced by digital fashion in the last couple of years. Let's even say from the time of COVID. B, would you like to start?
Well, there are two things. I think we have seen some fashion-inspired, we have had the pixelated things coming from Dior and from Louis Vuitton. So you can see that even just that style being adopted by big brands. And this is just the looks of it. And then there's the technology behind it, right? And then that's a whole other conversation that we can have. I think digital fashion and Web3 and the digital economy that we have, it has influenced both sides of fashion, you know, the technological production side and the fashion itself, the looks that we see on runways. And I think that's quite interesting to explore how the Fabricant and also how much bigger the fashion industry is just digitally than most people give credit for. You know, it's one of the biggest industries right now. It can be much, much bigger than traditional fashion industry. So I like how we have been able to tag, you know, quality products as high fashion products, to have provenance on them. Otherwise, you know, goodness grief for fake items. So I think it's interesting to see how brands have been adapting the way that they do business to observe and adopt those technologies.
And I mean, one thing, when people ask me why digital fashion should become a thing, why eventually it will be something bigger, I just answer by saying, I do believe in years from now, maybe 5, maybe 10, maybe more, there won't be this difference between digital fashion, let's say AI fashion, and traditional fashion. There will be one fashion. And I do believe what we, as people, innovators who are representing digital fashion space, are doing the best right now, we are trying to erase all these boundaries and show that there is one fashion. Fashion that can be innovative, fashions that can have this tech element, fun tech element, efficient tech element that will make it more transparent, that will make it more sustainable. But I'm not going to give all the alpha of our discussion here today, and I would love to ask Marco. For those of you in the audience who also by any chance don't know, the Fabricant is the very first digital fashion house that launched in 2019, and back then, the Fabricant is basically the first creator of a digital wearable as an NFT. So I do believe that you have a lot to share with the audience in terms of what kind of innovation we have brought, especially that the Fabricant was founded around the COVID time.
Yeah. And let me tell you something, okay? So I'm the biggest supporter of digital fashion, but also the biggest critic. Like the person that really hate a lot of things, they don't work. And when I saw the first video, I joined the Fabricant 2 years ago, more than 2 years ago. And when I first saw the first video from the Fabricant back in 2017, for me, I can tell you my words were, what the fuck? Because there was no technological innovation there. It was just a video of a walking cycle of a fashion item without avatar. It was the biggest disruption, I think, for me in fashion that I've seen in the recent years. And there was no new innovation. Technically, it was just a CG, computer graphics, nothing new. Since then, and that was one of the reasons why I really love immediate digital fashion. Since then, I think as much as I love what we do, I think we are really running behind what the rest of technology innovation is doing. So we are really kind of waiting for other companies to do the real innovation. We talk about a lot innovation, but actually a lot is PR, marketing. It's not really engineering innovation, like new things, new protocols, nothing like that. And I think I would love to see more, and I'm talking about us as well, not just other companies. I think I want to see more from the other companies that really can bring that, because we are speaking a language where other companies are dictating what we do, and we use the tools that we have to reinvent fashion. Actually, I would love to really see coming from the digital fashion houses more really new tools, new things that really can disrupt the industry. That's kind of my angle. I mean, of course, that's why every time I hear about innovations, what do you mean exactly? Because I think it really we need to do more. And I'm excited because I know that we are building not just as well, where there are SX, all the bigger. I love Restless, for example, what they are doing. I love Drop. There are many other ones that are really doing well.
I actually love big time what you said at the beginning, that at first you're a critic who is trying to find the flaws in the space, in this digital fashion reality, to make it more adequate for people, to make it more adaptable, to make it more efficient in terms of usage, not just something that is out there for the sake of just creating and just playing around, but actually something out there for people to be used on a daily basis. And I do believe that to a certain degree, all of you are critics of what you do, critics of what is going in this space, because otherwise, right now, we wouldn't have this distinguishment between digital and traditional. We're still not there. Traditional brands are still, to a certain degree, afraid to come and try this innovation, try this technology to its fullest. But we are on the right way. And us questioning what is good and what is bad, and what is more important, how this bad can be turned into good for other people to be used. This is a wonderful approach, in my opinion.
Yeah, sorry. No, it's just to that, I think being a critic, if you really love something, you have to be a critic of it. Otherwise, you're not going to see it grow. So I think it's the one thing everyone should take home from this talk, right? Yeah, be a critic of it, definitely.
I love it. Otherwise, there is no growth, as B just said. Anna, I feel like when we're talking about DressX, I can call DressX a true digital fashion hub. I mean AR filtering, I mean digital wearables, NFTs that are out there. There is almost nothing that DressX is not doing when it comes to technology and innovation. And I know that you guys are testing new technology, which I believe you will share with us later today. So what is the biggest technological advancement that happened to digital fashion space, in your opinion, in the last couple of years?
Yeah, Nikki, you mentioned that basically you defined this time period as from COVID, and I think it's really interesting. Although I agree that there is always much more that we can do and we need to grow even more, but actually COVID was such a boost for digital fashion space, and I hear a lot from different brands, not only in DressX obviously, that it was actually COVID that made us think that maybe we can switch to digital fully. Like, for example, we started, like, the idea was born as like an extension for the physical clothes to be tried on and worn in digital space, and then the COVID started, and we thought, if we are using digital fashion for a photo, why would we even need a physical garment if the actual product is in digital? And since the beginning of DressX, that was actually 3 years ago now, when I just joined the team, we went from digitally dressing the pictures in 48 hours to doing it instantly, to making AR, to partnering with some of the most famous brands. And actually, when you say that digital fashion is boring, I find actually maybe it is one of the most exciting spaces at the moment, because how many people haven't heard about digital fashion at all? Like, now it's kind of all merging, and this last fashion week we just saw, it was full of technology, really. Like, when we saw a show where there wasn't technology, that was kind of maybe weird, or like we would want to see something like an advancement or something. So I'd say that we will see a lot of growth at the moment, and we saw lots of brands like Hugo Boss and Diesel and big names dipping their toes into this space right now, and it's very exciting that they're starting small, but we are sure that they will go bigger, and we are happy to provide some technology and grow with them as well.
Wow, it's getting hotter and hotter, even though we just started this conversation.
Notice me too.
It is. I would love to just elaborate a bit more on what Anna just said, because it actually fits well the way how I would love to introduce the next question, the next big topic to discuss: brands. Brands joining the space, and brands being empowered and brave enough to try this new technology. You just mentioned the fashion months, right? And I know that all of you were independently or at some point together with me going through all this fashion September and done. But one specifically, which I would love to highlight here, is Amsterdam Fashion Week, actually one of the first that kicked off the whole month. During Amsterdam Fashion Week, for the very first time in fashion history, the digital fashion runway show, and I know that a couple of people are out here. I've seen Shaylee, which I would love to give you a lot of props out here. I see Adriana, who was there as well. This was the very first digital runway show that was officially published on the official traditional fashion agenda. So you going through all of these traditional fashion brands and seeing one runway show after another, there was a digital fashion show. It was the first time in fashion history. And I do believe if it's something, this is a sign that we are moving in the right direction. This is a perfect sign for brands to see that something interesting is happening, and you need to take a look at some parts of this technology. In this particular case, I'm talking about holographical show. But apart from that, we have so many different cases. Let's take, for example, Boss. Back in Milan, they had a robotic show, so robots who were presented during the runway show, who were presented after the runway show. Diesel, who organized the first public event for 7K people, they partnered with DressX just a week before that to level up your Meta looks for Meta, for Instagram, for Messenger. So basically the same looks that you can find in stores, you can now wear your digital avatars as well Dolce & Gabbana has been inviting their most loyal community members through their NFT program to their shows, show after show. If there is something, that there is definitely some technology that works. And we just need this mass adoption. We just need to bring more brands into this space. So
I think the problem with the brands is not, they know that the technology is coming, that they know that it's innovative and it's disruptive. And I think the biggest problem with those big traditional high fashion brands is that they cannot reconcile it doesn't match what they sell and the consumers they currently have with the consumers of digital clothes. Those are two different people, and I think the difficulty there is talking to all of them and not lose the current customers they have, because it's not a fad. It's not something that's going to be temporary. It's not going away. This is something that's building up slowly, and it will be here to stay. But how do they not cut that connection that they have to those old customers who are literally getting old, and how do they keep that image that they have but evolve? How do they get the right advice on joining the space in a genuine way? I think the biggest concern for those brands is how to do it well and not break the connection with their traditional customers, because they will see this as, this brand doesn't represent me anymore. It's not the luxury I imagined, but it is. How do they maintain that continuum? I think that's the biggest problem for them right now.
And this is the question we are about to discuss right now, because I want to understand and I want to share with our audience how traditional fashion brands, luxury brands who have, let's say, hundreds of years of heritage, they have this fashion in their DNA, but they are kind of afraid, not sure in which way to use this technology. How to make sure for these brands that they can balance this heritage on one side, but at the same time, they have this technological advancement. Because if you ask me, I feel like this innovation part of fashion is something that will drive the new generation of buyers. There need to be some fun element, whether it's somehow connected to blockchain, perhaps, whether it's somehow connected to your digital wearable that represents what you wear, or there is some gamification elements. And I see that, Marco, you've been quietly waiting for your turn, and you've been smiling a couple of times while listening to me. I would love to listen to you.
No, I mean, I think brands want to be here in this space, but heritage means, of course, preserving their own identity, and how you present their own identity. If you see a technology they don't necessarily respect easily their identity. Not all brands are ready, for example, to have a mashup with AI or having AR filters, because the quality of what is achieved is different from what you can wear physically. Also blockchain, I mean, we all know that blockchain is a scam, like they said. Is the big problem, really, adopting that kind of layer of technologies, because they don't believe, unfortunately, on that. They don't believe on all that, because they see all the issues that we are facing as a company. In general, all companies in the Web3 space, they face at some point, if there is not attack from hackers or problems with a smart contract or onboarding is difficult. I mean, most recently collection, we have problems like onboarding people from New York State. How you are not able to sell digital fashion in New York? It's crazy. You can do, I don't know, everywhere except some major state in the US. It's not like the e-commerce experience that you expect in 2023. It's far from there. And that's a big problem, because brands, they see that and they say, why we should be here? We love what you do, we keep looking, but let's catch up in 1 year, in 2 years. And apart from that, there are many probably innovation teams that speak. They are not really innovation teams, they are marketing PR teams they are really scared about the technology. So they really need to be evangelized and educated about all the technologies issues. And when they see AI, when they see AR, when they see VR or Metaverse, they're really excited about the hype around, but then when they see what this technology can bring, they are hesitant. They can say, okay, I don't want that. I want something that just work. And that's kind of the difference between language that we face. Of course, there are more and more brands that actually are aligned finally. And of course, we are building with them, excited with them. Or in the meantime, we need to educate the rest of brands. And in the meantime, build technology that really works for the rest of people. Because
that's the problem with being early, right?
Yeah,
you take risks, and the risks can be with the technology itself. Yeah. Yes. So you have to balance how early do you want to be, or how do you want to come into something that's already stable and established. Yeah. So you have to ponder where you win and where you lose as a brand like that. Yeah, do I want to be one of the people that were early enough? And so we have been pioneers in fashion, how we pioneers in digital fashion. So, but there are risks. And usually they're not well advised by people that should work inside the organization to tell them, here's trustworthy information, here are trustworthy people that you can gather and talk and develop with, right? And you see that growing together. And it might not be perfect, but I bet it wasn't perfect at the beginning of your brand either. So, you have to be a bit merciful there.
3 years ago, we applied for London Fashion Week, and they said, you are not fashion. Like that, because you are doing digital, so it's not fashion.
I mean, let's be honest. I cannot blame all these brands for being cautious about this space. It's totally fine. Like, this space is full of scam in a certain way. When brands are trying to be something that they're not bringing the true innovation, but just kinda digital, kinda sustainable. So I cannot blame the traditional brands that have hundreds of years of history to risk, because I know that behind all of this cautious, there is curiosity coming from their side. I know that they have their ears open and eyes looking to left and right, because they are quietly but constantly testing the water. They need the right push, the right moment. But I know that all of these brands that we mentioned today, either they already have some kind of solution, version 1, version 2, or they're open for this solution. And in my opinion, this is the best thing, hearing that these brands are eagering to do something in digital space. And I know that a lot of things that these brands are willing to do should be and are already provided by brands like The Fabricant or Dressex. Some solutions that are ready to go out there for public, solutions to be for internal teams, whether it will be internal calls, whether it will be some events organized for your community, for your loyal customers. Let's even take 1% of all customers out there. So Anna, I would love to hear from you. Do you think that technology is the right way for traditional brands to innovate and attract this new wave of users? And if so, maybe you can share with us some of the solutions that Dressex is providing, or some other digital fashion brands are providing in this space for traditional fashion brands feel themselves more comfortable.
Sure, I really love this conversation between Marco and B about the risks and kind of how the space is very dynamic in the moment. And I think it's amazing to see that basically it's a feedback coming back and forth from both of the kind of sides. It's very important for us to work with traditional brands so we can have the feedback on what they want and what works for them, for us to improve the technology and give them the new product that would actually make sense for their audience. And it's never kind of just choosing your old kind of audience where you kind of grew with over all of those years in luxury fashion, or the new audience. It's kind of like merging them both and appealing to both of them, while obviously attracting some new customers. And at DressX, we, as you know, started with like digital dressing. We, on our first year of our existence, we partnered with Farfetch, and we tried some marketing campaign for them to make it more sustainable and easy. Since then, we developed our AR technology, and we are now making lots of events where people can actually try the items in AR, which makes that they can maybe just have fun during the event or make a more informed decision about purchasing the item later in physical version. We partnered with Roblox and Meta, and we are launching lots of collections there where people can also kind of maybe bring their physical item to digital and try it out in a different space just to see how it feels and what they can do with it. And now, speaking about Alpha, we are also developing our new technology, which was very much in demand from lots of our partners, and we heard them and we showed them while we were testing it, and they all really wanted it. We are launching our DressX camera, where it will allow brands to bring their items to some team Zoom calls, or to get their people who are working for them to showcase maybe their items on the call, or it will allow all of us really to like be more fashionable on the calls. Isn't that what we all dreamed of during COVID, when we were too lazy, I guess, to dress up for a video call? Now we can just do it in a couple of clicks and choose any look on the camera. We are actually soft launching it soon, so if anyone would want to be a first early tester for us and provide their feedback, please come to me after the panel, and I can collect your email and we can send it to you. But that's something that we are very excited about, and obviously there is lots of technology that is currently under development, and we are really trying to make it suitable for the brand. That's why we need this feedback from them.
I really like that all of you had your own approach answering this question, but at the same time, at the end of the day, we all agree that we need more feedback. We need more adjustments, more changes. It should come from the audience, from people out there who are wearing this digital fashion, who are using this digital fashion. What do you say?
Give us feedback.
Give us feedback, please. I also know, like looking at one of my friends, Adriana, hey, I know that right now there is happening DressX Runway challenge, and I know that why I mentioned Adriana just a couple of weeks ago during London Fashion Week, we're filming some of these fashionable looks for her to participate as well. It shows that digital fashion can be accessible to everyone. You don't need to work in digital fashion field. You don't need to be a fashionista. You can be just a random person who want to test new technology, who want to learn what is happening there, because there are so many solutions happening right there. Solutions that are efficient, solutions that are accessible, solutions that are fun, but are they sustainable? This is my next question. I know 100%, I know that we just had with you this conversation earlier in Lugano during the September, and I want to come back to this conversation and let the audience hear from you why digital fashion is sustainable and how much more sustainable is it than traditional fashion.
I think maybe two ways that it is sustainable, that it makes fashion more sustainable. You know, there is the production, that you can do a lot of it, you know, before it gets to stores, before it actually is mass produced to go to stores, you can do a lot of it digitally, and that's where you talk to these people. And the fun part of it, where you want to wear something, you want to do a runway show for your Instagram followers, and you don't have to go and buy 7 bags of clothes. You can do a lot of combinations. And again, you're going to go to brands who are the new fashion brands that we want to do. You know, do we want to follow the old styles? It's good to have validation from them, like we have from Sotheby's and Christie's selling CryptoPunks. So it brings us validation to be on London Fashion Week, but we don't necessarily need them. It's cool to have. So the fashion brands are coming up and making it fun. And this is our life, you know, our lives are this. We want to talk about this. We want to wear this. We want to live this in every aspect. We want to put it on Twitter. We want to put it on Instagram. You want to do a Zoom call with people that are from Web3 or not. And there will be a question about it. What is that? How cool is that? Where'd you get it? And we want to be fun and cool, and we don't have to get bags and bags of clothes to do it. So I think that the two ways, like the production side of it, gains a lot from digital industry. And wearing fashion itself, either you can have something that will have, every time you go out, you can have a different filter for it. And then every time someone meets you, you know, it's just, there's so much you can do around it. And then, who are the brands that you're gonna go for it? Are you supporting someone who has been here all along with you and understands you and you share values with? Or you go to someone who has different values than you do? So how do you build your wardrobe as well? I think that says a lot of how you want to go forward.
The verdict from B, it's sustainable. Sold.
Yeah, sold.
Marco, what's your take on all this sustainability keyword? Because it feels like, specifically in this digital fashion space, it's sometimes got too hyped. Like, people forget what sustainable, eco-friendly, world environment friendly actually means, and they're just sustainable this, sustainable that, but what is actually sustainable in digital fashion space?
Yeah, because one of the reasons why the Fabricant was founded and created was sustainability concept. Amber, the co-founder, the creative director, she was the first one that graduated with a fully digital collection because we want to really disrupt completely the industry in that sense. And since then, we evangelized a lot about sustainability. I think there are a few things. When we're talking about production, yes, it potentially is going to solve a lot because I work also before the Fabricant with different configurator demos with big brands about making in VR, AR solution where you can test prototypes before doing, and this is going to solve a lot of the fabric waste that you have in the fashion industry. And also the fact that virtual try-on ideally should limit the needs to go and go to any e-commerce, buy and then send back because you took a picture and that's it. It's still not there, honestly, because if I look at the quality of the result, it's still not there. So I don't know how much we are really solving now that problem, how much we are reducing the demand of physical fashion. I think now we are kind of in parallel, creating new demand for new creation, and that's cool, because I don't think digital fashion should be a replica of the physical fashion. But at the same time, it's difficult to really measure the impact of digital fashion for the sustainability problem. We solve for the blockchain, now all blockchain looks good, everything is solved there, that's fine. But the problem about fabric waste, about overproduction for fast fashion, I don't think we are there yet. But that's the bigger potential, of course.
Nevertheless, even though we're not there yet, it's going to be a long journey. It's going to be a bumpy journey. But we're here for this long journey. Even though it's not there yet, you started the company with the sustainability in your blood, in your DNA. And you have been true to yourself, to your community, to what you do by putting this sustainability as one of the top priorities out there. And this is exactly what you want to hear from digital fashion brands. Not just building something for any reason, but actually building something to make some impact, some positive impact, to be a showcase, to be an example for other brands out there. And I know that this is exactly the story with Drasex, because Drasex at the beginning was built as sustainable brand. Even sometimes I forget name Drasex, I just say sustainability and people understand, yeah, you're talking about Drasex. Why? Because this is perhaps my most favorite fact when it comes to Drasex. The very first employee of Drasex that was officially hired was Olga, who is Chief Sustainability Officer 3 years ago, the very first employee after both three co-founders, Olga, and she is still holding this position. She is still coming up with sustainability reports every year, sustainability summits for digital fashion, and traditional fashion. So Anna, I know that sustainability is also not a buzzword for you, but it actually means something. Can you share with us?
Yeah, again, I'm very much agreeing with Mark and V. I love this panel already, and I agree that none of us are perfect, obviously, and it's very early to judge if digital fashion can actually substitute traditional fashion consumption. That's something that we had as an idea when we first launched, that we want digital fashion to be used for our virtual presence, our social media, instead of just purchasing new clothes every time. And obviously, it's difficult to judge at the moment how it's going, but we keep on sending questionnaires and surveys to our community every year to assess, did they notice that actually purchasing digital item made them maybe reconsider their physical purchase, or did it help them to make a more kind of considerate or informed purchase of the physical item? And not only we launch these reports, but we're also trying to count. Every time you go on the DressX website or on the DressX app, under every item you can see if you purchase this item in digital instead of purchasing it in physical, how much would you save in terms of CO2 and water? And that's, we want to believe that obviously this educational moment can also give you a motivation to maybe reconsider your purchases in the physical life. And you know, if you can substitute it with digital, you probably should. And even coming back to this challenge that Nikki, you mentioned, thank you very much for bringing that up. As a person who's coming from traditional fashion, we all know how street style and pictures during Fashion Week is something that we all kind of want to be featured in, and we all want to showcase our looks. We launched our challenge where everyone, no matter if you're traveling for Fashion Weeks or not, you can get dressed in some virtual looks at DressX, record your video, and actually win the trip to Paris, New York, London, or Milan next season with DressX to feel like you're in the fashion industry, even though you can try it anywhere in the world with digital fashion.
I love it. We're not perfect, but we're moving in the right direction. We're not perfect, but we are trying. We're not perfect, but we are here, we are real. Those people are making sure that digital fashion is fun, innovative, sustainable already right now. And if you ask me, I know that these people will not stop until it becomes even more fun, even more efficient, even more innovative and sustainable. I hope that you enjoyed this conversation as much as I did, because it was amazing. And I know that all of these people are not living. They'll be here today, they'll be tomorrow today. So the best thing you can do is to actually come, say hi, I would love to connect with you, I would love to work with you, I would love to learn from you, because I know that these people will do everything to make digital fashion just fashion, as we all want it to be. Thank you very, very much.
Thanks, Nikita. Love the hair, by the way. Brilliant, isn't it? Really is great. I'm not sure it suits me, but it looks good on you.
Always try.
Okay, so we're sort of coming towards the end of the day. This is always the nightmare session for someone like myself, because we haven't got a real person, we've got a virtual person, and I don't mean a sort of an NFT avatar. Evidently, there's an image going to pop up of Raoul any minute now, but meanwhile I'd like to welcome Brian McClinnon, not Klingon, McClinnon, is that right, Brian? Klingon, yeah, and he's a good Irish lad, so as my chemistry used to tell me, sit down now, Mr. Fry. So Brian's going to come up, and oh, Raoul's here, brilliant. And yeah, just by introduction, Brian actually writes the blog, and also a journalist at Yahoo, so I will, or Yahoo, not Yahoo, Yahoo. I'll hand you over to Brian, thank you.
Thanks, Raoul. Good. Yeah. I think, Raoul, that applause was for me, wasn't it, of course? No, okay, so welcome to today's panel, people. This is on the future of finance. We've got Raoul Paul. I'm Brian McGleenan, host of Yahoo Finance's The Crypto Mile and a markets reporter at The Block. Now, Raoul doesn't need much of an introduction, everyone. He's a globally renowned economist, investment strategist, and publisher.
So today we're going to discuss the innovations of Web3, how they're evolving, how society thinks about banking, money, investing, finance in general. And we'll examine the potential of decentralized finance, non-fungible tokens, and Web3 technologies to disrupt those incumbents that are still hanging on to legacy systems in traditional finance. But actually, we'll let Raul introduce himself, and if we can all put our hands together and welcome Raul again, please. It's actually great to see, and for me, I'm very grateful to speak to such an inspiring personality. But Raul, can we begin and reflect on the current macroeconomic environment? You know, I'm actually sort of involved in a documentary at the moment and I'm detecting this common sentiment amongst a lot of the younger generation. They spend almost 50% of their monthly income on rent. In London, that's actually more. And, you know, they have this feeling they can't save money, and that the baby boomer generation have messed it all up for them, both economically and ecologically. Can crypto un-FUCK this situation or not? That is my question.
Look, it's been my long-standing belief that this is an answer. You see, the traditional assets are all very expensive. People don't have enough money to invest. So what we found is people are searching for another way of being able to make money that has a higher upside, higher expected return. It's a logical thing to do when you have not enough income to pile into investments like the baby boomers had. And also the issue is the baby boomers are in the same workforce as their kids. So that puts pressure on wages. It means that it makes it very hard for people to get ahead. And then we've got technology as another kind of super wave that's also deflationary on wages. So people feel the pinch all the time. Meanwhile, the price of real assets like real estate keep going up, and you can afford much less of them every year. And that's driven a lot by the debasement of currency by the central banks. As they print more money, it optically rises the price of assets. And so therefore your earnings buy you less assets over time. And what's great about crypto is it's available to everybody. It's fractionalized, so anybody of whatever wealth can put in 10% of their paycheck. And over time, because it's basically a technological adoption model, if that technology gets adopted, it tends to be exponential in price gains over time. So it gives them an opportunity to take a stake in the future. You can be kind of like a VC and get those VC-style gains, and you can fractionalize it down to smaller amounts that suits you. So it's very egalitarian in allowing people to participate in the future economic system. If you think, for example, right now, there's an AI boom going on. What can the average person do with that? Well, yes, you can retool your job. You can retool your productivity, but you can't invest in it because the VCs get to invest in it. You don't. You only get to invest in it when it becomes a public company and the VCs have made all the money. Crypto is very different. So I think it's great for the participation for younger people to give them an opportunity to get ahead, more like their parents had. Don't forget, the baby boomers, when they were the same age of about 35 years old, the S&P was trading at a PE ratio of 7. Interest rates were at 13% or 15%, and property prices were super cheap versus wages. But these kids don't have that. They have the complete opposite. So this isn't a chance. I call it the Bitcoin life raft or the crypto life raft.
But do you think a lot of them are becoming a little bit jaded after when they see the likes of SBF and the likes of the incumbents in the traditional finance, taking the innovations that have happened in the crypto space, making them their own and trying to sort of cut it off? Do you not think the kids these days are sort of saying this could be the end of something that could have been something? Or is it the start?
I think if you were to real-time mark-to-market a VC portfolio, you would see, we're going to be billionaires, we're going to die. We're going to be billionaires, we're going to die on a weekly basis from all of your portfolio companies. That's what crypto is, right? It's early stage. Things don't have full traction yet, not full product market fit. So volatility is both a bug and a feature, but it really is the feature of the space because risk-adjusted returns, higher volatility, where the returns are skewed to the upside, tend to accumulate. So it's very hard for people to deal with the emotional ride of crypto markets. I've been in the market since 2012, 13. And I've ridden the ups and downs, the 85% downs. I've seen the multiple 10x, 20x, 30x's to the upside. It's a matter of time horizon. You have to just step back and say, what we're trying to get to is from here to here over a period of time. And that journey is not going to be a smooth line. It is going to do this. But when you zoom out, you can see if you just do a logarithmic trend of Bitcoin or Ethereum, it's just an upward trend. But these wild swings feel very wild. Now, when you're also building business models, you're learning what works and what doesn't work. So if you step back about the fraud and the CeFi market blowing up, what was that all about? Fraud is fraud, right? Fraud happens in all industries, and that's bad, and those people get weeded out. But also, it's because people were trying to build business models based on leverage in a volatility of an asset with a volatility of 80%. So what happens is it's fine with a house price because your house doesn't move a lot in price. So you can borrow money against it. But when you've got something like this that goes up and down a lot, everybody gets blown up. So it's a lesson that people are learning is, oh, we can't do this anymore. Maybe DeFi with smart contracts is a better way of doing it. So we've got a better understanding of where the risks lie. So it really is a business model thing. I know it's hard for people. I get it. I've been through it myself. But it's a matter of staying alive.
Right. I'm glad you mentioned that about the difference between CeFi and DeFi. Raul, do you think decentralized finance is the kind of the natural state for Web3 and crypto? It's much more, it relates much more to the philosophy of decentralization and things like that. Do you think that's more the natural state?
What we want and what we will get are two different things. We want a decentralized financial system. What we will get is a hybrid. Because we're already seeing the traditional financial companies, as regulation comes in, they're allowed to participate. So they start creating vehicles and ability. Now, it's actually not that bad because they understand how to deal with leverage and they have huge experience in huge systems and risk management. So if we want broad participation, let them play a part. But many of us want to operate outside of that system because banks, even today, you're in the UK, Metro Bank is going tits up as we speak, so it seems. And that system, because of the amount of leverage, it's fragile. And what we know about DeFi is if we get it right, it's less fragile. Now, DeFi still has fragilities too, right? We've had hacks, we've had other issues. So again, early stage, but I think we'll end up with a hybrid system, much like we'll end up with CBDCs and stablecoins, and they will coexist. And we get the choice. That's the most important thing. We're not forced into one system or another. We get the choice of how we want to operate and where we want to operate.
Right, I like that sentiment, like we will get the choice. Now, do you think that DeFi, it's going to be difficult for the regulatory bodies around the world to try and incorporate DeFi into their frameworks? Do you think that's going to be a challenge?
I think it really is. They're trying. I mean, I think the EU, the UK, Singapore, a bunch of people are really trying to get this right. Now, a lot of people can't participate in DeFi because of KYC AML. And we have to accept that. So many people are now working on institutionalized versions to allow institutions to do that, but still can have decentralized pools of capital, but with KYC AML. Now, maybe we use zero knowledge proofs to do that at a broader level. So this is one of the issues that we've got. We've got this very restrictive KYC AML global framework that we have to operate within. DeFi falls outside it. Once we solve those kind of things, I think it becomes much easier for everybody to operate in that world.
Yeah, well, I read recently the Bank for International Settlements, like they're working on their unified ledger system and trying to deploy all sorts of like tokenized deposits, CBDCs, tokenized assets, all on this unified ledger system. Do you think that is one of the avenues that they're progressing? Do you think DeFi will be kind of come under the umbrella of big institutions like that?
I speak to a lot of big institutions, they've all got their eye on it. Now, whether it's by creating DeFi protocols themselves and operating within a broader remit of how they want to do it, or whether they are participants in the lending and liquidity of those DeFi protocols. That's what is in my head, that a big player like Apollo, somebody with a ton of cash, could they be just a liquidity provider? Because it's basically a lending and borrowing market, which is what they do all day. It's a private sector lending and borrowing market. So I think we'll see multiple different uses of this. And again, it's going to be very interesting. I think this cycle we'll see a lot more of that. And these different buckets of institutional versions, fully decentralized versions, liquidity provision to decentralized versions, and everything in between.
Well, talking about this cycle, what do you think we can expect over the next few years from this intersection between, like, we could say we're in a turbo-capitalistic environment to some extent. Automation, you mentioned AI, crypto and decentralization, and all that means with the incorporation of DLT and blockchain. What can we expect from this in an environment of more and more money printing that's probably going to happen with the effect of the debt ceiling and things like that?
So there's two component parts of what crypto is really about. One is the offset to monetary largesse. So that is the moneyness of the equation, the store of value side. We've also got the broken financial system, the excess leverage. Nobody knows who owns what in this very muddled world of rehypothecation and endless derivatives. Well, crypto solves that too. But it's also the technology of which we can build culture on top of as well, and the internet of value. So there's three component parts here, and they're all going to play out over this next cycle. You know, what's amazing about this space, what really draws me to it, is the amount of incredibly smart people trying to solve very specific things. The previous panel was more on the cultural side. There's a lot of people, the music industry, the sports industry, anybody with large communities and audiences are thinking, how can we use Web3 technology? We're seeing the art community using NFTs. I think we'll see the financial community using NFTs. We're seeing NFTs on ticketing. We're then seeing the financial system being built on these rails. We're seeing bonds being issued, money market funds being issued, real estate being issued. So it's kind of endless. And there's like thousands of teams all working on solving each one of these. I've never seen anything like it. It's a true hive mind of brilliance, because I've been to meetings or gone to dinners where you're sitting around a table, and it would never normally happen, where you've got a music artist, an artist, a technologist, finance people, all sitting down together with a shared vision and mission. It's amazing.
No, that's quite. I went to a hackathon recently in Tokyo, and if you ever have any doubts about where this whole sector is going, if you go to one of these hackathons and you see about 300 young people that haven't slept in about 4 nights, and they're just coming up with all sorts of innovations about how to solve multiple issues across culture, across finance, across supply chain issues, logistics, and things like that. So it's really encouraging, actually, you know, what you said there about this hive mind. Now, considering what you said about we're sort of moving into an internet, not of information sharing, but of value and ownership sharing and things like that. Have you heard much about the UK's? It just got royal assent. The Electronic Trade Documents Bill has now become a law. And so I was speaking to one of the architects of that, and they were sort of suggesting that this is kind of groundbreaking in the sense that they had to talk to the people that, you know, policymakers, get the legal framework, update the legal framework within this jurisdiction with and providing the same equivalence, legal weight to digital items or digital documents as the old legacy paper-based ones have. Do you think that's the next step, to talk to jurisdictions, to talk to legal bodies, and try to get this sort of things out of the digital bubble into the real world and give them legal weight? Do you see that being effective for like DAOs and things like that?
Yeah, and we're seeing it everywhere. I live in the Cayman Islands. We've got, you know, the vast laws. We're seeing, we've seen it in Japan, we've seen it in Singapore, we've seen it in the Middle East. Many places are starting to realize that, okay, digital goods have value now. So one of the big solves of blockchain technology is, in a digital world, you can pretty much make endless amounts of anything. And that becomes a problem because everything goes to zero in cost, right? Think of cloud computing or email services or any of these things. So if we are going to go into an increasingly digital world, everything goes to zero in value. It's ridiculously deflationary. So, but we need assets that don't go to zero in value. So blockchain does that because you create digital scarcity. That's a huge breakthrough to all sorts of things. So then now you've got a new asset class, which is this digital asset class that has value over time, or potential value over time. And so, yes, the regulators need to realize that this is a new world. And we can see the US struggling with using 1933 securities laws. in a world that's not applicable anymore. And I'm highly encouraged by the UK, Singapore, and many other countries, even the EU as well, who've started developing much better understanding of what this is all about and what this actually means for everything. It's because this is the layer that was missing from the internet. That's why it's Web3. It's the layer, that understanding that value is now digital. And we just don't have that in laws yet. So yeah, it's moving along the right path, I think.
So let's just, let me rhyme off a few headlines. I'm going to paraphrase these that I saw recently. We have things like, let's see now, we've got world trade stagnant, property bubble in China, we've got the debt ceiling alerts in the US. So these are all bad, bad news basically. Macro environment is pretty precarious at the moment. In this kind of topography, is this an opportunity for Bitcoin, crypto, DeFi, Web3 tech, or is this an obstacle?
So the obstacle was last year when it all went down 85%. We've done that.
Okay.
So we're in what I call crypto spring. But if you think of what's at a more macro level, well, that is the macro level. It's like this is the time when generally the central banks have to start coming back and lower rates over time or stimulate. We've got banks blowing up. They'll end up having to bail stuff out. So that's actually forward-looking good for crypto because that debasement effect starts kicking in again and liquidity starts coming back into markets, which is needed. But at a top level, it just shows the fragilities of the system and why crypto has answers. I can store my crypto on my ledger device and I don't have to fear a bank run. I mean, I know these are small things, but I was in Spain in 2012 when we almost lost the banking system and Cyprus went under, and I lived that. And I saw people getting entirely wiped out by it. And this system offers us abilities to opt out of that. So all the bad news, I think, is good news for crypto.
That is interesting, actually. Do you see, I was sort of looking recently at a lot of the, speaking to different people about the likes of private blockchains, public blockchains, and things like that. Do you see the likes of Ethereum and things like that? Do you see that growing in importance, or do you see that sort of the incumbents sort of taking those innovations, using them, and the likes of Ethereum and stuff like that sort of receding into the background? Where do you see sort of these private blockchains in 1 or 2 years' time?
There will be some private blockchains because that's the nature of these kind of institutions, but most of them will end up building on the public blockchains. I mean, I know a lot of the big investment banks, asset management firms, everybody, and the people who are running the Web3 initiatives and the DeFi initiatives, they're hardcore crypto people. They get it.
Yeah.
But we might get insurance companies, let's say, building some ability for insurance contracts to be NFTs. Could that be a private blockchain? May well be. Is it built on top of Ethereum or a different ledger? Possibly. I think we'll see people trying different models, but over time, as we've seen with the public internet, people just use the public good in the end because it's more efficient, it's faster, it doesn't have costs associated with building, maintaining, and innovating.
Right. Well, it seems like the talent lies in the public blockchains like Ethereum. If you're going to build like a blockchain for Europe, for instance, which is what the EU are kind of have suggested, if they're going to go to the public sector maybe and build it publicly within EU institutions, it could take 10 years, 20 years. But all that talent really is in where the public blockchains are with Ethereum and the likes of that. So I can see that. Now, just lastly, just before we go to the audience for some questions, I just want to sort of go on a more sort of macro level. I don't know, do you know the economist Richard D. Wolff? He lives in New York. Well, I was speaking to him recently.
No.
And he was sort of suggesting, so he was going about the different phases of economic structures through life. You've got like slavery or feudalism, and then you've got the onset of capitalism with round about the 1700s and stuff like that, and then led into the Industrial Revolution. Do you think, and this is what he actually said to me, which was actually quite, because he's a Marxist, he comes from a Marxist background. He said that the onset of decentralization and the innovations from crypto are giving this generation a chance to create something that is better than capitalism. Do you think that crypto has the ability to take capitalism and create something better, or take capitalism and create something worse?
My view on this for a long time has been this is a combination of pure capitalism, but based around community. So it has a socialism element.
Right.
It's kind of weird.
Yeah.
And I really like that because it's not as polarized. Yes, some elements of the community are hardcore libertarians and they believe in certain things. But generally speaking, we're learning to coalesce capital. You require a social construct of how people get on together. And the ability for anybody to participate is very egalitarian. It's actually much more liberal than the other side, which is capitalism. So I do believe it can form a different type of financial system and societal system. You know, I'm very interested in, what is a digital network state in this world? Where does that lead to? And what do those states look like? And we've seen that with the rise of DAOs. We've seen it with the rise of NFT communities. And we're starting to see that the coalescing of societal ideas help drive the capitalist exploits of the community. So yeah, I think it's very interesting.
Yeah, no, that is, we should sort of hold back and just sort of meditate on the space and then possibly come up with a new description of what this is actually creating. With all, like, if you look at the fervor from even meme coin communities where they're all incentivized behind whatever token that they're rallying behind, and you mentioned NFT communities and just DAOs, decentralization, it's an exciting space for building a new economic system, would you say?
I think it's an exciting space for what this could become and what societal systems we can build upon it. So not just a financial system, but another system of participation, another system. I mean, voting systems could go on blockchain. There's a lot we can do with this technology that we don't yet understand. It's still very early stage. We're 10 years into a technology, and we expect to have all the answers. That's not going to happen. It's going to take time. But the faster these chains become, the more efficient. The ability to have layer 2s and zero knowledge proofs and all these other things allow a big unlock in new business models yet to be defined.
And it's more inclusive as well and gives a lot more people access to these economic systems. And they bring their ideas and they bring their energy.
I mean, that's crucial. I mean, that's the whole point of this is anybody can come with 10% of their monthly paycheck and participate, which doesn't happen. I mean, if you want to get rich in property, you need to own high-end property. You have to be a multi-gazillionaire to do it. In this, you don't. It's, it's special. So, but we can also tokenize stuff. So I talk about it here in the Cayman Islands, where the expensive real estate is on the beach. That's owned by wealthy foreigners or wealthy families from here. But the locals don't participate in the property that goes up like this in value because it's scarce.
Yeah.
And all they need to do is allow tokenization of real estate, and the entire pension system here can participate at an individual level.
Yeah, so it lowers that barrier of entry. And you said it was special, but it's also fragile as well. Would you not say it's fragile? It could go either way. It could blossom into something special, but it's also fragile. Could you sort of elaborate on any of the threats?
Because humans are involved, and humans, don't always move towards the right answer because they tend to act in self-interest, and that can come with bad outcomes as well. So, a lot of the space doesn't believe in government, and they're libertarian in core philosophy. We don't know the outcomes that produces versus people who want some guidance and understanding. So, there's risks in how systems go because humans are unpredictable by nature, and they tend to follow perverse incentive systems sometimes.
Okay, so we've got 5 minutes left. We're going to take some questions from the audience. Would anybody like to ask Raul a question? Just raise your hand. Thanks. Gentleman over there.
Yeah, hi there. Previous you mentioned that CBDCs and stablecoins can coexist, and actually then people can choose which ones to use. Do you really think there's really that choice? Because the governments are really trying to impose the CBDC, and people that are not into cryptos or don't have even awareness or knowledge about it will be also afraid to try different things. So they're going to be a bit stuck to CBDC, no?
So when you step back and look at the financial system, there is the dollar lending market done by US banks and the Treasury, and that's absolutely dwarfed by the Eurodollar market that was built out of London, which is the offshore lending and borrowing market. It's actually very common there's a bond market, a government bond market, and then there is a swaps market, and then there's a futures market and a derivative market, which are all private sector markets. So yes, it's the financial system works this way, that there's a duality in how it operates, the private sector and the state sector. Don't forget why the state sector wants the CBDC versus the stablecoin is because they want to own the on-ramp and off-ramp to their nation state. And so I get that because they want to make sure they pay taxes and their country still thrives and survives. So they will do that and they will impose that. Doesn't mean we can't use stable coins, much like the US banking system regulates how much the dollar can be lent within their system, but they can't regulate it outside in the Eurodollar market. And all stable coins are fractionalized dollars. It's another Eurodollar market, but on chain. So expect it to be vaster, maybe even larger than the CBDCs over time.
Thank you.
Hi, hello? Is it working? Hi, Aral. I just wanted to ask you, I believe you recently spoke to Cointelegraph, and you mentioned that you think the next bull run is going to be next year in Q2. I just wanted to hear your thoughts on some of the macro factors that have to fall in place for that to happen.
So I think the macro factors happened last year, which was the markets collapsed and priced in the forward-looking economic indicators. Crypto is actually a macro asset, trades a lot versus the kind of business cycle indicators that I look at. And so I was starting to get very positive at the back end of last year and started adding to my positions based on that. This year, don't forget, if I look at Bitcoin is up 60% or so this year, Solana's up 130%. We're already in crypto spring and macro spring. If I look at the NASDAQ, it's up 40%. You know, we're already in that phase. The acceleration phase is when liquidity really comes into the market, and liquidity will come into the market as they start to reverse interest rate trends, or they have to add further stimulus as inflation falls and unemployment rises. So I very strongly believe that the high probability is that we started the bull run already, and it will just accelerate over time. It's very consistent with the 4-year economic and business cycle and the Bitcoin halving cycle, which is all based around the same thing. So yeah, probabilistically speaking, I would expect positive, highly positive returns in 24, 25. But as we all know, it may be a high probability, but there's also that uncertainty, that other chance that something else changes that. But we'll see.
Okay, we've probably got time for another question. Anybody else? Get at the back, yeah.
Hi, Rio. My name's Alan Jones. I'm from a company called Vestin. Our business is going to be tokenizing and fractionalizing hotel rooms across the globe. Gives them a guaranteed income and also capital growth, very low maintenance. What's your views on tokenizing residential compared to commercial assets?
I don't really know. The hotel room idea is a phenomenally good idea. Something I've spent a long time talking to. I think there was a conversation with myself and Punk 6529 about this. Is the capital inefficiency of hotel rooms right now. If I go to New York and suddenly have to cancel, I lose my hotel booking. The hotel loses me at the bar drinking a glass of wine and eating dinner and ordering some room service. And the ability to tokenize the rooms is a phenomenally good idea. Does that work for an Airbnb style structure for residential stuff? Does it work for real estate overall? We think so, but there's a lot of experimentation to be done. But I think the kind of capital efficiency idea that you're working on is a very strong idea. We're seeing, ticketing starting to go this way as well, and that could apply to all sorts of different use cases to make those allocation resources more efficient. So overall, look, I think it's a mega trend, but we are early. I mean, you will have a struggle to get there, but get there we will over time. But I don't know whether that's a 3-year thing or a 10-year thing.
Such a great plan is the fact that you've got guaranteed income from blue chip companies. like the likes of Hilton's and Wyndham, they actually manage the property, so you've got guaranteed income over a sustained period of time.
Yeah, makes sense.
Okay, folks, put your hands together for Raoul. That was a great discussion. Thank you very much. Thanks.
Okay. Thanks, Brian. Bear in mind the title of that presentation was The Future of Finance. Coming back to the guy at the back of the room about hotel rooms and residential property market, there's a company in London about to launch for Christmas, which is basically going to tokenize real estate, but they're going to focus on homes, not commercial. And the reason for that is that 85% by value of all real estate in the world, and that value, according to Savills, is about $326 trillion. 85% is actually homes and flats. And what they're focusing on is the equity release market, which globally is worth about $30 billion a year. Here in the UK, it's about $4 billion or 3 billion sterling, give or take, whereby rather than selling your house and then paying, or selling a share in your house and then you actually then pay interest on it, they're looking to actually effectively tokenize up to 49% of your property to unlock equity out of your property. So these future things are beginning to work. The other one that is very tangible and is working, there's a small little bank called HSBC, and they've developed something called FX Everywhere. And if you haven't looked at it, you're interested in finance, I'd suggest you have a quick look at it, because they actually have proved, and they've now transacted something like $2 trillion worth of business, that they can do it faster and cheaper than the current banking system, which is called CLS, which is a US bank with a big branch here in the UK, because they do a lot of the settlements between the banks. So it's already happening, using the technology. So when people talk about the future of finance, it is actually going on now. But the next panel, I've got Rupert. Now, you always learn things talking to people. Evidently, Rupert works for Solana, and I thought he was head of partridges, but he's not. He's head of partnerships. And for some reason, he's got a goat on his head. Now, if you've got a goat hat, does anyone know what that means? Or is it just me being an old fart? What does it mean? Come on, you. Greatest of all time. What the hell is he doing wearing a goat then? Brian, up you come and bring your panel, please. And you're going to be talking about decentralized sort of media, content, and stuff like that. So if you wear a goat, you're obviously a good guy.
Well, thanks very much.
Thanks very much.
Yeah, I mean, it does mean, come on up and join me, guys. It's supposed to mean, greatest of all time. It's a hell of a title to be given.
Did your mum give you that?
No, it was a good friend, but I think he was overstating the fact. Guys, thank you very much for joining us here this afternoon. I did say behind me, this session's all about decentralizing media and content. Now, that's a pretty grand title, but it actually represents a pretty paradigm shift in how we are consuming content, how we're looking at content, how we are interacting, how we're making money out of content. And I'm really pleased to be joined by an amazing group of founders, investors, people are part of the media industry in our industry. And I'm going to introduce you to you now. So we've got Abhinav from YourFeed. We've got Anna from Cointelegraph. This is... Crap. Sorry about that. Cointelegraph. And Jonathan, is that correct pronunciation? Jonathan. I see I'm ruining him all of the intros. And at least Lata from Fabric. There we go. I nailed one, maybe two. Guys, thank you very much for joining me here up on stage today. I'm going to start by you guys essentially defining, when you think about decentralizing media and content, what that really means to you, because you're in very different kind of verticals, and within inside that, can you give a one-liner about what you do, and then talk about what decentralized media and content means for you? So Abhinav, start with you.
So I think for me, it's about the whole movement is about being community-minded and being fair as a collection of people. So the technology basically allows us to build in a way that is, and gives power to all of the contributors of a system. And I think that's when we're building, that's what we're trying to do, is all of the stakeholders of our platform, which is a Web3 social platform focused around video. It's the creators, it's the viewers, it's the people that bring any value to that ecosystem. How do we make sure that they're recognized and rewarded for that? So that's kind of what it means for us. And decentralization can mean, censorship resistance in one context. It can mean money for a lot of people, right? Like very much money-minded. But for us, it's about building a fair ecosystem that rewards all the people that bring value to it.
Okay, fairness. Anna, please go ahead.
Hello everybody, it's a pleasure to be here. So I'm CEO of Cointelegram and we have a media, it's centralized media. So we have a website as well. We are producing a documentary film about new era of digital economy and decentralization and show how this technology transforms our lives. And we interviewed a lot of top leaders of the industry for our documentary, like Vitalik Buterin, CZ, founder of Binance, and many others. And as well, we have PR marketing agency. So we cooperate with a lot of other media, both traditional business and crypto media like Orbs, Entrepreneur, CoinDesk, Cointelegraph, and work as well with influencers, content creators, and help projects to be promoted. As for the question of decentralized media and decentralized social media, yes, Abhinav mentioned that it's censorship resistant, so you can post whatever you want, you can be blocked or removed, like for example Donald Trump was removed from Twitter, or some other accounts were removed from other social media. So you have the full freedom of speech. And as well as these media are not controlled by any centralized entity, it as well gives the power to the community, to the creators, but there are as well a lot of other challenges with it too. Like for example, the most common is probably the scalability, because these decentralized platforms can't serve the big number of the users which centralized platforms have. And I would say that majority of these platforms have now only crypto native users, so it may be good just to find the target audience via this decentralized social media, but for the average user it will be still complicated to start using these decentralized social networks. So, and this is as well the question of generations. So younger generation likes to try different things out, to open a lot of different accounts, and you should be really concerned about your privacy, about all these topics of decentralization to use this decentralized media, because most of the people just go to the social networks where their community, where their friends are, and in majority of cases these are just centralized networks like Facebook, Twitter, etc.
Okay, so on the note of like trying to solve some of those problems, probably you might be the best person on the panel to explain that.
Yeah, so I think kind of like in the end, obviously like Web2 and kind of the traditional social media have a ton of issues.
Stop you because we didn't actually get to your introduction. So,
I can
introduce yourself
myself
so
first.
everybody knows why you're the best person to explain that right now.
Yeah. I was going to turn it around and do that at the end, but then again, I might go on a tangent. So hey, my name is Jonathan. I'm the CEO of Favor, and Favor is a Web3 social app, surprisingly enough, but we're the largest app on Orbs Protocol right now and also working on CyberConnect. And that is kind of, the fact that we are on Lens is kind of what is key to Web3 social actually, and kind of decentralized social in general, is that when we started building Favor as a Web3 app, we started thinking, should we build our own NFTs in the background, at least we be on chain, and then we'd be technically Web3. But that's not actually the case, because Web3 is all about ownership and control of your assets. And in order for you to own and control your assets, they need to be interoperable. So if it's a Favor profile NFT that only works inside Favor, and then we block you on Favor, it's essentially we gave you a key, but we have the only lock, and we can change the lock whenever we want. And therefore your key doesn't actually give you any ownership into whatever that lock is unlocking. And that's where kind of, I think, the main principle of Web3 social lies. So if we're building things on a decentralized graph or graphs where users are the ones who are in control of the follow relationships that they are having and the content they're creating, then that leads into all of these other things that have been already mentioned. So fairly rewarding people happens because if you don't fairly reward them, they go to somebody else on that same graph who rewards them fairly. Taking care of privacy happens because otherwise they'll go to another app that takes care of your privacy. So if you remove that moat around social, and then you give that control and kind of stakeholder status to the users, then all the other good things will kind of follow from that, because that's the only way you can build in an environment where users get to make their own choice and own their own assets.
Cool. Lata, when you look at it from the eyes of the VC, obviously I need you to introduce yourself as well, but talk us around some of the challenges that you're seeing emerge and in this arena.
Yeah, for sure. So hi everyone, I'm Lata, part of the investment team at Fabric. I focus on media and consumer. I think when talking about this topic, it's actually quite exciting to kind of take a bit of a step back. And if you look at history, technology has had such a strong role in shaping both how we consume content and the business model around it. If you take like the example of the music industry, we've gone from a discrete and attributable transaction, which was buying record A at date record B, and we replaced that with streaming, which was buying a service C into perpetuity. And I think what that means is when a new technology emerges, it does take some time to figure out like how the content is going to be consumed and the business model around that. And I think the best example of that is when the television was first introduced, it was used to live stream real-time events such as the World Trade Fair, the coronation, and it actually took several years for made-for-television shows to emerge. And now when you think about television, you'll probably think of the latest drama, reality TV, and I think it's a really exciting time to be building in Web3 Social because I don't think we have that end consumer experience yet. And there's a lot of white space that a lot of folks here are building in, and I think we're at really early innings where we can describe some of the primitives and the value props, but we're not yet at a defined end experience there. And I think that's both a challenge and an opportunity.
So when we think about this space, yes, there are these various challenges, but why is it that blockchain technology or crypto or any of the primitives that we're now using is such a game changer? Why does it enable us to attack some of these challenges in the space? Anybody want to take that one? Go for it.
Yeah, I can start at least. I think we've been obviously looking at decentralization from a lot of different perspectives, and there's also decentralized social apps that have nothing to do with blockchain, such as AT Protocol on Blue Sky and Nostr and some of the others that are just kind of like decentralized relays and stuff like that. But what the blockchain actually does is that it's created this actual immutable and interoperable framework where, for example, for Favor, this means that not only can we bring in your Lens protocol content that you own and control that you have not been ever able to do before online, because we now, for the first time, have an actual verifiable method of ownership of digital assets, which is a game changer, and not just for pictures of monkeys, but more importantly for example, owning your social life online and the assets related to that. So that's kind of the ownership brings a key part to that, but then that interoperability is equally a key part of that. So if you have a monkey and we want to show that monkey on your social profile, we can do so. We don't have to call Yuga first and ask for a licensing agreement and an API connection, but everything is actually interoperable. So that means that people can all build on those same shared assets that the users own. And that's just going to hypercharge the innovation in the near future. Like, it's very much clear that nobody has yet figured out what is that magical new user experience that's going to drive 100 million or 1 billion people into a blockchain-based app. But somebody will at this pace, because now everybody can build on the same social graph and everybody benefits. So we actually have hundreds of teams building together towards a shared reward instead of a zero-sum game where everybody's trying to build their own graph and everybody is trying to make everybody else lose so they could win.
Anna, I'm curious, there have been many kind of innovations around kind of posting content online, and written content, and obviously video content and all other forms of media. But when you up front, you said, we're running a centralized business. Why was your decision to do that? And what are what's holding you guys back from doing that? Because you're immersed in the space constantly. I'm assuming there's very good reason for that.
I would say regarding the centralized websites, because any media probably will still remain centralized, because it's just like interface website where you read the news. But if there will be more users of these decentralized social media, all these big media may create just social accounts in those decentralized social media too, and just like copy and share their content too and target those users. So I would say it makes sense to have some profiles in decentralized social media for now for the crypto media, but probably not for like big mass media, because they wouldn't find that much of their audience there. But to be on decentralized social media, you can target just your crypto native audience this way. And as well, there are some other interesting tools for Web2 media, like for example, there is Mask Network, which creates different encryption tools, or enables as well crypto payments for the Web2 media, just with the extension for the browser. So all the users of these Web2 platforms, they remain there, and they don't want to go to the other platforms just because everybody's adjusted to be there. With different extensions, you can allow the audience to use some Web3 features this way, and I think it will take quite a long time for the decentralized media to get real traction, to get real adoption. And many of these decentralized social media as well have some kind of like limited access. You need some like invite codes. Sometimes it's cool, like it was with Clubhouse, that everybody was rushing to find the invite code. It was the same what we see with the friend tag. Everybody like searching for the invite codes too. But in majority of cases, I would say to get the users, it's not always a good option, because somebody will say, oh, like it's too complicated, I need to find the code to register in this media. Like I'll just leave it and wouldn't bother at all.
As you touched on a good subject there, because I think along with Friends Tech, there was a new network that's been reported today. It's out on Avalanche, I believe. Stars, something that's got huge amounts of transactions going through. I know in our pre-call you picked up on this one that, there are these new platforms that are coming through, and they are getting huge amounts of traction. But is it being done in the right way? What are some of the challenges that you're finding from, obviously building what is effectively a new TikTok?
Yeah, I think just crypto as a whole, Web3 blockchain has achieved product market fit when it comes to payments and store of value. That's clear. But for every other realm that we're touching, we're kind of bringing that aspect of it into that realm. And so that, the measurement of everything and tokenization of everything is an interesting aspect, but it all comes with this sort of degen tendency of like, the people who are in the space currently, yes, they might be very theological, but a lot of them are here to make money. And so when a platform comes that does essentially like BitClout part 10 or whatever it is, if people are into the first in, first out of like making money, that works, right? And the execution of it has been flawless. It is hard to separate crypto or Web3 from the money aspect of it. And some of it is fair, because it is, it's about the fairness of it is a sharing of value, even for us. In terms of friend tech, look, it's done really well. It's basically like, Valley.io, a lot of these platforms that were around before, but they've done, having a very frictionless creator onboarding where I can come in, the chat room's built into the actual platform, I don't have to go set up a Discord. Like, they've just made it really easy. So I think it's really well executed. I think it's a feature of the current crowd that we have and the things that they're looking to do in this space. So as we as builders are trying to build things, we have to acknowledge it and know that the people who are coming to our platforms, if we have a value sharing aspect to it, they're going to be people who just come in to hit the button, right? So, it is what it is. I think you have to build the sides that are more theological as well as manage the sort of value sharing side of it.
Yeah, I mean, this came into our chat we had earlier on today, that you've got that whole side of crypto where they are literally there for the airdrop, right? They're coming in, they're expecting something to happen in the future, and they're mashing the button or whatever it is. I don't have anything kind of so far against that, but it is a side, when you're trying to build a product that is difficult to kind of shake. Now, from a metrics point of view, when you're looking at a company from in the ventures, it must be super difficult to be able to actually differentiate between, like, these are button masher users versus, like, these are real users that are valuable to a company, and they're not just going to take our capital and use it in a different in the wrong way. How do you guys approach something like that? And is there any, I suppose, assessment or tool that you look at when you're assessing these companies that you're working with?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's a great question, especially as increasingly, I guess, airdrop requirements have been changing, and a lot of the farming behavior that you see doesn't actually end up qualifying for the airdrop in the end, but you still have these users who are farming liquidity regardless. It's a shame they don't end up, I guess, getting the airdrop as well. And I think that's been a lot of the discourse around Friendtech for sure. I think, especially given they've been backed by Paradigm, a lot of people are expecting an airdrop. I personally think with the Friendtech example, it's actually more than that. I think it's come at an interesting time where, as an industry, I think the consensus was social tokens have been dead. And I think the discourse has moved on to different types of social. And I think a lot of us moved away from that hyper-financialization. As we saw, a lot of people in the industry saw, it's great when number goes up, and it's not so great when number goes down. So I think for Friendtech in particular, yes, there are a lot of airdrop farmers, but I think it's brought a natively social element to traders. And so I do think there is a core user base who are probably partially airdrop farming, but also they just love trading and now have a social layer to this hyper-financialized world that they can trade in. I think when it comes to other startups, as you say, it's hard to tell. I think at the end of the day, I guess, trying to be a user and put yourself in the shoes of someone who's using the product, can you see real value? Can you see a native new experience that's exciting? And if so, then perhaps the metrics, if they're up and to the right, are indicative of something more than just airdrop farming. I think like an example of that, I don't know if anyone here is familiar with Unlonely. It's a live streaming platform, and they've recently been doing like a dating series with a betting pool on whether there's going to be a second date or not. And I've been staying up till like 3 a.m. because it's a specific time, and I guess mashing the button, yes, no, based on the Riz, the chat, how it's going. And I personally have been really enjoying that. Their growth has been pretty exciting. And so obviously there are some people, I don't know how much money they end up making from betting on a date, but some people who are probably there for the hyper-financialization, but me, myself, using it, I'm, okay, that's an interesting product. So that was a long way of saying, if you think that there's value in using the product, then perhaps there are people who are not just airdrop farmers.
I was talking to somebody else earlier about crash betting, and that really feels like crash betting in real life. If you haven't heard of crash betting, it's essentially you follow a number up until you think it's going to crash, essentially, and it will crash randomly on a curve, and you've got to try and get the highest possible number before it goes. Is essentially what the
crypto in general.
Crypto in general, yeah. SBF betting.
Even like Friendtech, the fact that it's got a bonding curve built into it, right?
Yeah.
That's fundamentally what that is. The entire thing. It's like, when is this going to stop going up?
I'm curious actually, because this is something that you're in right now with Favor. You've got this massive curve of adoption and users coming in. How are you getting those users? Like, are you targeting specific groups? Are you like, what is the reason that they're coming?
Yeah, I think kind of to a little bit get back to also the kind of metrics and what to actually look at in social, because it's very clear that like vast majority of supposed users in Web3 are fakes and airdrop wallets where the same person has created 5,000 wallets in order to farm a hypothetical airdrop or something else extractive. So kind of it actually is really hard, even if you like genuinely try with all of your metrics available, it's really hard to define how many real unique human beings are part of your network and how many of them are actually doing it for like real reasons instead of purely value extracting reasons. And that's kind of one of the key focuses for Favor, where kind of the credibility score we've been building for the last 6 months or so has been actually working even like surprisingly well in the sense that we have over 70,000 wallets connected. And that obviously doesn't mean anything. That could be one person with 70,000 wallets, and in some cases they may be. But what's kind of validating that is that we actually have over 50 million USD of value in those wallets. The NFTs, even at the current 98% drop or whatever the NFT market has been having. So we have kind of like a huge amount of value in those, showing that it's not just like generic random airdrop wallets, but it's people's kind of real primary wallets that they've been connecting. And then the levels that we've been able to build based on that are showing us that up to 98% of the users on level 2 are already uniques based on the device IDs on their phones. And there are people using it on a unique phone that's not running any other profiles at the same time. So it's been working kind of gamifying that credibility building. It's been actually working pretty nicely on figuring out a bunch of the new user or like a bunch of the real users, but it's actually also working quite nicely as an onboarding tool. So what we're then seeing is that like, even if you have some very expensive assets in your wallets, like nobody's immune to the like airdrop farming temptation, in the sense that like, oh, if I'm coming in now and if I connect all my wallets and if I'm active daily and I post some cool stuff, I might be actually making a pretty nice airdrop out of this platform, which is fine because then you're doing exactly what you're supposed to be doing in a social application. You're bringing in high quality users who are validating themselves, showing they're real and unique, coming in every day and posting interesting content, because we're also seeing that the average amount of stakes, which are kind of the finite amount of like favorite posts you can choose every day, a level 3 or level 4 user is getting on average 5 or 6 times more stakes on their posts than a level 1 user. So it's actually also producing higher quality content that people enjoy more if you're on a higher level. So kind of that gamification seems to be showing like good early signs of traction, but we obviously need to scale it significantly and also figure out how to onboard people who don't have NFTs and how to onboard people who just created their first wallet and all these. But it's kind of, it's been a very interesting experiment in how to actually focus on like genuine users doing genuine things. And we're also kind of trying to avoid the hyper-financialization of things. So we kind of from the get-go told everyone there is an airdrop someday, yes, and your points will be relating to your airdrop. But since our points are off-chain, we can actually control it. So we can see, there was recently a genius who decided to create 5,000 accounts trying to farm them to level 2, but used his own invite code on each one of those accounts. So then he miraculously got 5 million favor points, got to the number 1 leaderboard position, was very easy to spot and yank out of there. So like we obviously have a very strong interest to keep those bots and fakes out of there. Yeah. And there's usually always some way to detect those like mass setups. So it's actually then kind of helping a lot in figuring that part out as well.
You could probably do a whole panel on civil resistance alone.
Yeah, absolutely. If there's an angle to game, you can guarantee somebody in this industry is going to game it, without a doubt. You've got a different challenge with your platform in particular, with like the volume of data and how you use media in a decentralized manner. You were talking earlier about how you've tried several different methods in this, and I'd love to, learn a little bit more and let everybody else here know about that.
Look, for us, it's the global meta for social is video, right? 80% of all social is video traffic. All platforms are converging towards video, so no matter, even Twitter, right? Like so. For us, that was the focal point, but that obviously comes with challenges because it's harder, it's heavier load. So we have to progressively decentralize. So we've been focused on UX, right? Make the thing work, make it a pleasurable experience that a non-Web3 user would be like, okay, like that's like TikTok, but like, this part's better or this part's about the same. So that's been our journey to like get that user experience right, and then we look to then decentralize different parts of the tech stack. So can we start letting people mint the videos? Can we start the value sharing early on, having a TGE? So yeah, it's there are sort of unique features that we're trying to build that are some of them are crypto specific. So like NFT AR filters, it's not going to be relevant to mainstream users. But other ones are like, can I use a large language model to create an AR filter with my words that's now a tiger on my face? And then the next step for the Web3 people is, can I mint those an NFT and sell it, right? So trying to enable things that are interesting to the Web3 people initially, but then move more into spaces that are more mass market relevant. But yeah, you're starting slowly, you can't go backwards when you decentralize stuff. So, starting with stuff that works now and then decentralize the stack as we go.
Awesome. We've just passed there's about 9 minutes left of this. And I'd love to hear from you guys if there's any specific questions you've got for myself or the rest of the panel here around media. There's somebody waving around at the back there with a microphone. Has anybody got any specific questions? Right up front, all the way to the front. Run, Charlotte, run.
Hey guys, is that yeah? Hey, thanks everyone. So I'm gonna come from. There's two things I kind of want to cover, and I think all four of you have covered it in bits. I come from a background where I love doing things traditional, like grandfather style. I still write notes on a piece of paper, cross that out with a pen when it's done, right? So we're talking old school. But then there's obviously some stuff that digital is amazing. And I do a podcast. I've expanded into video podcasting. So the question is, especially in this space, when DeFi was a huge thing, when you're talking about breaking that out into mainstream, as Abhinav mentioned, mainstream, there was the whole thing of, obviously, people want to have control of their own money, they can make more, but then you quickly find out that people are quite happy leaving the banks to do it, and they're not about this whole let's revolt and change the world and we control our money, because actually I can't be bothered to have to manage my own passwords and stuff. It's safer if Barclays look after it, right? So in this space of social, and again, that's what I mean, you kind of touched on it, what really is that drive when people are already quite lazy about looking after their own money to really be like, I would love to have that extra incentive or those stakes to be able to control my own content. And again, I'm talking from a personal space of me posting video clips and stuff like that. And I'm for it. And I'm like, but what really is that future brightness that I see that will take me away from, good old Mark Zuckerberg and those lot controlling things from their throne?
Very good question. Something we obviously think about a lot because, I think might be an unpopular opinion, but I think vast majority of the world does not need DeFi for anything. It's actually making things worse for them. They're going to be losing their money, they're going to be scammed, and they're better off staying with a bank and kind of traditional investments, and maybe a bank doing their crypto investment or something.
We definitely don't have time for my response.
Let's not go
on why DeFi
let's
is
not go
definitely
down
necessary
that
for a lot of
rabbit
people.
hole.
But we'll carry on the social side for a moment.
Yeah, we'll fight in the backyard then. But
carry on your point.
Yeah. So probably triggered half of the room at this point of the sentence, but I think kind of for most people, indeed, like they don't want to take custody and control, and they probably shouldn't. They're better off somebody else taking control and protecting them from themselves. And for social media, to a certain extent, that's the same thing. Like we're not expecting that, like let's have everybody create their MetaMask and put their NFTs in there and put it into cold storage. And that just like doesn't add value to your average user. What does add value to the average user, if you think about like why should your profile be an NFT? They shouldn't care that it's an NFT, but they should care about the fact that what if my profile is now usable across all the apps and all the different places I want to go to. So instead of a Twitter login, a Facebook login, a LinkedIn login, a TikTok login, and 28 other ones that all technically work with your same email, but because email is old technology, it doesn't bring any of the stuff with you. A wallet is your Web3 version, the next iteration of an email that brings all of that with you. And that is something that everybody should be caring about, and it's pretty intuitively cool that, hey, now I can bring all of this stuff with me into different places. And then those people who are actually going to be driving the change, I think, are going to be the creators for whom it's actually a huge difference. So I was today having an interview at the London Real Studios with Brian Rose, who recently lost his 2.3 million subscriber YouTube channel since they didn't agree with his content recently, and that led to 10 years of work and huge audiences, 400 million views, and tons of videos going down the drain because he never had actually any ownership or control over those relationships or anything that's happening on YouTube. So people who are building their livelihood on a Web2 social platform very much care about the fact that, hey, if I can actually own those relationships, then I can actually take control of that. And if Brian's audience was built on Lens, then even if YouTube was deplatforming him, he would still have those relationships. And even if Favor were to deplatform him someday, I told him flat out in our interview that if we get into a fight at any point, I might be deleting your account, but because there's Lens in the background, I can't actually delete your relationships. I can't delete all of the value you've been creating. And I think that's kind of what's going to then be driving the regular people in, when the people that they want to follow explain that, hey, if we go here, nobody can separate us. We can actually kind of interact directly in tons of different places with just one click. And I think those are kind of the drivers that if we move away completely from the like financial aspects of things, like those will actually make people's lives better.
Yeah, just to add on to that, that's also the reason why DeFi is necessary, because when these things happen to you, like Brian had his YouTube channel taken away from him. He thought he was doing everything right. It's taken away. Face this organization. You don't have anybody to talk to about fixing this, and it takes forever. And in that time, there's damage done. I had this happen to me recently with my NordVPN account. It was taken away from me, and in the meantime, it meant that the major damage in my household was my wife was unable to watch BBC iPlayer, which was a crime, at least in our house. But the point is, these are organisations that have a lot of control over our life, and when it's pulled away from us, that's really when you realise that's what decentralization's about. That's what control and the ownership is all about.
I actually have a slightly different take,
I
think,
please.
as an answer to this question. I mean, I think the definitive answer is like a multi-billion-dollar company, so let me know if you come up with it. But I think there are like 3 macro trends in how we're consuming like media and content that I think are potential areas that like blockchain can bring something to. I think, as already mentioned, we're moving more to video content and live streaming content. And what that does is it changes the way that creators are making money. You have lifestyle streamers and OnlyFans streamers who make over 50% of their income from tipping and live donations during a stream. I think blockchains are quite clearly positioned as like quite an interesting micropayments feature around there, and people, the audience of these creators, are really excited by real-time feedback and tipping or whatever the interaction is going to be to get a real-time response. So I think that's perhaps a more like end-user friendly way, or that blockchains could provide something to a social experience. I think the second one is, as we all are aware, there is a hyper-personalization of our content feeds. And I think there are some interesting experiments, particularly in generative art as like a different type of media, with the 101 of X model that's really creating like a unique piece within a cohesive collection. And I think that kind of long-form generative content that is uniquely enabled by the blockchain could be applied to other media forms and really double down on this hyper-personalization trend. And then the third area that I think is quite interesting is commerce. And you talked about it quite a lot with some of the interoperability. But if you think about it from like a Web2 perspective, today, a lot of the functionality with NFTs around revenue splitting, royalties, and supply chain management is currently capable on Spotify. The issue is that it's only capable if you go through a Shopify website. And so what's interesting there is, instead of just managing these assets that you're selling and creating through Shopify-powered websites, you could do it from anywhere. You could do it from Favor, you could do it from any Lens app, you can do it from any front end or dApp that you wish to. And I think that's a really exciting area as well. So just an alternative take to the question there.
Thank you. That is unfortunately time for, as the timer is flashing away at me. I'd love, are there any final thoughts that you wanted to leave with the audience before we leave them for the rest of the day and get down to the drinks? No? Good. Guys, thank you very much for joining me up here on stage. I hope you guys enjoyed it. We are obviously going to be milling around shortly after this. But help me in thanking the panel for the great content today. All right. Thank you. Great job. Let's get it again. Woo!
All right, before you head out, I just want to say thank you so much for coming, for staying around till the end. You're the real ones. Appreciate it. Give it up for you guys. Woo! Yeah, thank you. To everyone streaming in live across the world, wherever you are, appreciate you tuning in, listening to our content. It's not really decentralized at this point, but at least you got to hear a lot about decentralization today, and Web3 and how it's being adopted and how it's growing, how to grow your communities. Some really amazing conversations. We even just had Raul Paul on here streaming in from wherever he is. And yeah, it's been a great day. It's been from our side. I'm one of the organizers. If you don't know me, I'm Ashton. I'm head of events at Zebu, at Flight 3, who's organizing Zebu Live. So thank you so much to the Flight 3 team, to the volunteers, to the staff, to Zebu Live team, everyone that helped out. Please give a round of applause. Woo! Yes. It's been an amazing day. It's been our smoothest, our best experience by far, behind the scenes, in the event, around the events, and I'm so proud of our team, what we've accomplished, and honored to be here closing out day one. This has been absolutely insane, incredible, all the feelings, but yeah, thank you so much. Thanks to our sponsors as well, Coinbase, CK Sync, Meld, main stage sponsors, amazing, plenty of other sponsors that I could mention. There's literally 55 of them, and specific ones also, Orbs, Chronicle, Solana, Blockchain.com, Tezos, Algorand, Kiko, Lightcycle, and a lot more. 120 plus media and community partners. It's been a long journey. I've been working on this for 12 months, and I've also been with the team since DeFi Live back in late 2021. It's been a real journey. To see how far we've come is just incredible. Just want to say thank you again. And with that, we're going to close it out. Everyone enjoy your drinks, sponsored by blockchain.com, Attestants, Token Tracks, and Algorands. Make sure you redeem your codes to get a free drink at the bar as well. And thank you. Have a great rest of your night. Wag me. Woo! Zebu Live!